Oh,
Okay, so my son calls. I think he got scared. I don't know if he took anything or something, but he's not.
Mr. Smith, can you hear that? Is that loud enough for you?
I can hear it. If I really concentrate, I can hear it, but it's pretty low too, the volume.
I have my volume all the way up.
I can work with it if you guys can.
Hey, just calm down, man. It's okay. We're just here to help out.
Nobody called you.
Okay.
Oh, no, nobody called you for anything.
461, step it up. He's being disorderly.
Okay, Mr. Smith, what did he just say there, Officer Esposito?
Basically for the officers to step it up. He's being disorderly, which is basically what he's telling the officer is, hey, you may be driving the speed limit to get here, but you need to drive faster to get here. Because he's concerned, the officer, Mr. Esposito, is concerned with what he's seeing, what he's hearing, the body language of Mr. Moya, and he is concerned for his safety.
Okay, we'll keep going.
Hey, just calm down, man. It's okay. We're just here to help out.
Nobody called you. Who called you?
We're just here to help out. Yep.
Okay, so my son calls. I think he got scared. I don't know if he took anything or something, but he's not.
What does this woman say to Officer Esposito here?
Basically that she came over. This is Mr. Moya's wife, Tammy. She's coming over to kind of explain things here. And she's just unsure kind of what's going on as well, as far as what's going on with him, whether he's taking anything or why he's acting in the manner that he's acting. She doesn't.
Okay, and what you just said, because you broke up, is whether he had taken anything. Is that right?
I believe those were the words she used.
Okay, we'll keep going.
His normal self, and he's like breathing hard and.
Sir, just stay back there, okay? I do have a canine, sir. If you come up on me, he's going to bite you, okay? Okay? I'm just letting you know. It hurts, okay?
So does Officer Esposito give any commands at this point? Canine announcements, I'm sorry. Does he give any canine announcements at this point?
Technically, that could be called a canine announcement. He's trying to just, warn Mr. Moya to, stay back, don't rush him or charge him, or if that does happen, he will have to use his canine. So it's just kind of like a pre-warning, yes.
Okay.
Thanks, so just stay back there.
I'm sorry to interrupt. If we had a camera facing the other direction so that we could see Officer Esposito, is Aries out now? Because he said, hey, I'm going to let this dog go. He's got the dog with him, or is the dog in an SUV and he doesn't? I know you're not testifying, and I'm not asking Mr. Smith. I just am curious. I'm assuming other officers' body cam will show this eventually, but right now, is Aries right there with Esposito?
No, Your Honor, and this will be cleared up by what we anticipate to come in through future evidence and testimony, but no, the dog is in the vehicle.
Okay.
And the dog is not out at this time.
So, I just got on the phone with the lady that he was talking to.
Stay back there,
I
sir.
told her. I told
Does
her.
he normally?
Did you hear what did the suspect do in that moment? Were you able to hear?
No, I couldn't quite hear exactly what he's saying. I see him in the background, which is with one of his daughters, but I can't actually hear what he's saying.
There, sir.
I told her.
Does he normally?
So were you able to hear him yelling profanities at the officer?
Yeah, I believe he said there, fuck you.
Take anything?
No, so I don't know if he took, like, he has the pin thing or whatever every once in a blue moon, but he had to get like some weed or something, and I don't know if it was bad or what. He's never been like this. We've been together.
What does the wife say at that point to Officer Esposito?
Basically that, she's not really sure what's going on with him, but she suspects that maybe he got some bad weed.
Okay. At this point, do you believe that Officer Esposito had reasonable suspicion to detain Mr. Moya and investigate?
Yes, based on the phone call by the son who, described what was happening to dispatch and just by how he was acting, growling, punching stuff. Yeah, there was definitely reasonable suspicion to detain to see what caused the 18-year-old son to be as scared as he was and to want to call the police.
2 years, and I've never seen him like this ever in my life. So I don't know if it's something mental that slipped or what, but he is not in his right mind whatsoever. He is completely.
So he punched stuff in the house and everything?
Well, he punched the outside wall, and he threw down the chair.
What does the wife say there?
That at one point when he came out, he punched one of the columns, so that's what she's going to get to, I think, eventually. Punched one of the columns that is outside their front door. And I think at some point she even mentions about he hit the car, punched the car.
I'm going to play it one more time because just so you can try and hear what she says.
So I can hear what she says. I don't know that I need Mr. Smith to tell all of us what she said. He can say, based on that, an officer should do X or Y, but let's let her and Esposito have their interaction.
Okay.
But
I'm co-4 right now, but he's standing in the driveway balling up his fists and being disorderly. So I'm just standing by talking to the wife.
Bawling and all this other stuff. I think something mentally happened.
I know.
So
I got you.
babe, stop.
Boss man, listen, we're here to help.
He's
We're
not-
here to help.
You can't reason with him. He's just like really.
You're being up here for no reason.
Stop.
Hey, brother.
Hey, just be advised, I'm going to pop the door if he comes up. So.
Hey, we're just here to talk. What's going on, man? What's going on? What's going on, man?
Hey, ma'am, can you come here? Can you come here? So we're here now. We have to deal with it. We want to try to de-escalate, which is not happening, but allegedly we have crimes that have been committed in the house, right?
Well, it's his, no.
Or it's his house?
Yeah, it's his
Okay,
house. So,
okay. So he just punched walls and stuff?
He just punched the outside mantle here. But I don't know if it's a mix of alcohol and something else, but.
Hey, I'm going to get the dog out. Ma'am, go stand by your front door.
Now, at this point, Mr. Smith, has another officer arrived on scene?
Yes, one of the 2 or 3 officers have arrived on scene already.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing Defense Exhibit 2, and I'm going to move to another body-worn camera from Officer Fruin that the state has stipulated to, that will show from his perspective what is happening. I'm going to be much more efficient at it this time since now I know how to do it. Okay. This is the beginning of another body-worn camera. Do you recognize this, Mr. Smith?
I do, only because I've watched the body-worn cameras before. It didn't show much, but yeah, I do recognize this screenshot here.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and move to admit Defense Exhibit 3, which the state has stipulated to. I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 3.
Yep. This is the body-worn camera of Officer, is it pronounced Fruin?
Fruin.
Okay, sure, it's
Okay.
admitted.
Let's watch the same video from Officer Fruin's perspective, and I think he gets on scene around 1:33 or so.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Be advised, I'm going to pop the door.
Okay. Hey, we're just here to talk. What's going on, man? What's going on? What's going on, man?
Hey, ma'am, can you come here? So we're here now. We have to deal with it. We want to try to de-escalate. It's not happening, but allegedly we have crimes that have been committed in the house.
Well, it's his house. Yeah, it's his house. So,
What's going on, man? What's going on? Why you keep on saying that?
I don't know if it's a mix of alcohol and something else, but.
Hey, I'm going to get the dog out.
And Mr. Smith, what do we see the suspect doing there?
Taking off either a sweater or a jacket.
And what else did you see him doing as you reviewed this video that was significant to you?
It sounds like he's talking in a not a normal tone of voice like we're talking here, that he was getting angry, stepped up the volume on his voice as well.
And did you, in the course of your review, capture some screenshots that you thought were important to this case from Officer Fruin's body-worn camera?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked and provided to opposing counsel as defense 4. Do you recognize this?
I do. They're from my report.
Okay. And do these images seem to be in the same condition that they were when you screenshotted them and provided them in your report?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we move to admit defense 4.
Any objection to defense 4, Mr. Watkins?
Your Honor, I will not object to the authenticity of it. Relevance may be a separate issue, but we can address that later.
Okay, so I'll admit them, and then as you have concerns, if you have any, just let me know when they come up.
All right, Mr. Smith, and why did you pull these screenshots? Why were these important to you in your analysis?
If I may, Your Honor, I think if you do control.
Oh, you want me to make it?
Control.
Sure, I can.
Control, I think it's
Plus,
plus, I think that's a shortcut key.
On a Mac?
oh, who knows
Do
on a
view. I
Mac?
know how to, I can just do rotate view like this. Okay. Mr. Smith, why were these moments significant to you?
Very first one at the 225 mark, showing him that he's getting ready to take his jacket off. And the 230 mark, it appears by his body language. And the 230 mark, I think, is just slightly past where you stop the video. Based on my training and experience, based on his body language, what he's doing, and even I think from some of his verbiage that he was using, based on my training and experience, he's taking his clothes off to maybe get ready to fight, or at least to try to show some type of dominance, or to get the officer to change his mind.
Okay. I'm going to go back to defense exhibit 3.
Dude, you better relax. 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 Dude, what's going on? Talk to us, man. It doesn't matter who called us, all right?
Just be advised, Canine deployed. Clear, Canine deployed. 1941.
Hey, sir, come here.
Sir, don't go back in the house.
Do we hear the officers giving commands at that point? Mr. Smith?
Yes, they're telling Mr. Moya not to go back inside the house.
Do you believe that the suspect, Mr. Moya, understood those commands?
I don't see why he wouldn't. He speaks English. There's
No, I
no-
don't object on speculation on that.
Sustained. Again, I don't need, I appreciate that Mr. Smith has some expert analysis to do here, but he is perceiving this. I'm free to perceive it. And he's probably the last person amongst all of us to be opining about whether Mr. Moya understood. Fruin, Esposito, maybe they could. They were there. He's watching this on a video.
Sure, I'll move on. Did the suspect obey those commands, Mr. Smith?
To the extent that he never did go back inside the house.
Sir, come, sir. Sir, come here. Talk to us.
Get on the sorry. Get on the ground.
I'm sorry.
You're under arrest. You're under arrest.
Hold on.
Hands back.
Mr. Smith, in your training and experience, was the suspect free to walk away at that point?
He was not. He was told he was being placed under arrest. So he needs to obey what the officers are telling him.
At this point, did you believe, in your analysis, that the suspect had committed any crimes?
I mean, I'm not fully up on the laws in Georgia as I would in certain states. But yeah, I believe at that particular time that he had disobeyed the law as far as interfering, delaying, obstructing a police officer in the performance of their duty. I believe your code is 16-10- something with regards to the felony code that they were going to be arrested for. I think it's 16-10-24B.
Well, there's two subsections. We won't ask that you get into too many details about those. But what about in your training and experience, would you be concerned about when it comes to this suspect going back into the house?
Would I be concerned about it? Yes.
Why?
Well, one, we don't know who all is inside the house. Also, two, during the call, there was some mention of a gun. We also don't know completely have any type of standard weapon such as guns or knives on him because he hasn't had it down. And that's the only way to confirm that. But he may also have just standard household tools, a small screwdriver, a box cutter, legal tools, but he may have those on him as well that are used against law enforcement officers as well. Also, too, if he does get inside the house and the officers aren't able to go inside or the door is slammed, there's a chance, excuse me, for anyone in that house being injured and or taken hostage. And now we have a whole nother set of problems that the officers have to deal with.
Okay, we'll go on and play a bit more from Defense Exhibit 3, which is Fruin's body-worn camera.
Relax, relax.
No, don't
Relax.
don't touch me.
Relax, man.
Don't touch me, brother. Who called you?
Relax.
Who called you, brother?
Relax,
Who
relax.
called you? Brother, who called you?
Relax, dude.
Okay, just before the bite, we see the suspect going to the ground. What did you, was the suspect submitting to police commands at that point?
Yeah, he didn't go to the ground on his stomach where his hands could be cuffed, but he did go to the ground on his hands and knees. I've heard some people describe that as like a push-up position or even a tabletop position when he went to the ground.
Okay.
Get him! Get him! Pocket! Loose! Ow! Ow! Put your hands right back! Put your hands right back! Put your hands right back!
Okay, we will get more into the bite at a later time. I know that you've reviewed all of this. Did you review other, all of the officers' body-worn camera in the course of your consultation for this case?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show another, which is pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 5, and it has been previously shared with opposing counsel, and they have no, we've stipulated to its admissibility. This one is from a different department. Do you recognize this? Do you recognize this one, Mr. Smith?
I do.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defense Exhibit 5, Officer Melee's body-worn camera footage.
Any objection to defense 5?
Done.
Admitted.
Okay. And so if we count Officer Melee, how many officers do we actually have on scene right now?
4.
Okay. And as the officers are trying to handcuff the suspect, we see the canine, but he has not yet been deployed, right?
I don't want to get too technical here, but some agencies, by just taking your dog out of the car, like Officer Esposito did, and do nothing with it except what we see here, walking up to the front door where everybody's at, some agencies will call that a deployment. Other agencies calls it deployment when you actually send the dog to bite somebody or send the dog to search. I'm going to say that he was deployed only because I heard in Officer's Esposito's body-worn camera on his video, he put out over the radio that his dog was deployed. So like I said, it just depends on what you're used to, but I believe for the Alpharetta Police Department, yes, the dog was deployed in this particular incident at this particular time.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, I have a question. He sounded very deployed. I've seen a few body cam situations where there is a law enforcement canine unit. This is the loudest one. I mean, this dog seems to have been barking from the second it got out of the car. And I'm curious, from your training and experience, this is right in your lane. Is that something that is typical that the dog would be that vocal? Which is why I would agree with you. It's deployed. It is already a deterrent. And if there was any question that there's a big scary dog right near you, Aries is letting everyone know he's right there. Is that normal? And if we had an adequately trained handler, and I'm not saying he wasn't, is that something that can be turned on and off? In other words, that's sort of like turning your sirens on. I'm going to let this guy know it's a particularly serious dog because I have given the signal for Aries to be barking aggressively, which is how I would describe what's going on here. That was a bunch of questions rolled into one, but I think you can handle it.
I would agree he's deployed too, just based off of this incident because of what was happening. There are some times where you get a dog out just to get him out, maybe for some socialization. You know, walk them around the building if you have an alarm call, but you don't do anything with them, and you put them back in the car. The dog didn't bark initially because initially when he got out, you heard on Fruin's body-worn camera, because we didn't go far enough into Officer Esposito's camera. You hear Officer Esposito saying, "Watch him, watch him." He's trying to get the dog focused on who it is he wants the dog to be focused on. And in this case, it was Mr. Moya. So yes, at a certain point, the dog then does start to bark because now the dog's got what we call suspect ID. There are some dogs that do bark and there are some dogs that'll be quiet. A lot of it is just kind of depends on the training, what the officer wants to accomplish by having the dog either be quiet or in this case, verbal, so that there's no misunderstanding later on that somebody can't say, "I didn't hear the dog. I didn't know the dog was 5 feet in front of him." So right. What the dog did, that's relatively normal, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, don't touch me. Don't touch me, brother. Who called you? Who called you, brother? Who called you? Brother, who called you? Hold on.
Okay. I am going to move to what has been previously marked and provided to opposing counsel. It's marked as Defense Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this, Mr. Smith?
I do.
Okay, what is this?
It's 2 snapshots that I took from, I believe it was Officer Melee body-worn camera of part of this incident during the arrest process or the attempted arrest process.
Okay. Why were these screenshots significant to you?
The one on the left at the 22-second mark shows them trying to get him in handcuffs in the 23-second mark. I believe it's when, or just seconds prior to Mr. Moya starting to turn, spin, twist, whatever you want to call it, and hits this officer here, I think it's Binfield, hits him on the left side of the face, kind of on his left cheek.
Your Honor, this time I move to admit Defense Exhibit 6.
Any objection to defense 6, Mr. Watkins?
Your Honor, they're authentic, but they're not valid.
Okay, I'm going to admit them.
Okay, Mr. Smith, based on your training and experience, did you believe that suspect Moya had the right to resist arrest at this time?
No, no citizen has the right to resist arrest if that arrest is lawful. So no, right to resist like he did in this incident.
So if you can elaborate, would you consider his resistance lawful or unlawful at this point?
Unlawful.
Okay. I'm going to go back to what's been previously admitted as defense 2. We're going to go to the 4-minute mark.
Who called you?
It's okay.
Called you, brother. Called you. Brother, who called you? Hold on, hold on.
Hey, Fruin, look out! Look out! Get him, Mary! Bite him! Get him! Pocket! No! Los!
Hold on. Ow! Ow!
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Put your hand behind your back! Put your hand behind your back! Ow! Put your hand behind your back!
Ow! 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 Get this dog off of me! Ow! Ow! I didn't do nothing to you! Ow! Get this dog off of me, sir! Ow, brother! Get this dog off of me! Ow! Get this dog off of me! Ow! Ow! Get this dog off of me, please! Get this dog off of me!
I warned you, sir! I warned you! Several warnings!
Ow! Please get this dog off of me! Please! Please get this dog off of me! Please get this dog off of me! Ow!
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the bite and what led up to the bite from Officer Esposito's perspective. The crimes that you had observed the suspect committing, did those happen before or after the canine bite in this case?
Before.
I can't hear you, Mr. Smith. If you can repeat yourself, I think.
Before.
Thank you. And what crimes, you had already described resisting the officers in the lawful discharge of their duties, but at this point, did you believe that there were additional crimes that the suspect has committed beyond the ones you previously described?
Based on my training and experience, also because of when he hit that one officer in the left side of his cheek, battery on a police officer. I don't know what your code section is.
And during this struggle to handcuff the suspect, do you believe a reasonable officer would have believed that this suspect in particular had the potential to cause imminent unlawful force?
Any suspect that law enforcement is dealing with has the possibility of the imminent threat to law enforcement. So in this case, yes, to answer your question.
Well, can you describe specifically what you saw that these officers may believe is possible as they're trying to handcuff this suspect?
Possible as far as?
As far as what this suspect could do if he is not handcuffed and restrained.
There's a lot of things the suspect could have done. Like I mentioned before, he had not been patted down for any weapons. There had been mention of weapons in the actual call for service with regarding to a handgun. There had, during the struggle, as far as during the initial handcuffing, he could have broken away, and that's kind of, I think, what he attempted to do when he spun on the officers. Whether it was to get away or wanted to fight, the officers didn't let it get to that point. They tried to maintain as well as, or as much control, for lack of a better word, because he was never under control. There was always resistance. He was tensing his muscles. He wasn't putting his hands together so that he could be handcuffed. The suspect was trying to talk the officers out of doing what they were doing. Even once he spun, one of the officers decided, let's try to do this from the ground, which can be a safer location if the suspect's struggling and fighting, as he was in this case. So when they took him to the ground, he unfortunately didn't go all the way. So he's still able to get into a position of defiance and to block any attempt to get him fully on the ground. At one point, one of the officers actually is able to grab Mr. Moya's right hand to try to get it behind his back when he's on all fours, but Mr. Moya pulls away from that attempt to control his right arm and wrist as well.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked and provided to opposing counsel. It's Defense Exhibit 7. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
It's screenshots that I took from Esposito's video camera that I put in my report.
All right, Your Honor, at this time we move to admit Defense Exhibit 7.
All right, Mr. Watkins, there's a foundation, but not relevant.
This is fine, Your Honor.
It's fine. Okay, it's admitted.
Okay. Would you say, Mr. Smith, that in this position, tell me whether or not this suspect is capable of force against the officers when he is in this position?
Oh, he still is. Anybody that's in the position is, if they're strong enough, determined enough, you're still able to try to fight with the officers. I hate to say it, but officers get hurt a lot in situations exactly like this. I realize there's 3 officers there that are trying to control him, but if you get a suspect that is, wants to resist, it's not that easy to get arms behind their back. It's not a TV program where they just do it. It can take sometimes several officers, more than 3, to try to get a person into custody.
And again, when he is resisting like this, is that resistance lawful or unlawful?
It's unlawful because he's being arrested for a crime.
Okay, let's move on to the bite. How long does Officer Esposito wait to have the dog bite the suspect?
There's different positions in there. Going back to when Officer Esposito is within probably 5 feet of him, and on the initial attempt to handcuff, when Officer Fruin tells Mr. Moya he's under arrest, there's a time frame there that he doesn't use the dog, because I would agree, and I believe he mentioned it in his report, that wasn't what we call a doggable offense. He hadn't done enough at that particular point for the dog to be used. Once he does spin, turn towards the officers, try to get away, whatever it was he was trying to do, and the officers are actually trying to get him onto the ground so they can handcuff. There's, I believe, about a 7-second time frame once he's on the ground that Officer Esposito actually waits to see, are they able to get his hands behind his back. And after he evaluates that situation, and I forget the total time now, but we're getting into several minutes since this whole thing started. But from the time he went to the ground to the initial bite of the sweater is approximately 7 seconds that he waited to see if Mr. Moya would peacefully surrender. He did not.
Is that amount of time consistent with best practices when it comes to canines?
There's no time limit that you can set. Every officer has to evaluate what he's seen in front of him and weigh his options. A lot can happen in 7 seconds. Suspect can arm himself. A suspect in this particular case can spin even more using his elbows, can try to stand up. Mr. Moya is not a small individual. He's a very large man. Looks like too from the initial contacts, he's not flexible either, or that flexible to be able to get, both his arms easily behind his back, where it may be for somebody a lot smaller or skinnier or flexible.
So you've mentioned the resistance. Can you talk a little bit about what you perceived or what a reasonable officer would perceive as the severity of the threat that suspect was posing at that time?
Like I mentioned, the suspect could do just about anything at that time, depending upon what weapons he has or doesn't have on him. He may have unconventional weapons, like I mentioned before, screwdriver, box cutters. Nobody knows that because he has not been patted down yet. And that's the only way you'll determine 100% if, in fact, Mr. Moya is unarmed.
What about the length of time of the bite? What are your professional thoughts and opinions on that?
Are you referring to the bite of the shoulder or the bite of the jacket?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the bite of the shoulder, the actual directed bite of the suspect.
Based on my training and experience and my expertise, what I see when, Officer Espinoza decides, Esposito decides he's going to use his dog in an attempt to get this situation under control. He doesn't just stand back when he was probably, and I'm guessing just by his body cam, 3 to 5 feet away. He doesn't just decide to release his dog from that far away. He does what we call a directed bite. He carefully and as cautiously, but yet as quickly as he can, because there's a lot going on. He doesn't want the officers to get injured or himself to get injured. He uses the collar and he kind of walks the dog up to Mr. Moya. And it's not ideal for him to bite the sweater, but because he's kind of not resisting, but because he's not just letting his dog bite, he's controlling. And I say it's Officer Esposito. He's controlling. He's decided where he wants that bite to go, which is on his shoulder. And because he's probably kind of holding him back, he gets that nip of the sweater. Not what you want, but that's what happened. In this particular case, too, it also gives Mr. Moya, and I forget now exactly how long that bite of the sweater is, but you can kind of tell from the pictures, he's actually looking right at the dog through the corner of his eye. It gave, if there was any question all that the dog was there, if there was any question that dog was going to be used, Mr. Moya had that time frame from when the dog had the sweater. Okay, I give up. I surrender. Don't send the dog. But he said none of that, and his actions showed nothing as far as that he was going to surrender. He maintained that tabletop position on his hands and knees and did absolutely nothing to help the officers get him under control.
Did you believe, when you reviewed all the footage in this case and everything else, all of the materials, did you believe in your training and experience that this bite was necessary at that time?
Absolutely.
Necessary to do what?
To take control of the situation. Like I mentioned before, the officers, the 3 officers, they didn't have full and complete control of this situation. They weren't able to get him handcuffed while he was standing. The suspect became combative. One of the officers decided to take him to the ground. And even on the ground, they didn't have really a whole lot of control, which would allow them to get Mr. Moya into handcuffs. It was kind of, I don't think a stalemate's the right answer, but no side was kind of winning either. And like I said, officers get injured like this, not all the time, but from time to time. And so it was Officer Esposito's decision after viewing all this that he was going to use another intermediate, less lethal tool that is not likely to cause death or serious bodily injury, that being the dog, and trying to get this situation under control and get Mr. Moya into custody.
Have you formed an opinion about whether Officer Esposito's use of the canine overall was consistent with industry standards?
Absolutely, it was.
Okay. And have you formed an opinion about whether his use of the canine was consistent specifically with Alpharetta, the city of Alpharetta's use of force policy?
Absolutely, it was.
And what about the city of Alpharetta's canine policy?
It was, absolutely.
Based on all of your training and experience, do you believe that Officer Esposito intended to cause serious bodily injury when he gave the directed bite?
Objection, Your Honor. I object to that testimony.
And the basis for the objection?
There's been no evidence as to what the intentions of Officer Esposito were, so he lacks foundation to testify. That
Or he'd be speculating. We'd have to ask Officer Esposito. Next question.
Do you, are canines generally designed to be used to cause great bodily injury or death?
No.
Can you tell me a little bit about why you say no?
Well, one, there's case law that says dogs are considered intermediate, less lethal tool that is not likely to cause death or serious bodily injury. Now, can they? Of course they can. The pins that you guys are carrying in the courtroom, used improperly, can cause death or serious bodily injury. I would also go to the argument as well as that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of canine deployments a day throughout the United States. And in those cases, there has only been 2 deaths by the canines when used. And they were used in a reasonable way, within policy, within the case law, etc. And so I see no evidence to show that this was deadly force. And just by the fact how Mr. Esposito was trying to slow walk, for lack of a better term, he wasn't just releasing the dog. He was trying to direct that dog on a certain part of Mr. Moya's body, which was his shoulder. If he didn't really care about Mr. Moya, didn't care where the dog bit, what happened to Mr. Moya, he would have just stood 3 or 4 feet back where he was and just basically let the dog go. It's very possible that
I'll object to that. Again, this is speculative testimony.
Okay. I'm not going to strike the testimony because I've heard it, but Mr. Esposito is going to need to talk about what his thoughts were at the time. I think it's a fair description that there are different approaches and that Mr. Esposito didn't take 4 steps back and release Aries. And it's been helpful for me to understand this notion of a directed approach. But that's been covered now, so we can move on.
Thank you. And were you able to review medical records from the suspect in this case?
yes.
And do you believe that the suspect suffered serious bodily injury from this bite?
I do not. I've been part of, witnessed, seen photographs of well over probably 200 dog bites. This was just kind of your standard puncture wound dog bite. There was no serious bodily injury based on my training and experience and expertise in this particular dog bite.
Do you believe, given your training and expertise, that this directed bite was used in defense of the other officers on the scene as they tried to restrain Mr. Moya?
Absolutely, as well as Officer Esposito as well.
And did you form an opinion? Did you also have the opportunity to read the state's expert ENT Adams report?
I'm not sure. It's listed on my document review. It didn't sound familiar by the term that you used.
Did you read the report that was prepared by the state's expert on the bite?
That I did, yes.
You did? Okay. And did you form an opinion about his conclusion?
Yeah, I disagreed with a lot of his beliefs and findings.
Can you give me maybe 2 or 3 points that were the most salient or significant to you, that you disagreed with?
I think at the beginning, Mr. Adams just kind of describes Mr. Moya as being boisterous and loud, very angry, frustrated. I don't quite agree with that. I believe there was a lot of outwardly aggression that he showed towards the officers. Some what has been called precursors or tendencies to attack the officers by taking his clothes off, closed fists. I've seen that a lot of times in my 30 years of working the street. That's telling me that somebody is getting ready to want to fight with the officers. There's a couple other ones here. Just give me a second. Mr. Adams mentions that as soon as Mr. Moy was taken to the ground by the officers and immediately thereafter, the key word for me was immediate, that Officer Esposito used his dog to bite. That's not the case. There were several seconds, I believe it was 7, that he actually evaluated what was going on at that particular time instead of just carte blanche. Hey, he's struggling with the officers. They took him down. I'm just going to give my dog a bite. Now, Mr. Esposito did not do that. He evaluated some more time to see if he needed to use the dog in this case. I think I got 1 or 2 more here. I know that Mr. Adams made a big deal as far as I think the UD was the words that were described on the reports that he swung on the officers. Some people may take that as swinging their fists. I didn't. I just took it, and the video camera shows it. He just swung, turned, spun around, whatever you want to call it, with regards to either trying to get away or wanting to fight and confront the officers there by his door. He talks too about the initial bite, or during the bite, that he was not a well-trained dog, that he used just a frontal approach when he bit. I agree with it. It was a frontal approach when he bit and just bit the sweater. That wasn't the dog's fault. It was because of Mr. Esposito restricting the dog's forward movement and trying to place him directly where he wanted him to on his shoulder and not letting him bite wherever the dog wanted to. And then once again, we covered, I think, in the last question, these are not serious injuries. Trust me, I've seen dog bites with serious injuries, and this does not even come close to it.
And, go ahead.
That's all I can think of. There may be others that I mentioned in my report, but that kind of does it for me now.
And are you familiar with E.N.T. Adams and all your 30 years doing this type of work? Have you ever met him or interacted with him?
If Mr. Adams is the same officer that I've met whose dog bit somebody in the face with his hands up and could not get the dog off the bite, it was all caught on body-worn camera, then yes, I've met him before. I've seen his deployment, and I've also judged him, I believe, on some canine competitions.
Okay. I just have a few more questions. How many hours have you put into working this case?
Ballpark 50.
50, 50?
50.
Okay. And do you expect to be paid for all of those?
No, the short answer is no.
Why not?
Like everyone else, I like to get paid for, my services, but there are some things that are more important to me than money. If I wanted to be rich, I probably would become a professional athlete or a politician or something. But I made the decision a long time ago when I got into the representing not just officers, but general public in canine cases, that if I didn't feel 100% that they acted reasonably within policy, case law, or testified against an officer if I felt that he or she was wrong in what they did. I believe, in this case, I believe firmly in what Officer Esposito did. I believe it's a miscarriage of justice in this particular case. And he acted well within his course and scope of employment. And based on all that, it's just been my professional unwritten policy that if I have, in this case, a law enforcement officer who is being criminally charged for something that I personally feel, based on my training and experience, did absolutely nothing wrong, and his life or her life, his freedom at stake, I believe that is reasonable for me not to charge in this particular case. And it's just a way for me to give back to a profession that I love doing for 30 years and have continued to do it. I've basically been in the law enforcement profession in some way or the other for about 45 years. So that's why I'm doing this. I think you attorneys call it pro bono, but I do not expect to get paid one dime for this case.
All right, let me just check with my client. Your witness. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right, Mr. Watkins, before you go, I've got a question for Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, from your review of the evidence provided to you, was it your conclusion that Officer Esposito intended for Aries to make contact with Mr. Moya's person that first time in, but because of the tumult, Aries only got the jacket? Or have you processed that differently?
I didn't understand one of the words that you used there, Your Honor, but I believe he was trying to get Aries to bite the first time on his arm, get what we call a full mouth bite. Based on my training experience and looking at the video, I perceived it as just because he was kind of slow walking so that he got Aries on the area that he wanted him to bite, not where Aries wanted, but where the officer wanted to bite. And he just happened to restrict him just enough that when the dog opened up his mouth, that's all he got. So I think if that answers your question, there should have been just one bite, but in this particular case, technically you've got two. You've got one of the.
It does. So it's not standard training to say, well, grab some clothes first and chew on that, and then go back and get the person.
That is correct, but it does happen from time to time, whether the officer in this particular case is trying to direct the dog into a certain area. It even does happen when the dog is released to search on his own. Sometimes the dog gets a jacket, gets a pant leg that's very, very bulky. So it does happen that the dogs sometimes do get clothing first. Based on what I reviewed, I don't think he was trying to get the jacket first as like an early warning device. He had already given several announcements warning Mr. Moya of what was going to happen, that he was going to get dog bit. And even during that time that he bit the sweater, there was still time for Mr. Moya to surrender, which he did not. So it's my belief he was hoping for one dog bite, but he actually got one and then the second. But the first one, from what I can see from the video, there were no puncture wounds. It was strictly he got just clothing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Smith?
I do.
Your turn.
Take the podium, Your Honor.
Wherever you, as long as you're near a microphone, then Ms. Rivers can hear you.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Sir, I can.
My name is Brian Watkins. I represent the state of Georgia in this matter. Some questions for you. You testified that you have offered expert opinions in a number of cases. What proportion of those cases would you say were on behalf of the officer, defending the officer?
I would say probably 98 to 99% of my work is in the civil portion is defending law enforcement officers, but I've also had 5 or 6 cases where I represented the person that got bit because I felt that the officer did wrong, did not follow policy, did not follow case law, etc.
And that would be out of how many number of cases? No less than, please. You've been asked to be an expert in no less than how many cases?
I currently have about 22 active canine cases. Total cases that I've had since 1997 when I started is approximately 117 canine cases.
Okay, so out of 117 canine cases, 98 to 99% of the time, your testimony would be to defend the officer's actions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, in this matter, you were offering an opinion on the appropriate level of force to apprehend, detain, or arrest Mr. Moya. Is that correct?
I had 3 opinions that I gave in my report.
Okay, and each of those opinions focused on either apprehension, detention, or arrest of Mr. Moya. Is that right?
No, my first opinion deals with, excuse me. Trying to just bring it up here so I can be accurate. Hang on just a moment, please. My first opinion deals with that. It's my opinion that he acted reasonably and according to his department's policies, and his actions were consistent with canine industry standards, best practice, and case law. That's my first opinion. My second opinion.
If I may interrupt you, and that was he acted appropriately to detain or apprehend or arrest Mr. Moya. Is that correct?
Correct, as well as using the dog too.
Okay, all right. And the second opinion again focuses on the conduct to apprehend, detain, or arrest Mr. Moya. Is that right?
Correct.
And the third opinion also, we're talking about apprehension, detention, or arresting of Mr. Moya. Is that correct?
Either 1, 2, or all of the above kind of thing, yes.
Okay, all right. You're not offering any opinion on the degree of force. Well, we'll try that. Let me ask you this question. Can you identify the type of dog used in this matter?
Breed?
Yeah.
It's a Belgian Malinois.
Okay. And is this dog considered in one of the top 10 dog breeds in terms of bite force?
No.
It's not?
No, the Malinois and the German Shepherds, they run approximately 185 to approximately 210 in bite pressure. I don't know if it's the top 10, to be honest with you. I just know what their bite pressure is. And compared to a lot of other animals, the bite of any type of, in this particular case, Belgian Malinois or German Shepherd is rather low as compared to lions and tigers.
I'm sorry, I said dogs, not lions, tigers, or bears.
And there are also other dogs. You might know what list you're talking about now that I'm thinking about it. There are numerous dogs out there, breeds that people have as pets, that their bite force is a lot higher than what Belgian Malinois and German Shepherds are that are used for police work.
So we don't have to spend a lot of time on this. No one is suggesting, I assume, Mr. Smith, that the Belgian Malinois has a gentle bite, like it's just giving you a little kiss.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
In your analysis of the conduct of Mr. Esposito, you were relying upon the case of Graham v. Connor as one of the sources. Is that right?
That was one of the sources. And then Robinette versus Barnes, dealing with dogs not being deadly force, but being,
If I interrupt you, is that a federal case?
yes.
Is that out of the state of Georgia?
I don't recall. It's somewhere in the South. Kentucky sticks in my head, but I honestly, sitting here today, cannot tell you what state that federal case, but it's a U.S. Supreme.
Okay, as far as you know, that case does not involve Georgia law, does it?
I think, I'm not an attorney, so correct me if I'm wrong, but don't states and departments have to obey?
So you guys don't need to ask each other questions about the law. Mr. Watkins can make the points he wants to make if he's making an argument later today, or if he's briefing it about whether or not the authority controls. So we can
sure
press on.
Mr. Smith, did you review any Georgia statutes in regards to self-defense in your analysis of the conduct of Officer Esposito?
I believe I was sent something from counsel regarding the sections that apply with regards to what he was arrested for.
Okay.
I don't recall exactly what those say, verbatim.
All right. In regards to this matter, you stated that Officer Esposito approached Mr. Moya in a friendly, calm, and compassionate manner. Is that true?
That's what I believe in reviewing the body-worn cameras, yes.
Okay. And as an officer approaches a subject, body language of the officer is important. Would you agree with that?
I would, as well as body language from whoever he's contacting, yes.
And did you notice that Officer Esposito was putting on black gloves at the time he was stepping out of the car?
I believe he did. There are a lot of officers that do that, but yeah, I believe from the video, yes, I did see that.
Okay, all right. And in this matter, you did not, can you tell the court whether or not you had any discussions with Officer Esposito about this case?
No, I've never talked to him about this case at all.
You heard Mr. Esposito mention that Mr. Moya was acting disorderly at the time he was asking officers to step it up and arrive more quickly. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And when you say disorderly, what did you understand that to mean? Did you, let me narrow that. Did you understand that to be just a layman's term, or Officer Esposito is speaking using some type of description of a criminal violation?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation, the same thing the state was objecting to during my direct.
I asked him what he understood it to be, not what Officer Esposito.
Speculation.
Why don't you repeat your question? Don't answer the question.
Sure.
I heard it a little differently, but I want to make sure I'm ruling consistently.
Sure. What did you understand Officer Esposito to mean at the time he used the phrase disorderly when he got on the radio to ask officers to step it up to respond more quickly?
So before you answer, are you asking this, Mr. Watkins, because you're trying to understand Mr. Smith's analysis and his expert opinion? Or are you asking Mr. Smith to say, here's what Esposito must have meant, in which case we need to ask Mr. Esposito that?
Well, I'm asking them that because I believe he went on to state that there were some crimes as having been committed at that time.
Okay. Will one side or the other be playing this 911 call? Because it seems a little out of order to be having all this. And Mr. Smith talked a whole lot about the 911 call, and I haven't heard it yet. I see it on an exhibit list, but it's something I'm going to get to hear at some point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Great.
I mean, unless the state objects, but yes.
I mean, they can object, but I don't know why it wouldn't come in now. Okay. Mr. Smith, you can answer this question insofar as you tell us how hearing that affected your assessment of the steps that Esposito took, not so much what Esposito would have meant by that, because he'll have to tell us what he meant by that, not you.
Yeah, I don't know. Excuse me. I would say can't read his mind, Officer Esposito. I took it as, and if I was a backup officer who hadn't arrived and was en route to that call, I would take it that there are some sort of actions that in this case, Mr. Moya was doing that concerned Officer Esposito, and for the officers to hurry up and getting there. I don't know if anybody knew where everybody else was within the city. And sometimes when you go to calls, you know, depending upon traffic, you got to drive normal. But in this particular case, some of the officers, and you can hear it in the video, took his statement to mean respond what we call code 3 with lights and siren to get there in a very expeditious manner so that there would be no time delay.
Okay, so not necessarily that there was a basis to believe that criminal action had been afoot at that time.
What does afflict mean? What do you?
Well, that Mr. Moya was exhibiting conduct that was criminal.
Well, it could. It couldn't. I'd have to see the video again to just see exactly what Mr. Moya was doing, but it could have been that he's there threatening, you know, get off my property. He's taking his jacket off. He's getting angry and upset. His body posture shows that he wants to fight the officers. I believe that just in itself is a violation of your obstructing an officer criminal code of investigation. So just by that body language, not that he was fighting with Mr. Esposito at that time, but the fact that he was doing something, I was concerned for Mr. Esposito that he wasn't willing to wait a normal amount of time. He wanted people there now.
Okay, so you stated that in part, simply taking off, Mr. Moya simply taking off his jacket in your mind is a violation of criminal law.
Not what I said. I said he took his jacket off, but then he also was giving body language, I think they've been called precursor indications. Just taking your jacket off, that's no violation whatsoever, but it's the totality of all of that. He could have stood by his car, took his jacket off and laid it where he did and communicated with the officer. He took a body language that he wanted to fight, close fists, just his own aggressiveness while being by his car.
Right. So is it correct to say that up until that point where Officer Esposito said Mr. Moya was being disorderly, step it up, is it your opinion that Mr. Moya had provided a basis to believe that criminal laws have been violated?
In my opinion, yes. Now, do they always, you know, does it always go to that? There's a lot of leeway given in law enforcement. We don't arrest people for everything, but yeah, kind of based on your own criminal law, your own section that he was offering or violence to a person.
All right. And you believe in that instance that Mr. Moya had the ability to carry out some type of criminal action against the officer?
Well, absolutely. He could have charged the officer. He could have walked over to the officer and began just punching and kicking the officer really at any point once the contact.
Once the what? I'm sorry.
Please repeat your answer.
You stated once something and you faded out.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what part you were talking about. I think at any point during this incident, once contact was made by both parties, Mr. Moya could have, and I forget your question now, but could have at any point come over to the officer, could have attacked him, could have punched, kicked him. So yeah, he was able to do that, but he didn't.
And are you saying it was a risk that Mr. Moya could have done that, or you believe there was an actual threat?
I believe the actual threat of the violence was him, and you guys use the word offering or doing violence, was not just by taking his jacket off. That wasn't a, hey, how are you, officer? Let me get comfortable here so we can talk. Those actions that I saw Mr. Moya do, I have seen hundreds of times by people that I have been dealing with, or I've been on calls where other officers are handling the call. That is a precursor towards, come over here and I want to kick your ass. I don't want you being here. I'm getting ready to fight. I'm taking clothing off. I'm taking jewelry off. I'm taking watches off because I don't want to get that damaged. But I'm just waiting to come here and kick your ass.
Okay.
That's the body language actions that I saw based on my training and experience.
And again, your testimony is that at that point, Mr. Moya had engaged in criminal conduct.
Correct.
Right. Do you distinguish between a risk and a threat?
I'm trying to think how we define them. There's a risk in anything that we do. There's a risk of you or anybody just driving to work today.
Asking if you distinguish between a risk and a threat, and if so, can you tell us how?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. There's a risk in anything that we do. There's a risk in handling calls just like this. There is a risk that if not enough force is used, someone can be injured. Same thing with the threat. I don't believe these officers knew Mr. Moya. I don't believe they knew any type of history, if any, that there was on him. But there's always that threat that something can happen to these officers when they're out on the street, when they're handling the calls. So personally, I don't know what Webster's dictionary definition is of both, but I don't see a whole lot of difference. I think it just depends on the totality of the circumstances, what is happening at the time.
Okay. And so you state that a risk and a threat is based on the totality of circumstances, and I understand that. Is there a means by which, or any particular terms you would distinguish between somebody posing a risk versus becoming a threat?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Sure. Would you say that simply by virtue of the fact that Mr. Moya is standing between his car and he takes his jacket off and he throws it to the ground, that he is then a risk of harm or a threat of harm?
I would say both would apply. One, because of just his verbiage, his body language, his actions. Plus also two, if I recall correctly, the car door was open to the one vehicle that he was standing next to. The officers don't know what, if anything, is in that car that can hurt them, whether it be a standard weapon, a baseball bat, baseball, something hard. So I think I answered your question.
All right, I'll move on. All right, now you stated that we can go to Esposito video. I want you to move up to the 9:50 mark.
The 9:50 mark?
Yeah, take it to 9:30, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got my Go to 158.
158.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's good.
Need the sound?
Please. Okay, you can take that. Yeah.
Hey, just be advised.
140.
140?
Mhm.
Okay.
Stand by talking.
You see if I can.
Boss man, listen, we're here to help. We're here to help.
Let me get in here.
You're being up here for no reason.
Let me start that again.
Okay.
Hey, just be advised, I'm gonna pop the door if he comes up.
All right.
Hey, man.
We'll go to the 130 mark.
I'm code 4 right now, but he's standing in the driveway balling up his fist and being disorderly, so I'm just standing by talking to the wife.
Bawling and all this other stuff. I think something mentally happened.
I know.
So,
I got you.
babe, stop.
Boss man, listen, we're here to help.
He's
We're
not-
here to help.
You can't reason with him. He's just like really.
You're being up here for no reason. Hey, just be advised, I'm gonna pop the door if he comes up, so.
Hey, we're just here to talk. What's going on, man? What's going on? What's going on, man?
Hey, ma'am, can you come here? Can you come here? So we're here now. We have to deal with it. We want to try to de-escalate, which is not happening, but allegedly we have crimes that have been committed in the house, right?
Well, it's his, no.
Or it's his
okay.
house?
Yeah, it's his
Okay,
house. So,
okay. So he just punched walls and
yeah,
stuff?
You can pause it, please.
Um,
So, Mr. Smith, I believe you stated that there was reasonable suspicion to detain Mr. Moya at that point for the commission of crimes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just what crimes are you thinking about at that time?
I don't know what he was thinking about as far as the officer, but just based off my training and experience, they received a 911 call from the 18-year-old stepson. And for anyone to call 911 and to state that they're afraid and that he's hitting and he's punching, that in itself, once we get there, like he even mentions, he just can't leave. He just can't be told by Tammy or Mr. Moya, hey, everything is okay, you guys can leave now, bye. It just doesn't work that way. We don't know.
Oh, excuse me, let me interrupt you. My question is, he can be detained for crimes, and I'm asking, from your understanding, which crimes?
Well, that's just it. They have to investigate it. They received just a very brief synopsis of what actually went on in the house from the 18-year-old son. There are many times to where we would receive information from the dispatchers onto our CAD about A, B, C, D. And then when we get there, A and B didn't really happen, but C, D, E, and F did happen. So there was accusations in here about, I believe, punching something, hitting something, acting strange, acting weird, growling. So the officers are kind of there to see, is there any other victims? Did he actually punch this 18-year-old? Did he punch anybody else that was inside the house? I mean, unfortunately, a lot of times we get lied to, we law enforcement in general, when we get there. But that's what I'm talking about as far as, what they received on 911. I believe also, too, there was a domestic disturbance. So they're there to investigate. They're not just going to show up and arrest them like right this second.
Well, if I may, we would agree that he probably had the authority to continue to investigate. You would agree with that, correct?
I do.
All right. The question is, did he have sufficient facts at that time to detain after hearing the 911 or the dispatch, looking at CAD, then speaking with Ms. Moya? The question is not whether he had the authority to continue to investigate. That is the question. Did he have the authority to detain him for a crime? Detain Mr. Moya for a crime.
He had the authority to detain him to investigate the crime.
Okay.
They don't actually know all the facts and what has occurred. So
All
that's
right.
what they're trying to do at that time.
Okay. So he had the authority to detain him to continue to investigate, but he didn't have the authority necessarily. He didn't have reasonable or articulable suspicion that a crime had been committed at that time. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree because of all the information that he had received from dispatch. They were there to investigate to see if there was any crime that was committed that they weren't aware of. So if you're asking me, could they have shown up like they did on the video, walked right over to Mr. Moya and handcuffed him right then and there and arrested him? No, not in my opinion. But as this further went along, the body language that Mr. Moya did, the uncooperative nature that he was.
Let me interrupt you.
I'm going to interrupt both of you because this is something I need to work out, not the two of you. And I'll tell you how I'm already processing this. These officers showed up because of a 911 call and a dispatch. The situation escalated. It was an investigation that appeared to necessitate a detention, and that detention went real poorly. And then an arrest followed from that. And the arrest flows from the interactions about the detention. I think we'll hear more evidence from other people, not this witness who wasn't there. We need to hear from the people who were there. But watching just the body cam, there were efforts to detain, to figure out what's going on. Don't let this gentleman go back in his house because of the 911 call that you all haven't played yet. And let's just figure out what's going on. And the effort to detain clearly went south. There was resisting arrest, and that's where the dog gets deployed. And we can all watch the video. The way in which the initial officers, not Esposito, and Mr. Moya interacted, there's your arrest basis. Esposito didn't affect the arrest. He helped, I guess you could say Aries did, but we already had Mr. Moya on the ground with 3 officers on top of him. He was arrested before Aries did anything. That may lend to your analysis of, so was the force necessary or not? But Mr. Smith has a lot to add in terms of handling dogs, considering the use of force, dogs as use of force, et cetera. But you're asking him to parse things that you and your opposing counsel need to parse with me. So let's move to a different area with him.
I will, Your Honor. This was covered during direct, and I thought the words were used were important. I will move on.
Okay.
Okay. You can let the video play, please. I'll tell you to stop at a certain point.
Outside mental here. But I don't know if it's.
Can you pause it for a second? I think if you turn up your volume, see the volume in the corner there that says 61%?
Yes.
If you turn that up,
Okay.
now press play.
Hey, I'm gonna get the dog out. Ma'am, go stand by your front door. Watch him. Watch him. Watch him. Watch him, Aries. Watch him. Watch him.
Dude, what's going on? Talk to us, man. I'm fine. You called me. It doesn't matter who you call.
461, just be advised, canines deployed.
Hey, sir, come here. Sir, don't go back in the house.
Can y'all come either go over here? Hey, sir, I need you to come over here and talk to me. Sir, you can't get on. Sir, come talk to us. Come here. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
I'm sorry.
Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Don't fight with us or the dog will bite you. Don't fight with us or the dog will bite you.
No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Called you, brother. Called you. Brother, who called you? Hold on.
Hey, Fruin, look out! Look out! Get him, Mary! Bite him! Get him! Pocket! No, los!
Hold on. Ow!
Get on the ground! Put your hand behind your back! Put your hand behind your back!
So, Mr. Smith, is it appropriate for the dog to thrash about like that?
Most dogs do. That's just instinctive. It's nothing that is necessarily taught. That's just what dogs do.
Okay. Is it true that when the dog thrashes about like that, they can cause serious injury?
In some cases they can, yes, not in all, but in some.
Okay. And do you see just to the left of the, at the top of the dog's nose, do you see what appears to be flesh?
Well, his whole arm is technically flesh in his back, so I'm not sure.
Well, fatty tissue.
I don't. Can you highlight it somehow? Or I see a little piece of it looks like whiter skin than maybe some darker skin. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's just his skin pigment or, as you describe it, as fleshy material.
Did you see any photographs of this scene?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any photographs that depicted body tissue?
I believe there were a few. It was some small body tissue, yes.
Okay. And the body tissue that you saw consisted of blood?
Well, the body tissue, there was obviously blood. That's going to happen in dog bites too.
Okay. Did you see a pool of blood?
If you've got the pictures, I just soon see the pictures rather than have him recall what's in the pictures.
Your Honor, I'm asking what he relied upon to make a determination that this was not a serious bodily injury. I'm not for certain.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what pictures he may have seen.
Okay, they weren't pictures you had that were provided to the defense?
They were provided to the defense. I don't remember in the report whether or not these pictures were turned over to Mr. Smith.
Well, you could show him your pictures and say, did you see these?
All right.
Why don't we do this? I need to make sure that we give the court reporter a break. She's not here to be giving me that look, but we've been going for a little over 2 hours. Why don't we take a quick break, 5-ish minutes? You can tee up whatever you want to tee up. When we get back, we're going to talk a little bit about scheduling because we're already getting close to 11:30 and we're on witness 1. You get today. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But I will be back in about 5 minutes and we'll pick up Mr. Watkins right where you left off. Thank you. Don't go anywhere, Mr. Smith.
But they showed up like a half hour late to the grand jury.
Yeah. They've both been up since the crack of dawn.
Yeah. Yes.
That wasn't even scripted.
Yeah. That's great.
Ms. Rivers, are you ready to go if we get everyone back in?
Yes, Judge, I'm ready.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Smith, can you still hear us?
Yes, sir.
Great. Before you dive back in, Mr. Watkins, Ms. Palmer, what is your forecast for the rest of your presentation?
Your Honor, this is my longest witness by far.
Mhm.
The next expert is much shorter. His testimony is curtailed and tied just to essentially policy, more local Georgia stuff. Then we will have Officer Fruin, probably a mid-length, Officer Esposito, and then the last two officers will be short, Melee and Benfield. We actually told them that they can step outside or go downstairs for a period of time, but both of them are very short relative to really any other witness. So I
Okay.
plan to move quickly. This is my longest one.
Okay. Mr. Watkins, you'll obviously be cross-examining people, and then I know you've got Adams as an expert. Do you have other witnesses you plan to call?
Mr. and Mrs. Moya, and that's it.
Okay.
I'll move it along, Judge.
Okay, well, we'll get done what we can today. If we don't finish today, I just don't know when we'll next reconvene. That's the issue for you all, is that I can keep track. I've had immunity hearings that take more time than just one session. It's just finding that second session. So, and we are going to break for lunch. So we've got to build that in as well. Why don't you pick back up? You were going to share, I think you'll do what you want, Mr. Watkins, but you were going to share with Mr. Smith some photos that may have been your exhibits 5 through 14, some number of those exhibits. And he can let you know if that's anything he looked at.
Sure. Mr. Smith, you have before you State's Exhibit S5. Is this one of the photographs you reviewed in forming your preliminary opinion on this matter?
It is. It is.
You can go to S6, please. You have before you State's Exhibit S6. Is this also a photograph that you reviewed?
I don't recall if I saw that one or not.
Okay. Do you see where the first responder's hand is on the purple glove?
Yes, sir, I see it.
Do you see the tissue on the back? Well, do you see the substance on the back of Mr. Moya?
I see something and squint my eyes. It looks like it might be tissue, yes.
Okay. I'll ask you to go to State's Exhibit 13.
13.
Mhm.
Oh, there.
Mr. Smith, did you review this exhibit, Exhibit 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the next exhibit, Exhibit 14. Did you see that one?
Sure, I did.
I couldn't hear your answer, Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And you previously described these as puncture wounds, is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to show you the picture before that, that being Exhibit 13, or 12 rather, Exhibit 12. You had not seen this picture, is that true?
It doesn't ring a bell. I'd have to go back and look at, I know I was given approximately, I think, 8 to 10 pictures. I don't recall if I ever saw this one or not.
Okay. I represent to you that this is the wounds that Mr. Moya suffered as a result of the dog bite, would you still consider this not to be a serious injury?
If you're talking about serious bodily injury, I would state, it's my opinion, it is not, it does not even come close to the definition of serious bodily injury.
And what will it take in your mind? What's the minimum level for something to be a serious bodily injury, by example?
Based off my training experience, what I was taught as a police officer, serious bodily injury is anything from death, disfigurement, impairment of the body functions, or even impairment of organs is kind of the basic general description of serious bodily injury.
Okay. So a loss of muscle tissue in your mind is not considered a serious injury?
Not in this case, no, it is not. Police work is violent, as I know you know, Counselor, because you represent a lot of law enforcement agencies. Police work is violent. It hurts when you use force sometimes. But that's the whole idea. I hate to say it, but if it didn't hurt, whether control holds didn't hurt or anything, the suspect wouldn't give up. And in this particular case, with all the other intermediate, less lethal force that the officers were using, the only intermediate, less lethal force that worked was the dog bite in this case. So I do not consider this serious bodily injury. It's actually just kind of a standard, what you would see in most puncture wounds.
Are you a doctor? You're not a medical doctor, right?
No, but I don't need to be a medical doctor to determine if my grandkids scuff their knees or hurt themselves, whether they need to go to the hospital or not. I can make that determination. Training and experience, and over almost 40 years of doing this, seeing the pictures and the injuries that I have seen, that's what I base my opinion on.
Okay. And would you compare this to a scuffed knee? That what you have in front of you?
No. This is a puncture wound from a police dog.
Okay. So is it true that according to the training that the dog is allowed to continue biting until the the target is secured?
Can you, unless we're using this picture more, can we take it down?
Shall I restate?
Yes, please. Could you repeat your question again?
Is it true that once the dog is deployed and issues the bite, he is to hold the bite until the subject is secured?
I'm sorry, you broke up. Can you just repeat that one more time for me?
Yes. Is it true that once the canine is deployed and issues the bite of the target, he is to remain on that bite until he is secured?
He's to remain on the bite until the handler tells him to release the bite.
And the handler is not to release the bite until the subject is secured. Is that correct?
It depends upon the situation. If you have a subject that has been cooperating, then you may take the dog off a little bit earlier. But in this particular case, based on the totality of the circumstances, he had been resisting for quite a bit of a period of time once they tried to get him into handcuffs, 10 feet up, resisting, not allowing them to get both his hands behind his back.
May I stop you there? May I ask you a question there?
I would like my witness to be able to finish his responses.
Yeah, I've given you a little flexibility in interrupting. Let him finish. If you think he is going too far, you can ask me to intercede. You're always able to ask another question when he's done. I took this to be, you asked an open-ended question, he's given an open-ended answer. Why don't you wrap up, Mr. Smith? And then if Mr. Watkins wants to rephrase his question or ask a different one, he can do that.
Can the court reporter read back my last two sentences just to get my mind where it was?
So I'm not going to have her do that Mr. Watkins, stop interrupting the witness. If you ask a big question, let him give a big answer, okay? If it's a yes or no question, he'll get to explain it. It wasn't just a yes or no question. It was one that you knew was going to require an explanation, and he was given it. So next question for Mr. Smith.
You stated that Mr. Moya.
Finish my answer from the.
No, we're gonna, if Ms. Palmer wants to, that's fine, but you didn't remember where you were, and I'm not into having the court reporter read things back. I'm even less into witnesses being interrupted. So I'm gonna have Mr. Watkins ask you his next question.
Mr. Smith, in this particular incident, you stated that Mr. Moya continued to resist arrest after the dog bit him. Is that what you stated?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. Moya may have had some type of tightness in his shoulders, or his size may have hindered his ability to get his hands behind his back?
It may have, because he looks like a fairly large individual, not maybe the most flexible as well. But once again, it's not just the time when he finally started to put his hands behind his back. It's the totality. It's everything the officers had experienced. The length of any use of force is not determined really by the officer. In some ways it is. It's actually determined by the suspect. Once he fully cooperates, that's when force must be stopped. If he cooperates from the beginning, no force is used, and none of us would be here today. But based off of Mr. Moya's actions before, with him struggling when he was standing up, when he was taken to the ground, he still struggled, would not relinquish his arms. Within, I think, about 5 seconds of the dog bite, he did relinquish his arms. He went all the way to the ground. And I don't know whether the officers were able to pull him or if Mr. Moya actually put his arms behind. But based off of Mr. Moya's, what he did prior to that today when the officers were there, it's not taught, take the dog off the bite immediately right then. Because once you take that use of force, once you stop that use of force, that is getting you where you want, which is him in control and detained. If you take that use of force off, in this case, the dog, it now gives Mr. Moya the opportunity to do whatever he was doing before, take his arms, tuck them underneath him now if he wants to, struggle, fight with the officers if he chooses to do so. So it's taught to leave the dog on the bite until, in cases like this, keep the dog on the bite until the suspect is secured, which in this case meant handcuffs. And I think your expert agrees with that. Mr. Adams agrees with that.
Okay. So in this particular instance, you did notice that the officers had to use two sets of handcuffs. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. And the reasons they used two handcuffs could have been because of some physiological impediments of Mr. Moya. Is that right?
That's one. Or it could be they just couldn't get his hands close enough together. So it was just decided to use two handcuffs and leave it at that.
All right. You stated earlier something in regards to, I believe you stated that only 2 people have died as a result of a police canine bite. Did you earlier state that?
Correct.
Okay. And you also stated that the wounds, the pictures that you saw of Mr. Moya would be a standard puncture wound. Is that right?
I'm sorry, you broke up. Something about a standard puncture wound?
The wounds, the injuries suffered by Mr. Moya would be standard puncture wounds.
Correct.
What do you mean by standard puncture wounds? Standard.
I didn't really see any tears or lacerations as far as like, there being an opening on his shoulder there. Those are 2 just puncture wounds. A puncture wound just depends upon what teeth were used, how much force the dog used. I've seen very small puncture wounds, and I've seen some the size of Mr. Moya's there that you showed me, the one without the blood. So
You would, I'm sorry,
yeah, just a standard puncture wound.
you would call that a large puncture wound?
Once again, it just all depends. I've seen some that are very, very small, less than a half an inch. I'm gonna guess that's probably maybe a half an inch to a quarter of an inch of a puncture wound. But once again, that's kind of expected when you use a dog. I mean, there are other types of injuries that a dog can occur, but this was just a standard puncture wound and was not anywhere near great bodily injury or serious bodily injury.
Did you consider this to be a laceration?
I did not. In seeing the ones that are clean that you showed me, I do not consider those lacerated.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect, Ms. Parmer?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Smith, in your experience, can a suspect or an individual's body composition affect the nature of a wound from a canine bite?
You're talking about health-wise or something like that, or?
Right, or if they have, for example, more body fat, does that change how the bite sometimes ends up with a particular suspect?
Hold on one second. Is there an objection?
That
Yes.
is an objection, Your Honor. That calls for some type of medical conclusion. We would be this witness would be speculating in this regard to Mr. Moya.
Okay. It does seem to be outside the scope of the expertise for which you qualified him. So let's go to a different area.
Sure. Mr. Smith, Mr. Watkins spent some time asking you questions about the reasonable suspicion that Mr. Esposito had when he arrived on the scene. And you talked a little bit about what the suspect was doing on the scene. But is it your professional opinion that Mr. Esposito had some facts and circumstances known to him before he came on the scene that were relevant to his reasonable suspicion?
I'm sure he did, whatever information he had received from dispatch.
Thank you. And did you have a chance to review that 911 call during the course of your review?
I'm sure I did, but I don't really recall it at this particular.
Okay. Do you want to refresh your recollection with your report to see whether you reviewed it?
I know that I reviewed it, but I honestly, sitting here right now, I don't recall what it says.
Okay.
You want to play?
Okay. I am going to, this one might be. I have what has been previously marked as defense 19. It's going to come up as simply an audio file.
All right. Before you play it, since that'll basically make it evidence. Mr. Watkins, any objection to defense 19, which is this 911 call about which we've heard?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it's admitted, so feel
Thank you.
free to publish.
All right. I'm going to play defense 19, and you can just listen along, Mr. Smith.
What's the address of your emergency?
Hello, what was that?
Hello, Southside Police Department. What's the address of your emergency?
The address is
That's the address I show here. What is the phone number you're calling from?
Can you pause for a sec?
Sure.
Just so I'm clear, I think I know what's going on. Either the state or the defense has beeped out things, so we're not getting the address where this occurred, or if someone was calling from a cell phone. There's not a defect in this recording, but one side or the other is basically redacting.
That's correct, Your Honor. This comes from the state's discovery production, and the title, I've just copied what they produced to me, and the last portion says redacted. So
Okay.
Personal information is replaced by that beeping noise, but it's fairly limited.
I have no problem with that as long as I don't need the address, as long as both sides are comfortable and we're making clear to those who are following these proceedings. This is something that the two sides agreed should be redacted because it's simply personal identifiers.
Correct, Your Honor. This was released to us from the agency.
Okay, thank you.
The phone number I show here. What's your name? Okay, tell me exactly.
there's a situation occurring right now at my house. My stepfather, he's acting like all wild and crazy. He's like growling. He's like punching stuff like around the house. So we don't know what's going on. It's causing like a huge scene. So I'm wondering if like we got somebody come over here to handle it or move him from the location.
Sure, we can get somebody to come out there. And just to confirm, has anything been physical or verbal?
He's just growling and grunting. And my mom is trying to like calm him down.
Okay. Okay, give me one.
And he's like causing a scene, like neighborhood is watching everything.
All right, I'm just going to update this information, so stand on the line with me, okay?
All right.
Okay. And are you at that location now?
Yes, I'm here right now.
Right. Were there any weapons involved?
No weapons.
Does anyone have access to any weapons?
Yes, we have our own like firearm here, but like no one's like has it right now. It's like in a safe.
Can you describe the weapon to me?
I'm not sure the like brand or build. I want to say like I really don't know. Like a handgun.
Okay.
Like a black handgun, yeah.
And where is it locked away at?
I believe upstairs in our master bedroom.
Okay. Give me one second.
Okay.
I'm just updating this.
All right.
Okay. And how many people are involved?
There's currently 7 people here.
7 people there. And where is he now?
He's outside growling.
Outside. Okay. Outside the house?
Yeah, outside the house.
Okay. Can I get his description? Is he white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Hispanic and black. He's about 6 feet tall. Weight, I'd say around 215 to 220 pounds.
Okay. And what is he wearing today, and how old is he?
I think he's 36, I want to say. And he's wearing a green outfit.
Green outfit?
It's like everything's green, basically. Yes.
And what's his first and last name? Can you spell the last name for me? Do you have a date of birth for him?
No, I'm not sure his date of birth.
Okay. Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
No, it's just like he's growling to the point where it's like it might be somebody in danger. So I want somebody to like come to like de-escalate the situation.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna update that. Where exactly is everybody?
Me and my siblings were in the house right now. My mom and my stepdad are outside. My mom's trying to calm him down.
Okay. So everybody. Give me one moment. Just gonna update this. So just confirm your mom is outside with him, trying to calm him down.
Yes.
Can she
And he's
separate
causing
herself
a
from her?
scene. No, he's not.
No,
He's causing a scene in the neighborhood right now.
Can
What
she
was it?
separate herself from her, just so the
From him?
situation doesn't escalate yet?
We could try, but like she's trying to like de-escalate the situation so he doesn't like do anything he regrets or nothing like that.
Okay, I do understand. We're having our officers come out there to check it out, but I don't want her to put herself in any type of danger. So if she could separate herself.
I'll do that right now. So, okay, thank you.
Are there any children present?
What was that?
Are there any children present?
Yes, 3 children.
3. How old is each child?
1, 5, 11, 13.
11 and 13. Okay. Where are they now in the house?
Yeah, they're in their rooms upstairs. They're away from like the situation.
Okay. Have anyone involved in using alcohol or drugs?
Not that I'm aware of. No, nobody.
Okay. Well, like I said, if it's safe to do so, just separate yourself from him and avoid any further contact. That goes for everybody. Do not disturb anything at the scene. Give me one moment.
All right. All right. One moment, please.
Okay, and an officer will be dispatched as soon as possible. I'll stay on the line with you as long as I can, just in case anything does escalate. Just put away any pets, and let me know if there's anything.
Okay. I'm going to go grab my mom real quick. I'll be back to the phone in 1 moment.
Okay, I'll stay on the line, and let me know how his behavior is as well. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for now, that's sufficient from Defense Exhibit 19. And so, Mr. Smith, this also informed.
Your Honor, I think
I'll play the
if
whole
he
thing.
relied upon it, I think the entirety.
Sure.
Of the 911 call.
Okay.
Sure. I was going to get into it with Miss Moya, but it's fine to play it now.
That's fine, Your Honor. We're going to cover the whole 911 call.
I do.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. I can play it now.
Nope. I'm not doing some shit.
No, don't do that. Here, let me talk.
No.
Here, don't do that. Hello?
Hello. Give me 1 moment. Let me speak to my respondents. Okay. Okay. Hey. Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Yeah. We need an ambulance. We don't need the police. We need an ambulance.
You need an ambulance? What's going on?
Yeah, because he may need to go to a hospital because he is, I don't know if he took something or what, but he's not himself. And it's really, I don't know, but he needs to be checked out or sedated or something, or where he can go and sleep it off or what. I don't know what.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Let me speak to my respondents, okay?
Yeah, that's what we need. We need an ambulance so he can go to the hospital.
Okay, let me put that in the call. Just give me 1 moment, okay?
Oh my God, I don't want him to see the police and get alarmed or anything. I want,
What
you
did he
know,
get
I don't want. Well, I don't know. It's not his normal self, you know, and
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I think the court reporter sent a message in regards to being able to hear.
It was for you, Mr. Watkins. When you're speaking into the microphone, point it towards you, please.
Oh, yeah. So have that microphone in your direction. Thank you. And make sure the green light is on over on your side. Okay, thank you. The court reporter, so we're clear, doesn't take down the contents of recordings. Not her job. That'll be on here.
he should. My son shouldn't have called. I was going to call for an ambulance to come and to take him to the hospital.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just going to update this.
Wait, babe, it's okay, babe. It's okay. Oh, here, you guys talk here.
Hello. I'm here.
Why are you even trying to stop him?
Oh wow. Okay.
Okay, let me speak to my response. I just told him. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Okay. So if you can let your mom know, we are going to send an ambulance out there just to also check on him, make sure he's okay. But I'm also going to let them know. Yes. So give me 1 second. Let me just let them know. And how's his behavior right now?
It's about the same.
It's about the same. Is he still outside?
Yeah, it's like I don't know what's really going on. He's just staying outside.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me let our officers know. Give me 1 moment.
Who?
Okay. So it looks like one of our officers did just get on scene. Are you able to see him?
I'm not sure. My sisters want to check right now. Okay, you see him? Go talk to him. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, I've got to
My
let you
sister's
go.
on here. Okay.
Bye.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Smith, that also informed your analysis as to what type of reasonable suspicion the officers had on scene that day, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did that 911 call that you just heard, is that the call that also informed your analysis about reasonable suspicion when the officers got on scene?
Yes, by the way he was acting and what he had done prior to the officer's arrival.
Okay. And although Mr. Watkins spent much time talking about the reasonableness of the bite, you did also draw a conclusion and testified on direct about an opinion as to whether the dog was necessary to defend Mr. Esposito's fellow officers and himself. Is that correct?
Object, Your Honor, that was not the testimony.
Correct.
He did.
Well, the record's going to show what the testimony was. And you're welcome, if you want to ask a question about his sense of that issue, you can do that.
And you were, in the course of your review, able to derive an opinion about whether the canine was necessary to defend against Mr. Moya's force. Is that right?
Yes, the Aries was the only intermediate use of force that actually worked that day. Command presence, talking respectfully, trying control holds, trying to get his hands behind his back. None of that worked. It's only the dog that ended this situation and got him into custody.
And I do believe on direct, you also shared with me who you thought Aries was able to defend against. And I asked you whether you believed it would be the fellow officers. Do you remember?
Yes, he defended not just the officers, but the handler as well. So they wouldn't get
Yes.
injured. They could take him into custody in the shortest period of time before any injuries, or I should say more injuries occurred to either Mr. Moya and or the officers themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's all I have.
Did you have any recross, Mr. Watkins?
Now I do, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, now you do.
Mr. Smith, when you state that this was to defend the officers against the conduct of Mr. Moya, can you tell us if you were looking at the Graham factors in that regard?
Oh, yes, as far as for the use of force, absolutely I was, yes.
When it comes to defending the officers against Mr. Moya's use of force, were you looking at Georgia statutes in that regard?
I know you have one statute that, with regards to resisting arrest and things like that. But I use the Graham factors because that's what all use of force is based off of. Dogs, any type of use of force you want to use. So I was referring to that as well, whether it's defending, protecting, whatever word you want to use.
Georgia statutes did you take into consideration in forming your opinions?
Yes, the Georgia statute of 16-1024B with regards to the willful resistance, obstruction, opposes law enforcement. That's that section. That's what he was arrested for. That's what the crime that he committed in front of the officers. And then the force that was used based off of Graham.
Other statutes?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Well, he said, go ahead and answer the question. He's repeated this one, but I'm curious to know if there were any others either.
It's true you did not rely upon any other statutes in forming your opinion, correct?
No, just the one that I just did, 16-1024B and Graham versus Connor, which is heavily covered in my report.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Smith, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you appearing remotely, and you are excused.
I appreciate you doing this on Zoom. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Palmer, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, the defense calls Glenn Corbett.
To affirm that testimony you will give truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God. I do. So do I have a seat? Say spell your name for the record.
It's Glenn, Glyn, Corbett, Corbitt.
Mr. Corbett, good morning. Thank you for your patience. I need you to be a little closer to the microphone. The court reporter is helping us virtually today, so she's going to hear you through that. You can move the stock around. The base doesn't move, the stock moves. There you go. Thank you.
Mr. Corbett, good afternoon or good morning. How are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Georgia Public Safety Training Center.
And what is the nature of your employment at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center?
I'm the manager of the Special Services section. In that section, we had the use of force unit that falls under that.
So what does a manager of that section actually do?
Approve all curriculum that we teach. Of course, all the admin aspects of payroll and scheduling and so forth as well. We're just making sure that our instructors and our supervisors are dispersed throughout the entire state to teach use of force at the local level.
And how long have you been doing that?
From the manager standpoint or employed there, period?
Why don't you give me an overview of both?
Okay, I've been there 22 years. And I've been a manager over special services for the last 2. The reason I've been over special services for only 2 years, before then, I was still the manager over use of force, but we were called physical training at that time. I now have CIT and some other units under me as well. So it's just a hodgepodge.
Sure. I'm going to share my screen, and you should be able to see what has been pre-marked and provided to opposing counsel. It's Defense Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this?
My CV.
Okay. And does it appear to be up to date and accurate?
Yes, ma'am. It appears to be.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to move to admit Defense Exhibit 9.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your education and experience when it comes to law enforcement, Mr. Corbett?
I've been policing for 33 years. Started off as a patrol officer with Macon PD in Central Georgia. There is no longer a Macon PD because it's consolidated with the county back in the mid 2000s. But I was with Macon for a little over 10 and a half years. While I was there, I went from patrol officer to field training officer. I also got my general instructor cert, which allowed me to teach in-service and general classes at the PD. In 2001, I was hired by the state of Georgia at the training center. Started off as a post 3 instructor, which is your lower level instructor, and then worked up my way through the ranks there. While at the training center, I received specialized instructor certs in defensive tactics, use of force, EVOC, and then some other certifications, not specialized, but such as TASER. I'm sorry, not TASER, but ASP and OC and so forth.
Okay. And what about coursework? Have you developed any courses on use of force?
I've developed the use of force instructor class. It's recognized by the state of Georgia. Also the use of force investigations class, the tactical diffusion strategies class, which is a de-escalation course. I've also developed use of force instructor for the state of Alaska, and also done use of force investigation classes for Oklahoma and Arkansas. I'm sorry, not Arkansas, Kansas, Oklahoma and Kansas.
You've mentioned defensive tactics. What are defensive tactics?
That's basically anything that's not firearm related. Hands-on control, taser would fall in that category, baton would fall in that category, OC spray, anything that's considered to be a physical weapon, such as my hands, fists, elbows, my body as a whole, that falls in that category.
Okay.
And that leads to your basic arrest and control and so forth.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to tender Glenn Corbett as an expert in use of force, defensive tactics, use of force investigations, use of force training, and police procedure and policy.
No objection.
All right. Mr. Corbett, you are so qualified for purposes of this immunity hearing.
Mr. Corbett, you've been hired as an expert in this case for the defense, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Before my law firm contacted you about working on our behalf, were you contacted by anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am. Back in 2022.
And do you remember who that was?
Sue Chan, I believe.
Okay. And what did Sue Chan ask you to do back then?
Asked me to review the incident report and body camera of Esposito.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you tell Sue Chan about this case?
I couldn't tell you the exact date that we talked, but we did have a Zoom meeting, and during that, I advised her that I believed everything he did was reasonable, and I believe that was the case there.
Okay. Have you ever heard from her since?
Not on that case, no.
What have you reviewed in the scope of your work as an expert in this case?
Body camera footage from Esposito, if I remember the names correctly, is it Benefield, if I'm saying that right? Benfield. and then Fruin, and then also incident report, supplementals, and policy.
Okay. And in terms of the policy, did you review a lot of the Alpharetta policies?
Mainly just anything dealing with use of force.
Okay.
There was use of force mentioned in a couple of different policies entitled different aspects, but I did look at that.
Okay. I am going to show you what has been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 10 and provided to opposing counsel. And let me know, do you recognize this document?
Use of force policy for Alpharetta.
Okay. Does it look to be similar to the policy that you reviewed?
Yes, ma'am. A quick glance, it does.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move to admit Defense Exhibit 10.
No objection.
Admitted.
And is it your understanding that this was the policy in effect at the time of the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I am going to also show the witness what has been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 11. What about this one? Do you recognize?
It was our canine policy for Alpharetta.
Okay, and same questions. Does it look to be the one that you reviewed in preparation?
It appears to be, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it was the one that was in effect in July of 2021?
2022?
The incident,
oh, yes,
July
yes,
2020.
yes.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit Defense Exhibit 11.
No objection.
Also admitted.
And also, Mr. Corbett, I am going to show you what has been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 12. And what about this? Do you recognize this
The
document?
Code of Conduct and Ethics for Alpharetta.
Okay. And same questions. Does it appear to be what you reviewed during the course of your analysis in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was it in effect? Do you believe it was in effect in July of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, move to admit Defense Exhibit 12.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. Okay. And did you write a synopsis of your expert opinion once retained by my firm?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to talk, now when I say synopsis, tell me what that means in terms of the breadth and the depth that you went into in that document.
There's two services I provide when I get consulted on this. I can actually provide what I call critical incident analysis, which is a multi-page document. That's where I get into actually quoting in their case law. I mean, it's actually verbatim written in my report. A synopsis is more of a high point with footnotes. The case law is still referenced, but it's not verbatim typed out word for word. It's just reference to footnotes in the bottom. So in that case right there, it makes the synopsis a smaller document.
Right. But were you able to draw conclusions beyond what you put in your synopsis during the course of your review?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And we're going to cover a few things beyond the scope of that synopsis. During the course of your review, did you have the opportunity to consider whether Mr. Esposito was acting in self-defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let's start here. Did you believe, based on your experience, training, and training reasonable officers, that Mr. Moya, suspect Moya, was at any point during the interaction with the officers exhibiting unlawful force?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you think that?
From the beginning of the video, one thing we teach officers is we teach what we call pre-assault indicators. So at the beginning of the video, you see actions by Mr. Moya that an officer, from what we teach, can take as clues, if you want to use that term, that this person may not be compliant. Of course, that don't mean you immediately use force. You do use verbal commands and try to engage in dialogue with them. However, those are a determining factor, or predetermined determining factor where this may lead. In some cases, of course, verbal interaction can resolve the issue. In other cases, if the person is not willing to listen, are not in the capacity to listen for whatever reason, then sometimes a display of force, a use of force has to be used to try to control that subject.
Let's talk about verbal commands. Did you determine whether the suspect in this case was complying with the verbal commands?
He was not complying.
Okay. And let's start at the beginning. When Officer Esposito gets on scene, is it your professional opinion that this was a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 encounter?
At that moment, it was a tier 2.
Why do you say that?
Because from third-party information through dispatch, he had what we call ARS, which falls into a tier 2, that a possible crime has been committed.
How do you know, I don't know yet, maybe it'll come in, what Officer Esposito knew when he showed up? We've heard the 911 call, but of course that's to a dispatcher and not to Esposito. So there's some translation that occurs, and information can be added or omitted or misapplied. How do you know, if you do, what you think Officer Esposito knew about the gravity of the situation when he showed up?
The only thing that I can go by is what was written in his report.
Okay.
So what basically gave him the basis of what he believed he was responding to.
Got it. So in his report somewhere, he said, I was dispatched to a call about I'm making it up, but unruly individual. That would be an indicator that, hey, maybe we've got a tier 2 encounter, because it's not just I saw someone suspicious in the neighborhood, but it's a household member who is acting erratically, and on the 911 call, someone was worried that it could get dangerous.
Exactly.
Okay.
So based on that, Mr. Corbett, is it your professional opinion that suspect Travis Moya was free to leave, go about his business when Officer Esposito arrived on scene?
He was not free to leave.
Why not?
Because that officer was conducting an investigation.
Okay. What about when the other officers came on scene? Was Mr. Moya free to leave at that point?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because the officer was still conducting the investigation.
Okay.
Investigation has not stopped.
Explain that for me. What do you mean that an investigation is not a stop?
Still trying to determine what was going on at that moment. Trying to make verbal dialogue with Mr. Moya. Plus, if I recall correctly, I believe the wife or girlfriend was talking to the officer as well. So trying to make a determination of what was actually going on scene there, so they can make a determination of some sort.
So we know we had whatever the officers knew before they arrived on scene. What was of note to you when it comes to the suspect's behavior that gave them some additional insight as to the severity or the danger of the situation?
To a layperson, it may not appear to be this way, but things such as taking off articles of clothing, sometimes that can be a pre-assault indicator. We see that as a fact that the person is trying to free up a particular part of their body to be able to possibly be combative. Also, too, there's a variety of them, things such as balling up your fist. We call it the 1,000-yard stare. They're staring at you, but not looking at you, not taking into account that you're there with them. Blading your body, which is almost what we call a fire stance or a boxer stance. I mean, there's a variety of things that can happen. Some things are not readily accessible on body camera unless you do, of course, still shots and blow-ups. But some of those things you could see, like the taking off clothing, was very visible.
When you say not readily accessible on body-worn camera, why is that?
The camera records in 2D. We see in 3D. So that provides a depth perception issue, where a lot of times the person is actually further away than what they appear to be. Because of that, something as simple as clenching my hands, I could have my fist balled up, but I could just have it slightly, or I could be gripping. And you wouldn't know that from far off, possibly because of the camera footage. I'm not sure what body camera they had at that time, but a lot of body cameras record at different frame rates. So in that case right there, certain things may not be recorded by the camera that your eyes see. So in that case right there, the camera is not infallible. We think the camera don't lie, but it actually can not tell you the whole story.
So tell me what that means in terms of an officer's report or an officer's perception relative to what we see on the camera? Is it more expansive? And if so,
It can be. And we see a lot of times, that's a lot of times where the question comes into play, is that what is on body camera does not match the officer's statement. And that can be easily articulated if you have both pieces of evidence and try to tie them in. Even in some cases, the audio file that goes with that video may not be coincide. That's why you can see, and this has been happening in this case, you can see on a body worn camera where a gunshot goes off, you see the flash of the muzzle, but then there's a moment of silence before you hear the bang. It did not happen simultaneously. So it just depends on the camera itself.
okay. Let's get back to what, given your understanding of Georgia law, local policy, given the training that's provided to Georgia law enforcement that you're very familiar with, would you say that Officer Esposito and the other officers were authorized specifically under Georgia law to detain the suspect upon arrival and investigate?
Yes.
And what about when they told suspect Moya not to go back into the house? Were they authorized under Georgia law to say that to the suspect at the time?
Yes.
Why?
Because if you're investigating a possible crime, you have the right to detain the subject there.
Okay.
Only time anyone has a voluntary right to walk off if it's a tier 1 contact, and this was not tier 1.
Okay. So did you form an opinion about potentially some crimes that needed to be investigated that suspect Moya might have committed at that time?
From what was articulated in the incident report that Officer Esposito said he received from dispatch and so forth, yes, it was there.
Okay. And what's an example of one of those crimes?
He was told over the, I can't recall what was exact. I think it was said in both cases. In some cases, I have to actually see my analysis. But that a person was acting disorderly, had actually punched the wall or punched the house, I think the way it was worded. So there was some sort of signs of violence there.
And we can, replay the video at any time. They've all been admitted into evidence, I think, except for Officer Benfield's. But if you want me to do that, or if you want to see your report to refresh your recollection, that's fine. Just let me know. But otherwise, we'll just move through. So as the situation escalated, and the officers moved to handcuff Officer Moya, did you assess whether there were potential other crimes that the suspect committed?
At the minimum, you have obstruction, because when they tried to detain him and put cuffs on him, he refused to stop.
Okay. And that crime, did that happen before or after the canine bite?
That was before.
Okay. And when you say obstruction, do you mean misdemeanor or felony or both?
Just the chance of trying to pull away could be classified as a misdemeanor. There's a possible assault on an officer, then could turn into a felony.
Okay. And do you have to have actual injury or violence to an officer for it to be a felony?
No.
Okay. Have you formed an opinion, again, we're going to travel under Georgia law, as to whether the officers continued detention of suspect Moya, trying to get him under control and prevent him from going inside? Was that authorized under Georgia law?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because again, they had the right to investigate. He also had the right to detain during the investigation, and he was refusing their lawful orders to not go inside the house.
Okay. And I believe earlier in your direct, we talked a little bit about using force in defense of self or others. This is something you've considered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that moment, when Mr. Moya is still upright and the 3 officers are trying to get him under control and detained in handcuffs, would a reasonable officer like yourself or those you train believe that there is an imminent threat of other force coming from that suspect?
Yes.
I'm going to object. The issue is not what he believed. They need to lay the foundation as to what Officer Esposito believed at that time, if they're going to go into this particular area.
Isn't the test whether a reasonable person would think that the force that was used was necessary? I'm asking you a legal question. I think that's the test.
Based on their perceptions.
And actually, it's a reasonable officer.
Okay.
And I am a sworn officer. Been for 33 years.
We can argue it, Your Honor.
Okay, let's argue it. But you can keep going.
So at that moment, when he's still standing upright and you have 3 officers around him trying to gain control and get him in handcuffs, would a reasonable officer believe that there is the threat of more force to come?
If he's not putting his hands behind his back, yes.
Why do you say that?
We're taught not to wrestle with him, if you want to word it that way. If he is not going to comply with putting his hands behind his back, then we try to restrain him in another manner. Usually what we do if a person is standing, we try to take that subject to the ground. Because when they're on the ground, they have less propensity. They still can cause violence or damage, of course, to another person, but their options are limited. You have more mobility and availability to cause damage when you're standing versus when you're on the ground.
Well, let me ask about that. If somebody is on the ground, do they still have the possibility to cause violence or damage, in your opinion?
Oh, they can, yes.
Tell me about that.
If the person does not go all the way to the ground, of course, that person can definitely push off and cause injury to another officer. Even if the person is completely prone and his hands are underneath his chest, and we do not know if this person, now I'm using a scenario here, we don't know if this if the subject has a weapon in his hands or not, then yes, there may be imminent damage, danger there, because we cannot see their hands. So in that case right there, just because the person's on the ground does not mean the officer may not perceive this as a threat or possible threat.
When you saw the various body-worn camera videos in this case, and you saw how this suspect went to the ground, what were your thoughts about the threat level or the potential for causing violence or damage?
Well, Mr. Moyer being on a kneeling push-up position, if you want to call it that. And again, I'm using a scenario. It would not take anything for him to kick backwards and could cause injury to the officer's lower region. A blown out knee could incapacitate the officer right there on the scene. The officer's no good to nobody trying to arrest that subject. In a push-up position, he may be in a position to where he can come back with an elbow strike, still propped up with one arm. Now, granted, he may lose that push-up position, but that availability is there. So that's why we like to have them completely prone on the ground with their hands behind their back.
Do you remember whether you saw the suspect ever getting a full body pat down before they tried to take him into custody?
I do not.
Okay. When the other officers, not Mr. Esposito, but the other 3 on scene, moved to try and handcuff Mr. Moya as he's standing upright, would that be a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 citizen encounter?
That's going to be up to the officer. It still could be a tier 2 because I have the right to detain you and then I can release you afterwards. But if they believe that a crime was being committed, believe they have probable cause, it could turn into a tier 3.
Okay.
That's going to be up to the officer's perception and articulation.
So just to clarify, your testimony is that officers can handcuff a suspect in that moment, whether it's a tier 2 or a tier 3. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Did you remember hearing various commands from the officers as you watched these videos?
I heard commands such as we're starting off with not, don't go back in the house, that kind of thing, to the point of putting your hands behind your back.
Okay. And do you remember, can you tell me whether the suspect complied with those commands or not?
He did not.
Okay. What does that indicate to an officer in that situation? What can they anticipate when you're dealing with a suspect like that?
If the subject is not following my lawful commands, then I believe this person is going to fight me or continue to resist to avoid being arrested or detained.
And in this particular situation, the resistance that you saw, would you consider that lawful resistance or unlawful resistance?
That would be unlawful resistance.
Why do you say that?
Because again, he did not follow the officer's lawful commands to stop his movement, put his hands behind his back and so forth.
And when you describe that unlawful resistance, did you see it when he was standing or on the ground or both?
Both.
Why do you say that?
Well, when he was standing, he did not put his hands behind his back. which led to, and I think there was some discrepancy of whether or not they fell or they took him to the ground. But he did not put his hands behind his back when he was standing. And then when he was on the ground, he did not put his hands behind his back. If he put his hands behind his back, he would have been prone.
So your testimony is that both of those are demonstrations of unlawful resistance from the suspect.
Yes.
And in your experience, when you're confronted with that, do you think that that's the end of it, or are you anticipating more unlawful force from a suspect like that?
We expect unlawful force, and this is the way we word it, until control is realized.
Tell me what that means.
When we realize that this person is not fighting anymore, we can have control of the subject, force stops.
But what do you think would happen? What's going through your mind as potentially things that could happen if you don't get that control that you just referenced?
And I'm going to continue to try to use force to control them until I have that.
And what are you anticipating the suspect could do?
That's hard. I mean, anything. I mean, any type of assault on me could possibly incapacitate me or could cause him to escape.
Okay. At what point in this situation on July 21st, 2021, was the suspect under control? And I'm going to use your word, under control in this situation.
Once the cuffs were on him.
Do you believe that that could have happened without the canine bite in this case?
If he had complied, yes.
Let's talk a little bit about some other defensive tactics. What about using a taser in this situation? Have you considered whether that was something the officers could have or should have done?
If I can expand on that.
Yes, you can.
We don't get into the what you would do aspect. That makes it subjective. The courts say we have to be objective. The state of Georgia recognizes two types of force, deadly and non-deadly. Non-deadly force is anything from like what we teach in defensive tactics. That's hands-on, that's taser, that's OC spray, that's baton, any of that. And in this case, of course, also a canine, but we're going to talk with the three tools I carry in my belt. If I'm not a canine officer, I have these tools on my belt. The way the law is worded, it just has to be a reasonable, non-deadly force.
And the deployment of the canine unit is, you believe, classified as non-lethal or non-deadly force. And within the realm of non-deadly force, there's not a hierarchy that people are trained to follow, that start with hands. If that doesn't work, then you should go to asp baton. And if that doesn't work, taser. Really only after you're out of OC spray and taser, then you bring in the dog.
No, sir. That's what I call old school. Now, I will say this. When I came up 33 years ago, we had that. It was called a force continuum. You had to go through these steps. I talked to you first. If I didn't talk to you first, I try to go hands-on. I can't go hands-on with you, and I try to spray it, or I'll try to use the baton, all the way up to deadly force. What a force continuum does, and the courts have even said this, there's no precise definition to force. So I can't confine it to a graph or a diagram. Now, a lot of agencies try to do that. Those agencies actually put that force continuum is actually against what case law says. When you look at case law, and of course, even state law for Georgia, there's only two types of force, which is deadly and non-deadly. And what we teach, if I can legally hit you with my fist, I can legally spray you. If I can do both of those, I can legally hit you with my baton. I can legally tase you. The only thing I can't legally do is shoot you, because non-deadly force is reasonable. If deadly force is reasonable, then that's where, of course, a firearm or some other device may come in.
So if the situation has developed such that a reasonable officer concludes that non-deadly force is reasonable, it really doesn't matter which arrow he pulls out of his quiver, the dog, the asp baton, the whatever, those are all non-lethal, and we're in a particular case, in a forum now where non-lethal force is justified. And in your review of whether the situation was handled correctly, consistent with the law and policy and whatnot, was it lethal or non-lethal? And if non-lethal was justified, you're not particularly concerned that it was a fist versus an elbow versus OC spray.
Exactly.
Okay. I do want to just ask whether you think, in your professional opinion, OC spray would have been appropriate in this situation, or perhaps better than the canine.
OC spray has its fallacies. With multiple officers on scene, you always get a chance of overspray, of course, what we call cross contamination. I mean, so OC spray is not perfect by any means. Even with one officer and one suspect, the wind can blow it back on me. I mean, so a lot of factors are going to dictate whether or not OC is reasonable. Baton, I mean, I got to have a certain reactionary gap for the baton to be able to strike the muscle groups I'm going for. If the gap is too close, the baton's not effective. If I'm too far away, we'll be hitting, swinging nothing but air. Same thing with taser. If I'm too close, the probe spread is too close together, so I'm getting the neuromuscular effect that I want. If I'm too far away, I may not hit anything. So that's why they talk about the ideal distance for taser usage and all this. So, I mean, and that's why I say we could what if all day long. But when you get back to what would you do, what this is analyzed is what could you do? Legally, can you use this force?
Did you draw a conclusion about whether the use of the canine in this case was reasonable?
I did.
What was that conclusion?
Based for the fact of one, by their policy, but also by how he used the canine to help control Mr. Moya, so that his partners, again, there was a fear of injury, so his partners would not be injured. Also, keep him from breaking free, going to the house, and that way he could be restrained and detained.
And I will go through those policies that I've previously published, Exhibit 10, Exhibit 11, and Exhibit 12. Do you believe, in your knowledge and experience as a trainer, that Officer Esposito's use of force complied with Exhibit 10, which is the City of Alpharetta use of force policy?
I did.
Okay, and what about his use of force? Did it comply with Exhibit 11, which is the Alpharetta Canine Unit policy?
I did.
Okay, and your opinion is what?
That it did follow policy. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And same question, do you believe, in your knowledge and experience, that his use of force complied with the City of Alpharetta policy as it relates to Code of Conduct and Ethics, Exhibit 12?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Based on your experience and your training and your expertise, did you see any force at any time during this incident that was used by Officer Esposito that you would consider unreasonable?
No, ma'am.
Do you believe the use of the canine was necessary?
Again, that's subjective.
Okay, tell me what you mean there.
This is where we take Graham and, if I can say this word, not get in trouble, bastardize it. We take it and just mutilate it. Was that okay?
That was okay.
When something is reasonable, that has an objective tincture to it. If it's necessary, that gets back to, again, well, could you done something else?
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been in situations like this where departments have said, well, the force was reasonable, but it wasn't necessary because you could have done so-and-so. Well, I don't care what you could have done over here. As long as you fall in line with state law, you're legally sound. So when you say, was it necessary? Me personally, I wouldn't use that term. I try to stay away from that term. I use either reasonable or unreasonable.
Okay. Well, let's talk about what we touched on earlier in terms of the defense of self and others. Do you think that the canine was used in a way that was able to defend Officer Esposito, his fellow officers, or anybody else?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because it was effective.
Tell me what, if any, violations of Alpharetta policy documents, or I'm sorry, exhibits 10 through 12 that you saw in any of the videos you reviewed.
None.
Tell me whether you believe that Officer Esposito violated any laws of Georgia that you know of during this incident.
None.
Have you formed an opinion about whether Officer Esposito's belief was reasonable that this suspect was going to continue to use unlawful force?
I did.
Tell me about that. What opinion did you form?
I formed the opinion that and Officer Esposito believed if he did not get that subject under control, more unlawful force would be committed towards him and his fellow officers. Of course, this is going by his statements and his perception. I wasn't there, but yes, by what he stated, I did come to that conclusion.
Is there anything that I haven't covered that you think is really important for the court to know at this point?
I can't think of it.
Let me ask my client.
Okay.
I have no further questions, or at least in terms of my initial direct.
So, Mr. Watkins, we're at about the time I wanted to break for lunch. If you have a short cross-examination, let's do it. If you have a long one, let's do it after lunch.
I'll be conservative, Your Honor. I don't know how long it's gonna take.
Okay.
So I'd rather break for lunch.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Corbett, I usually try to wrap a witness up so he or she can say, I'm done, and I don't need to eat in downtown Atlanta, but you don't get that treatment today. I apologize. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna break for about an hour. That clock is a little slow. Closer to official time is about 12:40. So let's try to be back here at 1:40. We'll certainly need Ms. Palmer and Mr. Watkins and Mr. Corbett. Everyone else can get back when they want, but I'm going to aim to be ready to go as close to 1:40 as I can. And we'll pick up with the cross-examination of Mr. Corbett. Anything, Ms. Palmer, we need to discuss before we break?
Just a housekeeping matter. Are you going to keep the courtroom open during the break?
I am. I'm going to turn the main microphone off, so it's not being live streamed what's said in here. I'll turn it back on when I get here, but the courtroom will stay open. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Watkins, anything from the state before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Great. I'll see everyone in about an hour.
No, he's going to keep it open. Well, I mean, I meant like, I'm going to stay in.
What that was.
That was my computer, Your Honor.
It was you. Okay. Phew. All right. We should be back on the record. Ms. Rivers, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am.
Great. Hope you had a good lunch break. We are in the midst of the immunity hearing in State versus Esposito, and we were in the midst of Mr. Corbett's testimony. His direct examination had finished. I see him in the back. If you come on up, sir, you remain under oath, and I'm gonna have Mr. Watkins come up to the podium. And if he's got questions for you, now is the time for those questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Corbett.
Afternoon.
My name is E. Brian Watkins on behalf of the state. To begin, in this matter, you were offering an opinion regarding two issues. Is that correct? The first issue being a reasonable use of force to detain, arrest, or apprehend Mr. Moya. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your second opinion was regarding the appropriateness of use of force of Mr. Esposito to defend himself or other officers. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And in considering this, you know the factors that are to be used in looking at reasonable use of force to detain. That would be Graham v. O'Connor, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the counterpart to that, would you happen to know under Georgia law what the statute is looking at the use of force to arrest or detain a person?
That'd be 17-420.
Okay. All right. And under Graham and under, I guess, 17-420, we look at the severity of the crime. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We look at the immediate threat to the officers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And one is also to consider the active resistance or threat to the officers being offered by the subject. Is that also correct as the third factor?
Yes, we simplify it and just say actively resisting arrest.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask you, do you distinguish between a threat and a risk?
I don't follow your question. Can you explain what you're asking?
That's the second time.
Sure. So when an officer arrives on scene, say if an individual pull them over for a traffic stop, there's always the risk that that person may pose a danger of harm to the officer, correct?
Right, it's always unknown.
Okay. That is a risk, correct?
Yes, by that definition, yes.
But to make it a threat, there has to be some conduct by the person to remove it from simply a risk. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this particular case, all right, we're going to identify or ask you to identify what the threats, the affirmative acts by Mr. Moya to place the officers under some type of threat. Okay. All right. So before I get to that, you also consider the self-defense statute 16 OCGA 16-3-21 or 16-3-21, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. Can you identify those factors to make an assessment as to whether or not an officer used reasonable force to defend himself or others?
You can.
Can you tell us what they are?
Because it speaks of unlawful force in 16-3-2-1.
And what are the factors that one must consider that you considered in your analysis to make a determination in this case?
Of unlawful force or both.
Well, let me ask you this. What was your opinion in regards to Esposito's use of force to defend himself?
Reasonable.
It was reasonable. What were the factors you used to come to that determination?
The pre-assault indicators that if you want them verbatim, I'd have to see my analysis. But where the comments were made about him removing his clothing and like his fist and so forth, as far as that, I actually quoted some comments or statements from his report.
I have before me your analysis.
Okay.
Okay?
I wouldn't be able to read it verbatim without that in front of me.
First of all, I want you to direct me where in your report do you make an analysis under OCGA 16-3-21?
I apologize, I did not. I was 16-3-20 is what I did. 17-4-20 was the one I referenced.
16-3-20.
Right.
So was that a typo?
Let me see the reference up top. 48. No, sir, that coincides with what I said. The state of Georgia also allows justification for reasonable use of force in situations where an officer is acting in accordance with his or her lawful duties and trying to effect an arrest. That was 16-3-2-1. That was a mistake on my part.
So I want to be clear, you speak very quickly and in lower tones.
I'm sorry.
Your report references 16-3-20, but what you meant to reference was 16-3-21? Or am I misunderstanding?
I meant to reference 16-3-20. When he asked about 16-3-2-1, I apologize on that. It was 17-4-20 that I actually referenced 16-3-20. I refer to that because a subsection there talks about an officer performing his lawful duties.
Okay.
Okay. So let me be clear. 16-3-21 is the defense of self to others. You're not referencing that in your report. Is that correct?
No, sir, but 17-4-20 does the same.
Okay. And today, when you said earlier 16-3-21, you meant to say 16-3-20. Is that correct?
You have to remind me when I said 16-3-2-1, but yes, should have been 16-3-20.
Okay.
Justification for his use of force.
Okay. Okay. So in looking at Officer Esposito's 16-3-20, 17-4-20, and the Graham factors, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Okay. Just to make sure we're on the same page. Were you familiar? You did have an opportunity to take a look at the policies of the Alpharetta Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And I may have to pull it for you. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna ask you about it, and if I need to put it in front of you, you tell me.
Okay.
Okay? Was it your understanding, or do you recall that the policies state that justification for the use of force is limited to what reasonably appears to be the facts and circumstances known or perceived by the officer at the time he or she decides to use such force? Do you recall that?
I don't recall that verbatim, but that's what the law states.
Okay.
So the policy.
All right.
I don't know if I'd have to see if I put it in my report or not.
Okay. And the policy goes on to say that facts unknown to the officer, no matter how compelling, cannot be used in later determining whether the action was justified. Is that consistent with the law?
Yes.
All right. And that also under the policy, do you recall it stating, this would be under Section 2, authority and responsibility of the policies, subsection E or paragraph E, that officers using force must be able to articulate the need and justification for his or her use of force and the reasons why the use of force was utilized and selected. You recall that?
I don't recall that, but that's a lot of agencies have that. You have to articulate it. So that is SOP, standard SOP.
Okay, so in this particular matter, I'm going to direct your attention to we can pull up S3, please. Stacy's at number 3. S3. And for your ease, I'm going to hand you a copy of Stacy's exhibit number 3.
Ms. Palmer, do you have any objection? If we're pulling it up, then we're admitting it. Any objection? It sounds like it's Officer Esposito's report.
Officer Esposito's report.
No, no objection.
All right, it's admitted.
I want to direct your attention to the second full paragraph, halfway down where it begins. Well, let me just read this paragraph to you, okay? It says, other officers began to arrive on scene due to his, that being Mr. Moya, aggressive and confrontational nature in the initial call that he destroyed property within the home. I obtained my canine partner from the vehicle at 1941 hours. I also instructed 2 female subjects to go into the house at that time. Mr. Moya yelled, quote, "I'm not the one," unquote. He began to follow the female subjects into the house when he was instructed by Officer Benfield, badge 433, to enter the home, to not enter the home, I'm sorry. Mr. Moya did not obey Officer Benfield's command. Officer Fruin, Officer Benfield, and a Milton police officer attempted to place the subject in handcuffs. This part. At that time, Mr. Moya began to passively resist the officer's attempt to place him in the handcuffs by pulling away from them and tensing his muscles. I did not feel at that time that Mr. Moya had escalated to a level to justify utilizing Aries for compliance. I advised Mr. Moya multiple times that if he fights with the officers, the dogs would bite him. Okay. In regards to that statement, would you agree with me that it is appropriate to start looking at Mr. Moya's conduct as, at this point forward in the calculation of the officers as to the threat he posed?
No, sir. I would go back to paragraph 1 to do that.
You would go back to paragraph 1. Although officers saying that he is passively resisting, there's no call for deployment of the canine at that time.
But in paragraph 1, he is basing his foundation of Mr. Moya's actions.
Okay.
About the balling of fist and so forth.
All right. And then it says, however, Mr. Moya, next paragraph, disregarded my warnings, balled up his fist, and swung around toward the officers, actively offering violence. So what I'm going to do, we're going to go back to the video, all right? And let's take a look at that and we'll go from there. We're going to start right around that point where the officers want to begin to arrest Mr. Moya.
To the video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, share screen. Okay, where do you want to play it?
You can start from there.
Okay. So
Let me double check.
We're trying to get the sound, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Take it off mute.
No. It's not letting me. I need to give me the option. I'll keep working on this. Let's see. I don't know why, but it's not letting me hit the, share and share. Share sound.
Judge, I'm sorry, you previously pointed us to that tab for the share sound. We seem to be having an issue finding it.
So if you stop your screen share
Yep.
and now hit share screen, you should have a menu where you can pick what active application on your computer, and down in the lower left hand, there's share audio as well as.
Yeah. Let me see if I can't get in here right now. It's just choosing. It's not letting me. Bear with me 1 second. Close out a lot of windows.
I mean, I don't mind, Your Honor. I know it's at the 4:05 minute mark. I can try my machine and see if my exhibit pulls up if you want.
Me. Yeah, I know. Let me see if it's gonna do it. Yeah, it's not giving me this.
It's not giving that tab.
Yeah, I don't see that tab right now. Okay, here we go. Wait a minute. Here we go. Sorry. I needed to go in here and here. And you tell me where you want to go back to.
Brother, who called you? Hold on.
Right here. Four.
Can y'all come either go over here? Hey, sir, I need you to come over here and talk to me. Sir, you can't get on. Sir, come talk to us. Come here. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
I'm sorry.
Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Don't fight with us or the dog will bite you. Don't fight with us or the dog will bite you.
No. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. Called you, brother. Called you. Brother, who called you? Hold on.
Hey, look out. Look out. Get him, Mary. Get him. Pocket.
So can you identify for the court the immediate threat that Mr. Moya is posing to the officers at this time?
At that time there?
Yes, right before the dog is deployed.
He is not prone. He's in a position where he could roll and fight if he wished to do so.
Okay.
If he has any ground skills of any kind.
But we do have force being applied to Mr. Moya at that time. Is that correct?
Right, by the other officers.
And 3 officers, is that right?
Right.
And one of the officers, you did see how one of the officers took Mr. Moya to the ground.
I couldn't tell if they tripped or if they took him, but I know they went.
Okay. Did you read the reports from the other officers?
I did.
Do you recall Officer Benfield stating that he used his leg to do a sweep of Mr. Moya?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay.
I'm saying on camera, you can't tell if it's a trip or a sweep.
Okay. All right. So my question is, now at this point, do you consider the deployment of this canine as a serious use of force? That is, I will draw. Let me ask this question. Is this use of force more intrusive than, say, a taser?
Do you ever analyze something for whether the use of force is more intrusive? Or do you analyze whether it's justified or not?
It's reasonable.
Okay.
I mean, a non-deadly use of a canine is the same as a taser, the way the law was written.
Doesn't the law require, Graham factors require one of the considerations to look at the intrusiveness of the force upon the individual?
But it's non-deadly.
I'm sorry?
It's non-deadly. They're using non-deadly force here.
Sure, I understand that. The question is not whether or not it's non-deadly. The question is the level of intrusiveness. Do you consider the use of a dog to detain an individual more intrusive than a taser?
No, it's on the same level.
All right.
What does it mean to you to be considering the intrusiveness of the use of force? I think of that more like a search can be more intrusive depending on like where on the person they're being searched or just their bedroom versus every room in the house.
Well, that would be one factor. Like, and I'll go back to the canine. If I use a baton and strike the lower part of the body, then I'm trained to do so in a non-deadly force fashion, that falls within the realms. However, if I use the baton and swing for someone's head, even though that's a non-deadly tool, if you want to use that phrase, then I'm using it as a deadly weapon. But I have to articulate that. In this case right here, I mean, the canine can cause serious bodily harm, but it's going to be the area of sorts of where the canine handler asked the dog to.
I didn't ask my question well, I'm sorry. Mr. Watkins has introduced a term that is confusing me, but it may be perfectly appropriate in the analysis. He's asked about the intrusiveness of the use of force, and I'm used to seeing reasonableness of use of force, subjective or objectively, and maybe sometimes the necessity, but that kind of muddies things. Intrusiveness, one seems like it's a subjective term, but I'm trying to understand what dimension that measures. Like the asp baton intruded 8 inches or 2 inches, or what do you ever use the term intrusiveness when you are doing a use of force analysis?
Never. I use reasonable. The only time I use necessary is if that's a question that gets brought up, or if that's something in policy. Because sometimes policies say reasonably necessary, but if it's like reasonable and necessary, they separate it.
Okay. But intrusiveness is not a term you use. Okay. I'm not saying you can't use it, sir, and it may well be in this case that you keep referring to, but it sounds like you're going to need to put some meaning behind that term if you want Mr. Corbett to answer it.
Sure. So let's see if we can offer this. At an academy where officers are being trained, right? You've attended a number of training sessions at academies. Is that true?
And conducted, yes.
One of the exercises that cadets may be put through is the volunteering to be hit by a taser. Is that true?
Yeah, usually that's, you do it or you don't. It's not voluntary, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And cadets, you're saying they do, maybe it depends on the academy that they go to.
Exactly.
But nonetheless, you've seen that tasers are used on cadets at academies. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Have you ever, and they don't dial down the level of the voltage at the time the taser is deployed on a cadet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you seen dogs used in this fashion on cadets at an academy?
No, because canine training is not part of the basic academy.
Okay.
That's actually a specialized course.
Okay. Have you been to a canine course?
I have not.
All right. Are you aware of officers being bitten by the dogs without any type of clothing covering their skin at a canine academy?
They're in training in a bite suits and it's being used.
Okay, all right. Have you seen any pictures showing the injuries to Mr. Moya?
I saw the initial puncture wounds.
Okay, all right. Do you believe that those were serious bodily injuries?
No, sir.
Okay. And what would you consider to be a serious bodily injury?
If canine areas was directed to go to the throat, face, groin, any kind of high injury type level, but in that area in the shoulder, no.
So the fact that there may be a dog thrashing, tearing, fatty tissue from the arm, and leaving a large hole in the arm, you don't consider that a serious injury?
If I saw puncture wounds, I did not see fatty tissue
okay.
missing from the arm. But it goes back again to, like I said, what is the purpose of that tool? If I swing my baton against you and you're fighting me, and I hit you 5 times with my baton, but one strike inadvertently hits you in the head because you're moving around, that device is still not, yeah, there's a propensity for serious bodily injury because they hit you in the head with it. However, it's designed for our use as a non-deadly force option. Same thing with a canine handler. From my knowledge that I know, the canine handler is taught to use that canine as a non-deadly tool, if you want to use that phrase.
Okay, so are you saying that you cannot really offer an opinion on
not on the canine use itself, just on the fact of the force correlation of reasonable non-deadly deadly.
Okay. All right, prior to this incident, to the dog issuing the bite to Mr. Moya, is it your interpretation that Mr. Moya offered some type of violence to the officers at the time his body turned around?
That's going to be their perception, not mine.
Okay.
It's officer perception.
All right. Do you believe that their perception was reasonable?
Again, that goes by their perception. I mean, I cannot state what they were thinking or feeling at the time because I was not in that environment.
You're being called to offer an opinion on the appropriateness on the level of the use of force, correct?
Correct.
And to do that, you have to take into consideration the conduct of the target. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm asking you to take into consideration the conduct of the target in rendering an opinion as to whether or not he was offering violence.
Asked and answered, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
He's offering resistance, but not violence. That's still unlawful force. Okay. Resistance is unlawful force.
Okay.
From what I could tell.
Okay. Did you see anything greater than Mr. Moya? Did Mr. Moya engage in any conduct sufficient to rise to the level of a felony based on what you saw?
Again, from my viewpoint on the camera, I could not tell. I have to go by the officer's statements.
Just based on what you saw?
And by what I saw, no, I cannot say that.
No further questions.
All right. Any redirect of Mr. Corbett?
Very brief. Mr. Corbett, just to reiterate, tell me whether your synopsis contains all of your opinions as it relates to this case.
Yes.
But are you also able to provide insight and testimony about use of force beyond just the pages in your synopsis?
Yes.
Okay. One thing that was touched on in the cross-examination is what portion of Mr. Moya's conduct should be analyzed when we think about reasonableness. Tell me whether you think when we're looking at a suspect like Mr. Moya, we should analyze everything we see, or whether we should stop at certain points and begin the reasonableness analysis again.
You do that's why they call it totality of the circumstances. You look at the whole picture, not just from, this event went from A to E, and I'm gonna start looking at D. I'm gonna look at the whole picture, see what led to this.
Okay, and your testimony on direct was that felony obstruction does not require injury to the officers. Is that correct?
Correct. Just an attempt by assault.
Okay. And your testimony also has to do with the fact that in your experience, and in this case, you don't think that the body worn camera can show every single thing that's happening.
Well, it's not what I think, it's actually been proven.
Okay.
But yes, the body camera does not see what we see.
I'm going to show, I'm sorry, go ahead.
In all circumstances.
Okay. Is there a part of the body camera footage as they're taking the suspect to the ground where it is difficult to see exactly what's happening second by second?
Yes, unless you do a still frame.
Okay.
And possibly even zoom in some cases, it would be impossible to tell. In a lot of cases, you just continue the video to flow.
And when you say that you can't testify to certain things because much of what you were questioned on, Cross, has to do with the officer's perspective. Can you explain to me why you said that and why we have to go to the officer himself?
Because the courts say that. The courts say if I come in and start to integrate my own opinion based on maybe facts afterwards that are known, the slang term Monday morning quarterbacking, 20/20 hindsight, that kind of thing. We have to look at it from the officer's perspective at the scene and the way it's actually worded at the moment force was used, and take in consideration that this is a tense and uncertain and rapidly evolving situation. This is not something, and I don't know what happened before I came in here, but you know, you can take a video, you can play it, you can stop it, you can spend 45 minutes analyzing a 30-second clip. Those officers on scene don't have 45 minutes to analyze 30 seconds. They have to respond to what they say at their time. And they're not robots, they're humans. So their mind is just processing information and they're making and act on what they believe falls in line with their training, legal aspects, constitution, and so forth.
Okay. I'm going to show what is marked as Defense Exhibit 17. And it is, in fact, a screenshot from what Mr. Watkins just showed. When you see this screenshot, is there anything that stands out to you about this suspect and what's happening at this moment in time?
Before you go any further, any objection
I'm
to,
sorry.
that's okay, Defense 17 being admitted?
None.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you.
Well, one, even though it's not playing, we know that Mr. Moya's hands are not behind his back. I'm not sure what the officer's name is that had his left wrist, but where his elbow is a propensity for an elbow strike to the chest. He's also turning around and looking at another officer to his right. So he is not complying to lawful commands at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, Mr. Corbett, there was a lot made about different statutes and whether your report potentially had a number off, but are you a lawyer? Are you an attorney?
Oh, no,
Okay,
no,
okay.
I'm not.
And so when you're called to testify in situations like this, what are you basing your conclusions on? Is it the nuances of the law or is it something bigger than that?
Well, not only nuances of the law, but also Supreme Court decisions. Of course, we do refer to lower appellate at times as well, with us being the 11th Circuit, of what would be reasonable. Now, of course, most of the time, the lower appellate matches what the Supreme Court says. But yes, we do look at other avenues just besides state law.
And what about experience? Does that factor into your expert analysis in a case like this, your personal experience?
My personal experience, yes.
And your experience as a trainer?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so when we go to your conclusion that the canine was used to defend the officers against Mr. Moya's unlawful force, is that solely about the statute or is it about other things that you're looking at when you take on a case like this?
It's the whole totality that we talked about earlier. We're looking at the big picture. His actions from the time they arrived on scene to when the cuffs are put on and he's under control, that's was taken into consideration.
And just to be clear, it is your opinion that this canine in this situation was used in defense of self and others?
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Watkins?
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Corbett, thank you for sticking around after lunch. You are free to go.
Thank you.
If those were, yeah, just leave them right there and the lawyers will manage that if you didn't bring that. All right, thank you.
Defense calls Officer Jason Fruin. Or I'm sorry, Mr. Jason Fruin.
Okay,
Your Honor, may I get those papers?
sure.
You swear upon that testimony you give is true and the whole truth, nothing but truth and God. Go ahead, say your bloody name for the record.
My name is Jason Fruin, Jason Fruden.
Okay, and remember to speak into the
Oh, I'm
microphone.
sorry.
Okay. How are you presently employed, Mr. Fruin?
So I am a full-time employee at GenPsych. That's a mental health treatment company.
And is this the same job that you had in July of 2021?
No, it is not.
What job did you have back then?
I was a police officer with the Alpharetta Police Department.
Okay. And how long were you employed by the Alpharetta Police Department?
I was hired in 2018 and I left in 2021.
Why did you leave the department in 2021?
My wife and I had a kid and our family is in New Jersey, so we moved back to New Jersey.
Okay.
To be closer to family.
And have you ever been employed by any other law enforcement agency?
I worked for the Atlanta Police Department from 2014 to 2018.
Okay. And when you were a police officer in both departments, were you trained in use of force?
Yes.
How often?
I believe every year. I think the state mandates you be trained on use of force.
Okay. So are you familiar with the Alpharetta Police Department's use of force policy?
I was when I did work for Alpharetta, yes.
The one in place at the time of this incident?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any sort of, we'll just call it law enforcement training from Officer Michael Esposito?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So he was a canine officer, and I remember distinctly one time where he did do a presentation on canine, how to interact with him, with Aries, his dog. So we did that kind of training.
Okay. What was your impression of Officer Esposito's knowledge and understanding of use of force?
I believe he was very well versed in policy, in the laws, case law regarding canine handling, and then being a police officer in general.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing on July, I think it's the 25th, actually, 2021, July 25th, 2021?
I was employed as a police officer with Alpharetta. I was on duty, and I received a dispatch call.
Okay. And were you wearing your body worn camera?
Yes.
And was it properly working?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up what has previously been admitted as defense 3. Does this appear to be your body camera?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play just a bit and ask you about your arrival to this address on Lunetta Lane.
Okay. Hey, we're just here to talk. What's going on, man? What's going on? What's going on, man?
Hey, man, can you come here? So we're here now. We have to deal with it.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about what you knew at the time you arrived to the scene.
So when I was dispatched to the call, I know Officer Esposito was there first. And I remember him going over the radio saying that for officers to step it up because the arrestee was acting disorderly or something to that effect. So that's when, I rushed over there. And when I arrived, I saw that Esposito was on the street trying to talk to the people in the driveway. I approached to kind of see, hey, maybe I can start a dialogue with the with the guy. As you can see, that didn't really work well.
Let me stop you there. When you heard on the radio that Officer Esposito said he's being disorderly, what did you think when you heard that?
Well, this is back. I know Esposito can handle himself because I've worked with him multiple times on, different calls and everything. So when I hear him, requesting backup, I know something's going on. So either the guy's being physically aggressive, verbally aggressive to a point where he himself cannot control the situation.
Okay.
So when I heard Esposito say, "Hey, step it up," I know something's crazy going on, that he can't handle the situation by himself, and he needs more officers there quickly.
When you were trying to speak with the suspect here, how was he responding to you?
He wasn't really trying to have a dialogue with me, I believe. He was asking like who called you guys, and then he was going like, "I'm not the one." He started like balling up his fists. He started tensing up his muscles.
Now, you're demonstrating something. I'm going to play right around 2:11 on your body camera footage because you just did a gesture and I want to make sure it's clear in our record. I'm going to go ahead and play from 2:11 and I want you to watch the suspect. Okay.
Yeah, right there. When you
Describe when you said
so
right
when you
there.
do that, that's an indicator that, hey, I'm showing off. I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to go. So when I saw that, I was like, this guy's, unpredictable. We don't know what's going on with this guy.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and also at this time pull up, I believe it's Defense Exhibit 13. Make sure that's what it is. I'm gonna have to rotate it, but we'll do it in justice.
Do you have any objection to 13, assuming you know what it is, Mr. Watkins? Based on what's listed here, it seems like it's not a problem, but I don't know if you need to see it first.
Yeah, this one I don't remember off the top of my head, Your Honor. Let me see.
It's a screenshot of that 2-minute, 15-second mark.
From what we just watched.
Yes.
I don't have
Okay.
any objections, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay, and so is this screenshot, as blurry as it may be, does it accurately depict those fists that you described?
Yes, it
Mr.
is.
Fruin? Okay. So when you arrived, did you consider this to be a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 encounter?
Briefly go over the difference.
Been out of the business for a little while.
Police officer for 2 years, so
Okay. So if tier 1 is just a consensual citizen police encounter where the suspect is, or the individual is free to leave, we'll call that tier 1. Tier 2, a Terry stop where you can detain and investigate, and tier 3, an arrest. When you came to the scene, was this a consensual encounter where you were just going to have a conversation, or what was going through your mind about?
No, I would say this is a tier 2 because we've been called to the scene to investigate a potential crime. Of course, we don't know what's going on until we investigate it. So this is a tier 2. No one's free to go. No one can just leave and go wherever. So
Okay. Do you remember what you knew from the CAD before you came on the scene?
I remember it came out as a domestic disturbance. I remember it said something about, I believe either his son or his stepson called because he was acting weird. He was barking like a dog. He was hitting the wall. He went outside. He hit the patio pole or the column. He hit the garage door. So I believe the son called us because he didn't know what was going on.
Okay. And when you first get there, and we can always play the video again if you need it, did Officer Esposito have Aries out at that time?
When I pulled up, he was not out.
Okay.
Because he was by himself in the street. trying to, have a conversation with the involved parties.
How would you describe the tone of voice you were using when you were speaking with the suspect upon your first arrival?
I was just trying to develop a conversation, a dialogue. I was like, hey, we're just here to kind of help with what's going on. I think I repeated what's going on multiple times.
Right.
Because, I don't want to escalate anything. So I was just trying to, in a calm demeanor, trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay. And I am going to, let's see, go back to Defense Exhibit 3.
Try to de-escalate but we have allegedly we have crimes that have been
Well, it's his house. So
What's going on, man? What's going on? Why you keep on saying that?
I don't know if it's a mix of alcohol and something else, but
What did you see happen next?
Well, as you can see, he tensed his muscle, kind of, the little fighting stance, and then he started taking off his jacket, which is another indicator that he wants to fight.
And do you remember what Officer Esposito did at this moment?
I think at that point, I'm not exact, but I think he told maybe the lady to back up and that he was going to deploy Aries, I believe.
Dude, you better relax. 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 Relax.
Okay. When you and I were, when we were doing interviews in preparation for this case, tell me what about this exchange you wanted to point out to me.
Yeah, so when he took his shirt off, all those indicators that he wanted to fight, I unholstered my taser, and that's when I told him, hey, you need to relax. And he said that to the effect where, oh, you took out your taser, I'm gonna take the taser, or I'm gonna tase you.
Did you provide a clip for me?
Yes, I did.
That isolated that? Okay.
Yes.
And at this time, if there is no objection, I have Defense 14 that I would like to move for admission.
Any objection to Defense 14?
Let's give it a shot. You can lay a foundation. I'm not going to object to it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Dude, you better relax. 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 Relax.
Watch him. Watch him.
Go about your life.
Watch him. Watch him, man.
Okay, so what does the suspect say there?
Basically, you got your taser, I'm gonna tase you, I'm gonna tase your ass back, or something to that.
Would an officer consider that a threat?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So, since we've played these videos multiple times now, I'm just gonna walk you through what happened next based on your memory, and if at any time you want me to play Defense Exhibit 3, just let me know. Tell me what happens after this exchange and these threats as you are at the bottom of the driveway. What happens next?
So after, I unholstered my taser, told him to relax. He said that, I'll tase you, tase your ass back. I believe he puts on his jacket, and I holster my taser. He puts on his jacket and he starts walking on the sidewalk towards his house. Now at that point, we don't know where he's going. We definitely don't want him to go back into the house.
Why not?
Because we don't know, are there victims in the house? We still don't know what's going on. We just got, some CAD notes. Everyone knows that just because someone calls 911, gives you CAD notes, it could be totally different when you get to the scene. So we don't know if there's victims inside. So we definitely don't want him going back inside. We don't know if there's weapons. You know, this is Georgia. People got guns. They got, you know, we don't know what's inside. And then you lose control. If the person goes in the house, close the door, then what? So we didn't want him to go back to the house. So when he started to go back into the house, and I believe either his girlfriend or his wife, I don't know the relationship, he was kind of following her. So we're like, we definitely don't know what's going on. We don't know if he's gonna, you know, attack her, you know, attack, you know, the stepson that called 911. We have no clue. So we were trying to keep him outside. And I think Benfield said, hey, sir, don't go inside the house. I know Esposito said, don't go inside the house. And then that's kind of when, in front of the door, he was just standing there. Esposito said, get on the ground. Because at that point, okay, we need to detain you because now you're moving, you're not listening to us. He told him to get on the ground, and I gave him a few seconds to see if he would, you know, respond to those commands, and he didn't. So I just, you know, grabbed him and said, hey, you're under arrest.
And what was your thought at that moment in terms of what he was potentially under arrest for, what you had probable cause for?
Well, at least obstruction. You know, he's interfering with our investigation. You know, we're there to investigate a domestic disturbance. We don't know what's going on, what transpired in the house, if he damaged stuff, if he threw things, we don't know. And of course, you know, we can't know until you stay there and you talk with us. So at that point, obstruction.
And you mentioned the commands. Can you estimate, and I can play it if you like, or you can just tell me, did you just tell him one time to stay where he was, or was he receiving multiple commands?
It was from different officers. So I think I said it once. I think Esposito said it once. I think Benfield said it once. So I think it was from the officers on scene.
How many of those commands was he compliant with?
None.
Okay. So once you say you're under arrest, what kind of citizen police encounter is it then?
Well, now it's an arrest.
Okay. So was the suspect, in your mind, free to leave?
No.
Describe to me what happened as you attempted to arrest the suspect.
Okay. So when he was in front of the doorway and he wasn't listening to Esposito's commands to get on the ground, he wasn't listening to us, I put my hands on him. And I think the officers behind me, so Benfield and Officer Milley, they kind of came and went to his right side. I was on his left side. And I told him to put his hands behind his back. And he would just, you know, he was just stiff. You know, he's a strong, you know, big guy, strong guy. So I couldn't get his left hand behind his back. So I just held it and waited for Benfield and the other officer to, you know, get control over that hand. But I could tell they were struggling, probably the same reason I was struggling. He wasn't, you know, cooperating.
What's going through your mind at that moment when you have this particular suspect that you know a little bit about, but you're trying to investigate more about? What was going through your mind as you feel that resistance?
I felt he wasn't going to comply no matter what. So eventually I felt that we were going to have to take him to the ground because you can only try so long, you know, going back and forth. And we didn't know, first of all, we didn't know if he had any weapons on him. You know,
why not?
We never pat him down. We never even had that chance, you know. So once in my head, if he wasn't going to comply, we would have to take him to the ground.
Okay. And what were you concerned about potentially happening if you didn't get that control from this suspect?
People can easily turn around and elbow an officer in the nose, break a nose. They can kick you. He's still standing up, so he still has free range of his legs. You know, I was holding onto his arm, but I really didn't have any control because once, you know, a person, you know, tenses up their muscles, it's very hard to control their arms. He could have swung his arms. He could have hit one of us. So that's why in my head, I was thinking this guy's gonna have to go to the ground because what we're doing right here, standing up, is not working.
Was his tensing, that resistance, was that lawful or unlawful in your?
Unlawful.
Why?
Because I had probable cause that he committed obstruction. Anything that he does, resisting, that's all unlawful.
Tell me a little bit about what happens next as the suspect and the officers end up on the ground.
So I'm holding on his left arm. The other officers are trying to put handcuffs on the other arm. And then all of a sudden, he pulls his arm away from me. And at the same time, pulls his arm away from the other officer, and he's kind of, at a swinging motion. He makes this swinging motion towards the officers, and then he starts walking away. And then that's when I decided that I need to trip him. So I used my right leg to trip him, and we took him to the ground.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and admitted. It's defense 17.
Well, that's coming up. I've got a question for you.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. You didn't know. There's this fourth officer who shows up, who's not even from Alpharetta. Do random police officers from other cities just show up on your calls?
Yes. So Milton, so where this location is right near the border of Milton and Alpharetta. And especially and they share the same radio. So when Esposito said, hey, step it up, he's hearing it say, oh, I'm nearby. I think he said it was near Walmart, which is down the street. So he heard it, he was like, oh, let me go and help.
I can help. So it's not like a College Park officer showing up who had to drive 45 minutes. You guys are all overlapping.
Yeah, because of COVID, we actually got cross sworn. So I was sworn in Milton, so I could go to Milton and help calls.
Okay.
And then Milton can come to Alfred and help.
Okay.
So I have what's been previously admitted. It's defense 17. This is from Officer Esposito's body cam, and I wanted you to talk a little bit about the perspective that Officer Esposito had versus the perspective that you and the other officers had. Can you tell me a little bit about your thoughts on vantage points here?
So I think Officer Esposito had a perfect vantage point.
What do you mean by that?
Because he could see that the officers on his, on his left side were struggling to put handcuffs on. And then he could see on his right side that I was struggling to get the suspect's hands behind the back.
So in this split-second moment, which officer do you think is best able to articulate what the suspect was doing?
I believe Esposito, because he was right there. I was on one side, so it's kind of, now the corner of my eye could kind of see what the other officers are struggling, but Esposito's right there seeing the whole thing unfold.
Tell me a bit about what happens when the suspect gets on the ground. Is he immediately compliant at that point?
No. So when I take him to the ground, he kind of falls in a push-up position, and he stays like that. It's not like, he fell in a push-up and then immediately went to his stomach, put his hands behind his back. He stayed like that. And I believe in the corner of my eye, I can kind of see Officer Benfield and the Milton officer trying to get his right arm, and they couldn't do that. And at that point, that's when Officer Esposito kind of stepped in and told me to back up because he was going to release Aries.
I want to talk about what you saw with the right arm of the suspect. You say trying to get his right arm. Can you elaborate and give a little more detail as to what you saw there?
Well, I believe they're trying to grab it to put it behind his back, but when you're in a push-up position and you straighten and you lock your arms, it's kind of hard to do. And, so they were struggling to do that. And then that's when Esposito, seeing kind of everything unfolding, said, hey, Fruin, back up. And then that's when he released Aries.
In your opinion, as an officer on the scene at that point, was resisting arrest at that juncture lawful?
No.
Why not?
Because this is all stemming from my probable cause. I had probable cause, and I'm sure other officers had probable cause as well, to arrest him. So anything where he resists, that's all unlawful.
Okay. And eventually, well, you're ultimately the officer who took out a warrant against Mr. Moya. What crime did you take out the warrant for?
So obstruction, felony.
Why felony obstruction?
I believe so. When Mr. Moya was there, kind of tensing his muscles, his arms, I think that's obstruction. He's just standing there. He's not allowing us to put his hands behind back. But as soon as he pulls away from me, pulls away from the other officers and swing, I think that act, presents. I think that act kind of shows us his intent that he would harm us if he could. Because him swinging his arm, that could have knocked an officer in the face. It could have done a lot of things.
So is your understanding of the felony obstruction statute in Georgia that a suspect has to injure an officer, or is it less than that?
he doesn't have to injure an officer, but he has to do something, an act that would constitute an injury if it did complete. I don't know if I
Make contact.
Yeah. If he would have made contact with the officer, it would have caused an injury.
Okay. And so you're essentially, some of the moments surrounding that screenshot, defense 17, is what you were thinking constituted the felony obstruction. Okay. Does an officer have to take out a warrant for every single crime they observe?
No.
Why not?
Well, we have discretion, but I don't think there's a law out there that says you have to.
Okay. Let's go back to when he's on the ground following your probable cause for the felony obstruction. And these are just split seconds, but what is going through your mind as that suspect is in the push-up position and all three officers cannot get him handcuffed?
We were going to have to escalate our use of force, because how long can we, go back and forth trying to struggle to put this guy in cuffs? Something has to, the force has to escalate somehow.
Or what were you thinking could possibly happen?
Or he can cause injury to one of the officers.
Okay.
Easily in the push-up position, he can do an elbow, he can kick.
So is your testimony that you felt that there was this?
Going to object. She's leading, Your Honor.
So did you tell me whether you thought that this suspect was going to continue to disobey, or was it just about to comply in that moment?
No, I don't believe he was going to comply at all.
Okay.
He was going to continue to resist, and he already showed me and the officers what he was willing to do. He pulled away from us and he swung at the officers, as he's turning swings. So that kind of already showed me what he was capable of, what he was willing to do.
And
you don't have to wait until he actually hits us to actually, do something about it.
When you're thinking about possible outcomes in this situation that's rapidly escalating, do you only think about the second that's before you, or are you considering what you've already observed when you're standing at the bottom of that driveway?
Yeah, it's everything. As soon as I heard the call, from that point, everything, the totality of the circumstances, right? All that, from him tensing up, from him, saying that he was going to tase my ass, to taking off his shirt, him refusing to stop, when we told him stop, him refusing to put his hands behind his back, all that is taken into consideration. And then him actually, turning and all that, gets considered.
Okay. When did the suspect finally get under control?
So he finally got under control when Aries was deployed. So he bit his left shoulder, and within like a second or 2 seconds, he put his hands behind his back. And we tried to get his hands together, and I could still feel his muscles being tense. And so we had trouble putting the handcuffs on. So that I think another officer had a second pair of handcuffs, and we put 2 handcuffs on. And then we were able to, arrest him, I guess.
Tell me whether you thought in that moment that Aries was necessary to get those handcuffs on or not.
Yeah, because as soon as he bit Moya, his hands went right to his back.
Okay.
If that didn't happen, I'm sure we would have been still struggling for a while, and then, I don't know what would have happened.
What was going through your mind of what could have happened?
Like I said before, he could have, elbow, kick.
Based on what you know about Alpharetta policy in place at the time, do you believe that Officer Esposito's use of the canine comported with how you guys were trained on use of force?
Yes, I do.
After you got the suspect under control, did you have a conversation with anyone on the scene to kind of get some more facts?
You talking about with other officers?
No, with not the other officers, but anybody else.
Well, after, Moya was transported to the hospital, I had to talk to the family, because that was the whole point of the call. Someone was saying that he was acting, strange and hitting things. So I had to talk to I think I talked to his wife or his girlfriend. I'm not sure what the relationship is. And then I talked to his stepson and kind of figure out what happened, and he basically said,
I'll object, Your Honor, at this point to any hearsay. I don't know if at this stage, any of that information is relevant to this matter or even to the charges that were in fact taken out by this officer.
Okay, well, the objection was hearsay first as opposed to relevance.
I think it's present sense impression, Your Honor, and also it's not offered for the truth. It's offered for his effect on the officers as they're conducting their investigation. I guess it's the son that called 911.
I know who it is, and it's after now, whatever happened. Mr. Moya's being treated by emergency personnel. So then I'll take it to level 2, which was relevance. It was 2 objections. What's the relevance of now this wouldn't be a factor that would have influenced any decision this former officer made, because of course it's after Mr. Moya has been taken into custody.
I think the relevance, Your Honor, is again, these officers came to the scene to investigate a crime, and this is in the course of that investigation, and what they learned is tied to a lot of their conduct from the moment they were there and to the moment they complete their investigation.
Okay, well, what I'm going to do is note that you didn't just run away from the scene after Mr. Moya was taken into custody, but you spoke with, I think it's his wife, but the female who was there, as well as the stepson who had called, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. And what about an incident report? Did you write an incident report about this interaction with Travis Moya?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Would you consider it accurate?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about writing reports. You're trained, of course, to put all the details in your report, right? But tell me a little bit about how that works in practice.
In practice, sometimes you do miss things that happen at a scene. If you look at every police officer's report, there's going to be things missing. What we do is, do a summary of kind of the incident. If something particular happened, then you kind of focus on that. But a report's more of a summary of the incident.
Okay. And did you ever in your report try to minimize the force that was used on that day?
No.
What about a use of force report? Did you complete one of those?
Yes. Every time you do use of force, you have to do a report.
Okay. And I know it's been a while, but do you remember on the use of force escalation scale, how you described the force from this suspect?
I can't accurately tell you what I put on in the use of force report. But I know, he tensing up muscles, stuff like that. And then, pulling away, turning, stuff like that.
Okay. Describe briefly what happens when you all do these use of force reports in Alpharetta.
We do the report, and then it gets reviewed by, I believe, a supervisor. I forget if it's a sergeant or a lieutenant, and then it goes to the captain, and then it finally maybe to the chief. I'm not sure exactly the steps.
Okay.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
And in your use of force report, did you minimize any of the force that was used on the scene?
No.
No. And what happened as a result of that review?
So went through review, and they determined that what we did was justified.
Okay. Who's they?
I would say, leadership,
Okay.
Department of Public Safety leadership.
How many times have you been interviewed by the district attorneys about this case?
I would say a couple times. I wouldn't say really interviewed. It was like maybe 1 or 2 questions. It wasn't really an extensive interview.
Okay. Were you asked to come to grand jury and testify there?
I believe so.
Did you testify there?
No.
Why not?
I was told that I didn't have to go because he was indicted.
Who told you that?
I don't know exactly who told me, but I was told that I didn't have to go to grand jury because they already made their decision to grand jury.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. That's all I have for my direct exam, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Watkins, questions for Mr. Fruin?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Fruin, let me try to cut to the chase on this. You were trained and your policies require that there be a full disclosure of the circumstances requiring the use of force. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Your policies require a full disclosure of the circumstances requiring the use of force?
Sure.
Okay. And you were aware that, and you aware of that information at the time you completed this report, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene here, at one point, you saw Mr. Moya take his sweater or jacket off, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
You also saw him put it back on, right?
So I need you to answer out loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So the
Yes.
reporter can take that down.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And since you said that taking off the sweater is an indicator of fight, putting back on the sweater is an indication of not wanting to fight. Do you agree with that?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Taking off the sweater or taking off a jacket can also be an indicator of some type of mental breakdown too, correct?
I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer that.
You're not taught that? Let me ask this question. It's the middle of July. Matter of fact, it's close to the end of July. And somebody has on a jacket. Is that not an indication that something may not be going on that's quite right? If they don't feel the heat of the day?
Okay.
Is that an indication that something else may be going on? Person has a jacket on during the middle of summertime?
It was a light jacket. It wasn't like a winter jacket.
Okay. Does it have to be a winter jacket? The fact that he has on 2 layers of clothes, a shirt, then the jacket on the top. Is that's your testimony? The fact that he had a jacket on doesn't mean necessarily anything.
Well, it was a light jacket and you're indicating that it was hot out. So that's not unreasonable to have a light jacket when it's hot out.
You unholstered your taser. Is that true?
That's correct.
And you also put your taser back up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's an indication of a lessening threat. You would agree with that if you put your taser back up?
Sure.
You withdrew no other instrument of compliance. And let me ask what type of instruments you had. You had the taser?
That's correct.
You had a firearm?
Yes.
You can speak up, please?
Yes, that's correct.
What other instruments of compliance did you have?
So taser, my firearm, OC spray, Aspeton.
And you withdrew none of those items, did you, after holstering the taser?
That's correct.
And you grabbed Mr. Moya, correct?
That's correct.
We can, as I go through this, if you could pull up the video, please.
Of the one that we just played?
Yeah, that'll be.
Esposito? Okay.
And you stated that Mr. Moya turned his body in your report. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
You didn't, but today you said, in part, he swung around. Is that right? You remember that?
Yes.
There's a difference between swinging and turning. There's a slight, it connotes, it infers a little bit different kind of action, correct?
I think people have different definitions.
But you agree.
Twisting and turning.
But you used the phrase swung this time. He swung around.
Okay.
But you mean he turned around. Is that right?
Well, he did turn around, doesn't mean that he didn't swing.
All right. Did he swing quickly?
Yes.
Okay. Did he raise his fist at the time he swung?
I'm not sure if he raised his fist.
Okay. All right. How did he raise his hands at all?
Like I said, I was on his left side, so I don't know.
You said he swung something. What did he swing?
Well, when you pull away, if I'm going to demonstrate. So when the officer is trying to put handcuffs on you,
okay,
the only way to really get away from the officer is to turn and swing. and then he walked.
Okay, so you're saying you're indicating for the
When I say
record.
swing, he didn't swing his fist. He, swung to get out.
Okay, so you're indicating that he swung in a way to pull away from the officers?
Sure.
And when he swung, or when he turned or swung, he didn't step to the officers, did he?
Well, I was on his left side, so he was going away from me.
Okay.
So
He didn't swing
my
toward.
side.
He didn't swing toward you.
No, he didn't swing towards me.
Did you witness whether he swung, turned toward another officer?
The corner of my eye, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you considered this an act of violence?
Absolutely, yes.
You can play the video, please. As we go to play that, I'm going to hand to you your report. And I think we have that identified as.
You all come either go.
This report. Your exhibit list.
Fruin's is states 1, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, you can, is it playing? You can play.
Yep, I'm playing it.
Over here. Hey, sir, I need you to come over here and talk to me. Sir, sir, you can't get on. Sir, come talk to us. Come here. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
I'm sorry.
Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Don't fight with us or the dog will bite you. Don't fight with us or the dog will bite you.
No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, brother. Who called you?
It's okay.
Called you, brother. Who called you? Brother, who called you? Hold it.
Hey, Fruin, look out. Look out. Get him, Mary. Get him. Get him.
Okay, so I'll stop here. So it is your impression that this was an offer of violence by Mr. Moya?
Yes.
Okay. And it was an offer of violence at this point. It wasn't at this point warranting the intervention of a dog, a canine, was it? Not at this point.
Yes, as soon as he went from obstruction misdemeanor to obstruction felony by offering violence, I believe that Aries was able to be deployed.
Okay, so I'm going to hand to you State's Exhibit number 1. This is your incident investigative report.
Okay.
Are we stipulating to that, Counsel?
Sure, yeah, no objection.
Okay.
All right, states 1 is admitted.
Okay, so I want you to look at page 2 at the bottom. It has 160, or rather page 3 of the incident report, okay?
Okay.
And it says, you see 162 at the bottom, the last 3 numbers, is that based on?
Yes, I see it right.
Okay, all right, I want you to go to the, that paragraph where it says, when I grabbed his arms.
Okay.
You say here, if you look to your right and come down to where the sentence begins with he right after body.
I'm sorry, say that again. So he.
Shall I point it out to you?
Yes, because I think I lost you here. Okay, he. Gotcha.
Okay. It says right there, he, being Mr. Moya, suddenly turned his body in an attempt to get away from officers. I decided the best way to get Mr. Moya to comply physically with our commands and get him into a position where officers could more easily get his hand behind his back, we took him to the ground. So in this sentence right here, you state Moya turned his body in an attempt to get away from officers.
Yes, that's what I wrote here. Yes.
All right. You don't say anything about officers being assaulted, correct?
I did not put that in my report.
You don't say anything in regards to that Mr. Moya offering any violence, correct?
I did not put those exact words in my report.
What you said was he was trying to get away. Correct?
And that's what I put in my report, yes.
And if true, you thought that he was offering violence, your policies require you to put all important information in the reports, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't do that here, did you?
I didn't put those exact words, but by him turning his body and, you know, swinging his arm, I believe that is offering violence.
Okay.
Just because I don't put it exactly in my report doesn't mean, you know, it didn't happen.
Although your policies require you to put all important information in a report.
Sure, but you know, some details do get left out. And like I said, an incident report is a summary.
That's an important detail though, right? You would agree
To use those exact words?
When a person tries to harm an officer, it's important to state that.
Sure. Hindsight is 2020. I should have put it in my report that he did offer violence.
All right. So he then landed in a push-up position.
That's correct.
All right. Now, at this time, he's in a push-up position. You don't recall any officers asking Moya for assistance, do you?
Assistance, we mean?
Help. We need help restraining Mr. Moya.
Wait,
you may have asked your question in a different way. You
Sure.
said something about asking Moya for assistance.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. You don't recall any officers asking Esposito for assistance with restraining Moya?
I don't believe so, but he had Aries. So I don't know how he would let go of Aries and help us. That wouldn't.
No one requested that Moya deploy Aries to bite. Excuse me. No one stated to Esposito to deploy the canine to bite Moya. That's what I'm asking.
Did any of the officers? I did not request.
You
I
didn't.
don't have to request.
You didn't hear anyone else request it either, did you?
I don't remember. I don't recall anyone asking that now.
Okay. And you saw, did you see the blood, the pool of blood below Mr. Moya?
Yes.
And someone requested the use of a tourniquet, is that right?
Yes.
And the tourniquet is called to stop bleeding, is that right?
Yes.
And to stop bleeding because there's a belief there's a serious injury, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you the one that took Moya to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
You took him to 2 hospitals, is that right?
Yes.
And you took him to 2 hospitals because the first one you went to being Wellstar on the north side, is that right?
That's correct.
They tried to treat him, but he continued to bleed so that when he got to the jail wouldn't accept him because he was bleeding. Is that correct?
Their policy, you know, that was their policy that I guess, and when you say bleeding, it wasn't like, you know, gushing out. It was just bleeding through the bandage that he had. So I guess according to the policy at Fulton County, you had to go to Grady to get him cleared.
Okay, because to get him medically clear, although North Fulton medically cleared Mr. Moya for incarceration.
The Fulton County jail does it all the time. You take him to one hospital, gets cleared. They don't like how someone looks or how whatever, and then you have to go to Grady because Grady, I guess, is their preferred hospital.
Okay. Can you tell us why you did not deploy a taser?
Because usually when I go hands-on, when I go hands-on with somebody, I usually stay hands-on. Otherwise, I would have to release control of the person, get my taser, deal with that. So So if I'm hands-on, I would rather stay hands-on.
Okay.
That's why I didn't deploy my taser.
All right, and there's a risk that you were aware of, the risk that the canine may end up biting another individual other than simply the target. The canine, you run the risk of a canine biting an officer. Is that true?
Objection, no foundation for that question.
You went through canine training, right?
That's not true.
Did you go through canine training with Esposito?
Oh, you're talking about when he does his presentation?
Yeah.
Oh. What was
Well,
the
just so
question?
we're clear, so the only canine training you've ever received would be a brief presentation. You can tell me whether brief is an hour, 10 minutes, or 6 days from former Officer Esposito, not that you went to the police academy for 3 weeks.
No, I didn't go to the police academy for canine training. The training I'm talking about was Esposito in our roll call room. You know, we had a PowerPoint presentation regarding
Telling how he and Aries can support you in the work you do.
That's correct.
Okay. So given that, feel free to ask a question. I just wanted to know what you meant by training.
Were you advised that if the canine is deployed, there is a risk that he may end up biting someone other than the target?
I don't remember, this happened years ago, so I don't remember those words, but Aries is a dog. So is that possible? Sure.
Would you characterize the injuries of Mr. Moya as serious?
I would say they're serious.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few questions. On cross-examination, you were asked about the jacket. And I just want to clarify, when you were considering the state of the suspect, was it only the removal of the jacket, or were there other indicators that suspect was giving you that informed your decision-making?
Many factors. Like I said, he was tensing up his arms, balling his fist, saying, "I'm not the one." So when someone says, "I'm not the one," to a police officer, that's usually like, okay, either they're going to fight, either they're going to run, something. So all those things combined, plus him taking the jacket off, that's an indicator that they're going to fight. Usually people take their shirt off when they're ready to fight. So all those indicators made me believe that he was going to fight. So that's why I unholstered my taser, because if he was going to come at me, I was going to tase him.
And then there was some discussion on cross about the unholstering and the reholstering of the taser. At the time that you reholstered, if that is the word, the taser, what was Officer Esposito doing?
He had the canine. He had the Aries.
So it wasn't as if you went from a point where you had the taser out and then everybody is backing off because things are peaceful.
No, that didn't happen.
Okay. And is your testimony, well, just so we can clarify here, when you say swing and you say turn, are you essentially describing the same thing? Have you changed your mind about what happened? Okay. And lastly, if you need,
Oh, you need to give a verbal answer, I guess.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Unless someone has turned. Yeah, you need to. So the question was about swing and turn, and are you changing your?
I'm not changing my testimony. They're both in the same terminology.
and when it comes to your incident report, do you still have it in front of you? You can reference it.
Yes.
Okay. The bottom of page 3, tell me whether you describe the crime that you believe suspect Moya committed. The very bottom.
On the very bottom. Where it says, I used the EWI
Yes.
computer to take out an arrest warrant for felony obstruction.
Okay. So are you in fact referencing the conduct that includes the swing?
Yes.
Is it required in any capacity, policy or law, for you to list every single element and what you observed to find every single element of that crime in your incident report?
Not in the incident report, no.
Okay. But you do say felony obstruction, which references the turning away, the resisting, the swing, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, and I know he has a flight to catch.
Mr. Watkins, anything else?
I'm trying to get a sense of you reholstered your weapon, your taser, in light of these threats or risks, rather. Okay. When you say it was a threat by Mr. Moya, he didn't take any affirmative acts to carry out a threat of removing your taser, did he?
No.
Okay. And still, despite what he said, you holstered your taser.
Yes.
Okay. When an officer arrives on scene, if he puts on his glove, is that an indicator that he's expecting some type of physical interaction with the target?
Repeat that question again, please.
When an officer arrives on scene in the summertime, he puts on his gloves, is that an indication that he may, officer putting on gloves, is black gloves, is that an indication that there may be some type of physical interaction with the target?
It could be an indicator, but not necessarily.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Hope you make your flight.
Thank you. Your Honor, my next witness is Michael Esposito, but he has requested a very quick bathroom break.
Okay,
Is that
well,
okay?
we're at 3:30, so why don't we make this our afternoon break? And we will get back in here on that clock up there at 3:35, so about 10-minute break. And then we'll get Mr. Esposito on the stand.
Thank you.
Ms. Rivers, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, let's resume. Mr. Esposito, come on up. Unless you changed your scheduling as to how you're doing things.
Yes, we're calling Mr. Esposito, Your Honor.
Great.
You swear affirm the testimony you give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing
Name is Michael J. Esposito, Michael J. Esposito.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Esposito. Where do you work?
Currently, I am employed with the church in the town that I live in Sugar Hill, Georgia, and I work in a safety management capacity at their preschool.
Okay.
So it's sort of like a resource officer, but at this school, at this church.
Similar, I just non-sworn, just more safety management, making sure no one unwanted comes onto the property at the preschool hours and things of that nature.
Okay.
Did you have a different job in July of 2021?
Yes, I did. I was a police officer sworn with the city of Alpharetta.
And just before we get into a little bit of your background, why did you ultimately leave the force?
So it's a loaded question. It's kind of a totality of things. Left the force. I started looking when our first son was born, my wife and I. And I just wasn't around a lot to watch him get to grow up. So I wanted to be around more. So I started looking elsewhere for work outside of law enforcement. And I was lucky enough to find a consulting company that worked with public safety throughout the country called Mission Critical Partners. I ended up leaving in, I believe it was April or May of 2022. So significant amount of time after this incident. But when this incident first occurred, there was some media coverage. The department was getting some Facebook messages about me and my family. And so I just really, as much as I love the job, something I've wanted to do since I was a little boy, I decided I couldn't do this with my family and myself anymore. And decided to pursue career elsewhere, which is what landed me at the company I used to work for, Mission Critical Partners.
Okay. When did you start working with the Alpharetta Police Department?
That would have been May 13th of 2019.
Okay. And what was your role?
Starting there, I was a lateral transfer. I came from the Cobb County Police Department, which I started in 2000. I was hired in 2016, started their police academy in 2017 in January. But as a lateral, even when you come with experience, you always start in a patrol capacity. So that's what I did when I got to Alpharetta.
You touched on it briefly. Why did you want to become a police officer?
It was really just something that was in me as a little kid. It was like a calling, not to sound cliche or corny, but I have classroom projects from elementary school where, what do you want to be when you grow up? And it was a police officer. It was always a police officer. I don't have a family background in policing. I believe my grandfather was an auxiliary police officer for a period of time, way years before I was born. But other than that, my family has their own business, and I just sought something in police work. I think I always had a passion for protecting people that couldn't protect themselves.
So did you go through academy?
I did go through the Cobb County Police Academy from January, I want to say 4th, somewhere on January 4th of 2017, and graduated on June the 2nd of 2017.
How many hours would you estimate academy is?
So a normal academy in Georgia, I think is about 400 hours. Cobb does the 400 standard, excuse me. And then they do an additional about 200, so 600 plus training hours in their academy.
Did you learn about use of force?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn about the use of a canine?
So in the academy, the only exposure I had to canine was Cobb County's canine unit coming for a day, and just honestly, it was just watching them kind of play with the dogs. I think one of the handlers put a bite sleeve on, and we got to watch apprehension training, and that was the only exposure in the academy.
Did you have other training beyond the academy as a peace officer?
In reference to canine, or just
Why don't you give me an overview and then we'll get into canine?
in the academy?
Beyond
Yeah,
the academy, what other training do you receive?
Yeah, beyond the academy, I mean, we have our standard annual training that the Georgia Public Safety Training Center puts on, Gypstick. I believe that's where Mr. Corbett works. So they have annual training for use of force. There's kind of this recertification you have to do every year, so many hours. There's they always pick kind of a range of classes you can take, the de-escalation, investigative courses. I think I even took an introduction to gang activity course. And then there's on-duty training. So while you're on shift, you'll have some downtime where you can train with officers. A lot of times that's scenario-based, how you might respond to this type of call, things of that nature.
And did those trainings cover use of force, tools, techniques, tactics?
Yes, our use of force training and scenario-based training both cover that. Different types of tools you can use for force to effectuate an arrest, to gain compliance, things of that nature.
And I'm going to show the witness, if I may, or I guess I can show him, or I would like to move defendants 15, which has been previously provided to opposing counsel, if I may pull it up on my screen.
Any objection to defendants 15?
None.
Admitted.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. That is my post record and training history, and just some, I think, has personal, or not personal, but identifying information on there.
Okay. And how many hours does this indicate you've had from post?
So this is from the Georgia Post. These are documented training hours for courses I took through them, 1,252 total hours.
Okay. Tell me, other specialized training you've received.
So I had the opportunity to actually be part of our crime suppression team. It was a community response team where we'd kind of tackle recurring crimes in recurring areas of the city. So I got to go to a close quarter battle class there, which was put on by the National Tactical Officers Association. That's just how to move tactically throughout a building with your team with a small unit. I also got training on that same unit for high-risk warrants, how to serve high-risk search warrants. And then in my capacity as a canine handler, I received additional training at 2 different canine schools, but I think for purpose of today, we'll only talk about one because the other was after. But I had about, I can't remember the exact length of the training that it was, how many weeks, but it was in North Carolina at Highlands Canine Training Center, I believe, something like that.
How did you become canine handler? How did, walk me through that process a bit.
So it's definitely something I always wanted to do in law enforcement. Really, I grew up having a love of dogs. My family always had multiple dogs in the household. They were all kind of adopted or came from, a friend of a friend who had a litter of puppies they couldn't take care of, or, we went down to the shelter or whatever the case may be. But there was always dogs in our family. And when the canines came to the police academy, I had really taken a liking to them. I also had, so not just, the love for the dogs, but I had a passion for getting illegal narcotics off the street. That came a little further down the road in my policing career. Unfortunately, as so many officers do, I responded to overdoses. One as young as the age of 13-year-old little girl, all through senior age. And you just see what these drugs do while they're out they are on the street, and that's something local police departments can at least take care of in their jurisdiction. And I knew that the canine team, a lot of times, if they're not just doing proactive narcotics patrol while they're on duty, they're also working with the specialized investigators that handle those types of cases. So it's kind of the perfect mix for me. And I ended up with the city of Alpharetta. I actually put in for the canine unit. I did their tryouts that they have. There's a physical portion of it. There's a panel interview, some other things that are in there. I can't really remember. I think I did a presentation. And I actually didn't get it the first time. There's a senior officer. He was actually on the crime suppression team with me. He was very, very good at what he did, very knowledgeable, and a lot more years on the job than me. So he ended up with Aries. His family ended up moving to Michigan or somewhere up north. And so Aries became available. And this was actually a short period of time after my tryout. So I was approached by the unit, asked if I wanted Aries and to take on the responsibility. And I said, sign me up.
Give me some idea when it comes to Alpharetta Police Department, how many total officers you have and how many specialized canine handler officers you have.
I think when I was there, it fluctuates so much. It's just over 100. For some reason, the number 112 sticks out in my head, because when I first got there, we were actually one of the few agencies in the metro Atlanta area that was at full staff. We were actually +2. So I think it was 112 total sworn officers. And when I was on the unit, there was only 2 other canine handlers.
Okay. Let's now move to July 25th, 2021. What were you doing on July 25th in your professional capacity?
I was on patrol. So Canine at the city of Alpharetta is actually assigned to a squad. So we're assigned to a shift. There's some departments where they roam free and kind of do their own thing and assist as needed. But I was assigned to C squad. It's a overnight shift, 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. And I was just on patrol, driving around.
And what happened? What information did you get?
I heard a dispatch come over the radio for a domestic disturbance. And it was very close to the area that I was in. And in our canine policy, there are certain criteria that canine handlers must go and assist, other officers for. And off the top of my head, the policy is very long, but I know that this domestic situation that I heard come over the radio was absolutely one of them. So I was dispatched to the domestic disturbance where it was reported there was a male about 215 pounds or so, growling and grunting and acting wild, I think was a quote on the dispatch.
Well, let me stop you there, and I'm going to show you. I have a hard copy for you. It's Defense Exhibit 16, and I will pull it up and put it on my screen if there's no objection. It's the CAD.
None.
Okay.
Or you're welcome to start pulling it up just so I can be oriented, because I think of dispatch as the person who radios all units. There's a 519 at 123 Main Street. Were you hearing these things about a 215-pound male growling and acting wild because someone was saying them, or you're looking at that little computer in your car and it's words on a screen?
So both in a way. So I first hear it through I wear an earpiece on my radio, so I would hear it come over dispatch. They actually send the zone units so that we each have a call sign, which in Alpharetta is our badge number. So I hear the badge numbers first get called, and then they start reading the notes that are being dispatched. So I can go on my computer then, click on the specific call that is, and I can start reading. Because a lot of times what will happen as you're driving around is dispatch will be putting notes in from the caller, and you won't hear them initially.
Got it, because you're responding in real time, and 911 may still be on with the caller saying, okay, and is there a weapon in the house? And then you'll get a little blurb saying, oh, P.S., their gun's in the house. Are you listening to the actual 911 call, or you are getting a synopsis of it from the dispatcher who's typing in what she or he thinks are the pertinent details as it's happening?
Yes, synopsis of the pertinent details from them. We as officers can ask additional questions over radio to see if they can extract that information from the caller.
But primarily, we are getting whatever information they deem necessary.
You're never part of the call. You don't patch in and say, hey, I'm on my way, but tell me your stepdad, what's he wearing?
Right. I never have done
that. Okay.
Now we would move to admit defense 16.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Esposito, can you, something that I think is helpful is if you can explain this document, this CAD, and kind of, when you read it today, what is the order of things that are happening?
So as I look through this, so many notes. If you get to, it's like the second to last page on here, the number on the bottom is 000013. This primarily looks like what I remember seeing as the call was coming over the radio when I opened my computer to look at dispatch. It reads from the bottom up as far as the timing goes. So the bottom portions of this is what was coming first. And then as you read upwards is what additional things were happening and being documented through dispatch.
Okay, that's helpful. And so I think I'm going to have you go to the last page, which is Bates stamped 000014.
Yes. Oh, yeah, same.
Okay, so you're saying that you basically read this from the bottom up. The information is coming from the bottom up.
Right.
Okay, so tell me, do you remember having this information as you are driving to the scene?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, what stood out to you from this CAD and what was going through your mind as you were taking this in?
So I believe I recall hearing the growling and acting wild come over dispatch. And so when I open my computer, start reading, I start from the bottom and I see that it's a stepfather punching things, which triggers in my mind stepfather, a relationship with a stepchild under Georgia law does signify that is a domestic relationship there, and that he's growling and acting wild. That's kind of ambiguous, but it's not a good thing when there's a family member. We respond to domestics every day. I can't remember a day in my police career I wasn't sent to a domestic disturbance, domestic violence call. And so to hear that they're growling and acting wild, or to read, I should say, growling, acting wild, punching things, that's first thing in my mind, where even if dispatch hadn't already been smart enough to put me on the call, I would have been heading that way anyways.
What about this chief complaint? Were you able to see that, the very last line? Did that come through?
Yes. So going from that, that it was a domestic disturbance would have been on there, and it says /violence on there,
okay.
Which the violence I could gather from the punching things and acting wild. And then the thing that always strikes me, and it's a question dispatch asks, I believe it's every call that they get in, but is there any weapons on scene? And I see, so it's weird when that pops up on your screen where it says gun accessible. It's kind of like bigger, like it stands out on your CAD when you're reading it. And so I saw handgun and I saw it was locked away upstairs in the master bedroom.
Okay.
So those, a weapon on scene, stepfather, acting wild, growling and punching things is never, it's your guard is always up on your way to that call.
And you also referenced that you knew some like demographic height, weight data. Did you see that on the CAD as well?
I read that on CAD. I don't recall ever actually hearing, they probably said it over dispatch, but I definitely read, I was a Hispanic male. The H next to race stands for Hispanic, age 36 in a green outfit. All the information contained on here, 200 to 220 pounds with a name and birthday.
Okay.
All of that I read on the way to the call.
So when you arrived on the scene, were you considering this a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 encounter?
If I could just go back just to your question
Sure.
of, things that stood out to me. The final thing that I remember reading on the way there was that they said there were children on scene, and they listed the ages of the children in the dispatch call, ages 5, 11, and 13. So now you get into, a heavier evolving situation with the violence and now small children on scene. I just want to go back and make a note that I did read that before, prior to arriving.
Yes. And so given all of those things that you've now internalized as you're driving over there, how would you characterize the encounter when you first arrive on scene?
I could actually remember seeing him as I'm pulling down the road. The road's fairly straight before it gets to the house, and I could see these people standing in their driveway. And it just, my perception of it was the female looked to be trying to calm the male down. And so I end up pulling up. It was just kind of her way. She was positioned in front of him and like talking up to him. So I parked my car there, parked my SUV there, got out, and immediately was met with the description, both physical and emotional state that was described to me over dispatch. I could tell that he was sweating. You can see I could see his chest rising and heavily breathing. And when I got out of my car and he yelled, "Who called you?" It was just kind of the bass and depth of his voice. It wasn't like, "Oh, who called you?" It was, "Who called you?"
Mm-hmm.
And it was instigative, I would call it, and disorderly, as you hear me say on my radio.
In your mind at that point, are you thinking this is a consensual encounter, or is this a situation where you felt like you had reasonable suspicion or probable cause?
Yeah, immediately. I always, and this is, I don't believe this is like a law that Georgia has or even a rule. It's definitely not my department's policy. But I always took 911 calls with a grain of salt. Like you never know what you're going to see. And it could be worse than what you get on the 911 call, or it could be better than what you got on the 911 call. But I got out of the car and was met with that aggressive, 215 plus pound, 6 foot male, yelling and being disorderly as soon as I got out of the car. We know there's small children in the home. I've corroborated everything to this point that was given to me through dispatch, and I'm absolutely there to investigate potential domestic violence calls. So articulable, reasonable suspicion was established.
How would you describe your intention as you approach the suspect? What are you trying to do?
Right. So I actually remember processing several things. Another reason I told officers to step it up, as well as his demeanor, was I have so many parties there. I see Mr. Moya, I see his wife, there's another girl that comes out, and I'm like, I'm one person. There's a lot of moving parts already. So I say, hey, step it up. We have someone that's aggressive and we have multiple people here. I need help to get everything under control. So my initial walking up there, you'll see I'll call the wife down to the road where I was standing to kind of gauge. I didn't know she was the wife at the time, but to gauge, like, okay, is she involved in this? Is she being confrontational with him? Is he, those are all things running through my mind. So I call her down the driveway, while also keeping eyesight on what he's doing and how he's acting, just for safety purposes. But my goal was to go up there and just say, hey, we're here to help you. What's going on? And I could just tell he was not in any mood to settle down and have a conversation with me.
Would you consider him free to leave and just go about his day at that point? Could he leave the area?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
He is detained for reasonable articulable suspicion to carry out a domestic violence investigation based on the circumstances I talked about before.
Let's talk a little bit about when Miss Moya comes down the driveway as you've just described. What information does she share with you?
So it's going to be kind of, and I know we watched the video a few hours ago, but essentially she comes down the driveway. She says she's never seen him like this before. He can't be reasoned with. He's thrown a chair inside. He's punched something outside the house. And that he may have gotten some bad weed.
Let me ask you about that. Yeah. What were you thinking when she said bad weed?
So in my experience, making a lot of narcotic arrests, taking drug training, working with our special investigative unit team who does narcotics investigations, if someone says bad weed, it means the weed is laced with something that should not have been in there. In my experience, those types of things that can be laced in the weed are, it could be cocaine, it could be ecstasy, it could be PCP. There's just a ton of things. When you say bad weed, coupled with how he is acting, profusely sweating, breathing heavily, she also corroborated that he could be on something that was changing his state.
When you say changing his state, what kind of considerations do you have if you're now looking at a suspect who may be on, as you just described, PCP? What does that do to your analysis of the situation before you?
Yeah. So I've heard stories in the world of policing. There was a guy that was one of my FTOs while I was in Cobb County. And he had responded to a call where this was a guy the officer was about my size. The guy ended up fighting him at a hotel. And I believe the gentleman was shot 2 or 3 times by the officer, and ended up throwing the officer after he had been shot through a plate glass window. Because I'm not an expert in this, but I know PCP will dissociate pain from the body, from the brain. And so as I start seeing, hearing that he might be on some bad weeds, seeing how he's acting, that he is unpredictable. I mean, he's totally unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to do, what the next step is. And he's not de-escalating. He's not calming down.
At this moment, where's Aries?
He's in my Tahoe, in his Tahoe. It's
Okay.
really his.
Notice it has his name on it, not yours.
Aries is in his Tahoe.
Yeah.
Did you give any commands to the suspect at this point?
I did. There was one point where I'm talking to the wife. I'm watching him, and he starts taking a few steps down in my direction, and just his already disorderly demeanor. I give that preemptive warning of, hey, I have a canine. If you come up on me, he's going to bite you. At that time, I'm still the only officer there. And I'm trying to just give him like a chance and a heads up to say, hey, this is an option that I have, and I'm telling you about it, so that I can kind of focus more on what the wife's trying to tell me.
How did you know that he understood your commands, or did you know?
I can't remember verbatim, but he does respond to me, and he just keeps yelling. I'm a loud person, and I know that my voice carries. So there was no reason for me to believe that he did not hear me. I could tell that he spoke English. The wife spoke English. He was responding to me in the English language. And at one point in that driveway encounter, he does yell, I don't care about your dog, or something along those lines.
Okay. So would you describe him as being compliant with your commands, or was he non-compliant?
Are you going to work with the CAD more? It's fine if
No,
you are. It's on the screen.
I can take it off.
Okay.
I would describe him as being non-compliant.
You've described some of the things he was saying, and you've described the sweating and the breathing. Was there anything else you noticed with his physical movements that you were taking in at that point?
So just in the driveway encounter, you're
Right.
talking about, just mostly. I mean, same thing that Officer Fruin saw, and balling up his fists. And then the point in time where he does go to take his jacket off of him. You see him kind of tense up, ball up his fist, take the jacket off, and place it down on the hood of the car. He's still saying something. I guarantee you I heard it that day, but sitting here today, I definitely can't remember what he said. But it was all in a very intimidating, like instigative manner. And so he places that jacket up on the hood of the car, which to me, as we're trained every year with our pre-attack indicators or pre-assault indicators video that Gypstick puts out, that we should be ready for him to want to fight us. So that's when I go and retrieve Aries from the car. And at that time, it was just Officer Fruin and I when I get Aries initially out of the car, and shortly thereafter, I can't remember if it was Benfield then Melly or Melly then Benfield, but they show up shortly thereafter. Actually, Melly might have been later on. I can't remember.
Okay.
What was the deal with the gloves? We've had to talk about that a lot. And understand it's your body cam, so that's why we see your hands. But there's this sort of methodical, like doctor exam. You're putting these gloves on.
Yeah.
And Mr. Watkins pointed out it's not cold out. So what are we doing?
Yeah. So the gloves. I carry gloves on me because we respond to calls like this frequently. I would say there wasn't a week that went by where I wasn't going to a combative or disturbance similar to this. And I've had my knuckles cut up because they resulted in, them not complying with force. And I've had my knuckles cut up. I've actually had, luckily, when I worked in Cobb, I had hard knuckle gloves on because this lady bit my knuckle so hard she broke her tooth. So whenever there's, a combative suspect, he's profusely sweating, I get out, I see all that. I don't want his fluids on me. I don't want to get my hands hurt. So they're just mechanics gloves. They're something you can buy at Home Depot. They're not like special police gloves or anything.
But it sounds like it was a manifestation to those who know your personal protocol that you were sensing a situation that could escalate.
So what was going through your mind as you retrieve Aries from his Tahoe? Why did you do it at that moment?
So for me, it was Officer Fruin got there, was trying to talk to him, was kind of getting the same response I was getting when I first got there. And at the moment he goes to take his jacket off, I realize, okay, Officer Fruin and I being here, which is considered officer presence, which that continuum that we spoke about briefly earlier is kind of the bottom threshold of that continuum. And it wasn't working. And I've had it both while I was a canine handler and observing other canine handlers that sometimes two officers might not do the trick to get someone to rethink what they might want to do or not do. But when you get a dog out and they see the dog and they see that, the physicality of it, that it can be another deterrence to de-escalate and say, hey, the dog I told you about a little while ago is now standing here right next to me. And it was really that stripping of the jacket, putting it down. That was like, okay, time to try and take the next step and show a little more force.
So just so I'm understanding you, there are times where you might show the dog, but it's not like you're intending necessarily to have the dog bite. You use the dog as presence.
Right. And so on the backside of reporting and documenting, we call them no bite apprehensions. A lot of handlers have them. A lot of agencies do them. And you might not have someone complying. You go to get the dog out, you show the dog, and all of a sudden you get de-escalation, you get compliance, they go into handcuffs. And with that articulation that the dog is what helped get to that point, they call them no bite apprehensions.
Did that happen in this situation?
It did not.
What happened when you had the presence of the canine?
Yeah, this might have been around the time, it's so hard to recall, but this was around the time where he said, I don't care about your dog or don't give a shit about your dog. And so I go to get the dog out. I point and I say something like, can you two go stand by the door?
Who are you talking to?
Two females that are in the driveway. At this point, it's escalated to the point where I'm not even sure that they're helping by trying to de-escalate or get him to come down. And so they kind of start walking to the door, but Mr. Moya starts to follow them. At this point, I'm still on the road with Aries. So I start to take now, at this point, it's Officer Benfield and Fruin there. And I start to take like this roundabout way around the yard and to the front door. And that's because Benfield and Fruin are kind of moving in. Their hands are free at this point. I still have my dog. I still have Aries out. And so I take that roundabout way to watch and say, hey, I'm going to get to the door before he does, because we are not letting him back into that home.
Why not?
I think anyone sitting here today could think if they had someone with the demeanor of Travis Moya standing outside their home with their small children inside, you do not want that man on his unstable mental condition, under the influence of drugs, whatever the case was causing his demeanor to be that way, to get into your home. And we knew that there was a gun somewhere on scene. That's something I wanted to touch on too, is we get in our CAD notes, we get told where weapons are all the time. And then we find them in completely different areas. Whether they're said they're in a bedroom and they end up being on the person. And this isn't always criminal either. Sometimes, I responded to an alarm call once where the homeowner said, hey, it's my house, have police respond, I'm putting my gun away, and I get there and it's strapped right on the side of his hip. But he told dispatchers and he just forgot to put it away. Right. But I say that to make the point that just because the dispatch notes say the gun is in the house, in an officer's mind with their training experience and my training experience, I'm saying there's a gun on scene. That's where it is. Whether it's in the house on his person, we will figure that out. But there's no way that I'm letting him back in there. The potential to slam that door in our face, create a hostage situation, a barricaded situation. He gets that gun, goes upstairs, gets that gun and walks back out. There's no good reason to let him in there. Plus, he's detained and we're investigating, and he has no right to disobey our orders to tell him not to go into the house.
So you just mentioned some orders. Are there some additional commands that you and other officers are giving the suspect at this point?
Yeah, I know you can hear clear as day. Benfield tells him, don't go back in the home. And I think you can even hear that on my body camera, him yelling over it. And Fruin might kind of supplement saying that. But he was told not to go back into the home.
Did he comply?
So I would say, so as he's walking up to, we're telling him not to go back in the home and he's still following them and he's finishing getting his jacket on. And that's about the time I get in front of him with the dog. So to the verbal command, I would say, no, he did not comply. But when I placed myself and Aries somewhere intermediately between the threshold of that door and him, he did cease moving towards the house.
Okay.
But to the verbal command, no, he kept walking towards the house.
And what did Fruin say at that point?
So I actually tell him to get on the ground several times. I tell him to come over here, talk to me, because I want him away from the door. And I'm starting to watch and think, like, what are the other guys going to do? So I just say, hey, get on the ground, because if we can get him to comply and just lay down on the ground, we can get him in handcuffs and move on with our investigation. So at this point, again, he decides not to listen to those verbal commands, not be affected by the officer presence and presence of Aries. And Fruin moves in and tells him he's under arrest.
Okay. Obviously Fruin tells him he's under arrest, but did you feel as though you had probable cause at that point?
Yes, definitely.
Probable cause for what?
Obstructing our investigation. And that would be at that point, my probable cause.
Okay. Tell me what happens as Fruin and the others attempts to get him into handcuffs. What do you see?
I can see him tensing up. I can see his hand kind of open like this. He's saying, I can't remember what he's saying to Fruin, but I again was standing right there, could hear it that day. And his hand is open like this. I see the other hand kind of behind his back, and they're trying to get a handcuffed on him. And then you see him go from this open hand here to looking over his shoulder. And as he's turning this way, his hand is closing into a fist and he's turning towards the other two officers that are on the other side of him. And then when they all turn their backs to me, I just see everyone take some steps and go to the ground.
Okay.
From my vantage point.
Let's break it down just a little bit. Does your body camera cover every single thing that you were able to observe that day?
No.
Why not?
It kind of hangs right here on my chest. So it's definitely not eye level, which is also why you probably couldn't see over the car in the initial encounter. But it's also just exactly what was explained is it's 2D. It's a 2D view of what was going on that day. You have peripheral vision. I could see a whole scope of things in my peripheral vision that the camera couldn't see, but also I fixate on his hands, his body language, and everything he's doing.
All right, I'm going to show what's been marked and previously admitted. It's defendants 17. And this is a screenshot from your body camera. Can you describe, relative to what you just shared with us, what was going on here?
This is exactly what I remember seeing that day. And yes, we all have the benefit of having watched and seen these images now for the past few hours and over. I think Brad's report really does a great job of showing this was something that happened in about 3 to 5 seconds, and I only got to see it once and had to make a decision. So that balled up fist is what I see him go from an open hand to a closed hand and turn in towards the two officers on his right.
And let's see. I'm going to stop this one. And then I know you said that you can't see everything on the body camera. Did you see what happened as he swung his body? Did he make contact or what? Break that down for me a bit.
Yeah, so I kind of see it like he's got the hand, he's turning like this. I see, Benfield kind of get unbalanced and he kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say staggering, but he kind of gets unbalanced, gets pushed away. And then I see primarily my memory is seeing Fruin and him go to the ground. But it could have been all of the officers, but I know Fruin and Moya went to the ground.
And at that moment, did you feel as though you had probable cause that additional crimes had been committed?
Yes. So I definitely, in my head at that moment, it went from the misdemeanor obstruction from him disregarding several of our lawful commands to felony obstruction, offering violence to a police officer.
Why?
So the statute, as I was always trained to understand it and taught to understand it, is offering violence to an officer does not mean that you actually strike them. It does not mean that the officer actually gets hurt. It just means that you've shown an intent to do more than just sit there and not let us put our hands. You've shown an intent to offer violence to us. You've went from an open hand to a closed fist, turned away, shoved other officers out of the way. As you did that turn to get away or fight, in that split second, you go to the ground. That is felony obstruction.
And at this point, there's no dog bite, is that right?
There's no dog bite at that point.
Okay. Once the suspect is on the ground, describe to me what you see from your vantage point with both the suspect and the 3 other officers.
So it's just kind of a hodgepodge. The officers are on it's like Melly's on one side of the arm. Fruin's got like the arm a little bit, and it looks like he might be trying to like push his shoulder down. But I'll call them soft to mid hard hand tactics, just because of like the pushing on the back. We're not working. So 3 officers there. Officer Benfield, who initially had the hand, trying to get the one handcuff, lost control. They go to the ground, and I see 3 officers trying to continue to gain some sort of compliance and restraint. And his arms are staying stout. He's standing there in that 4-point push-up position, which I can tell you from experience is a very dangerous position.
Why?
So there's one. So primarily, I'll try to make a long story short. I was working in Cobb County again, and it was actually a very similar call, except the suspect was a very small female. She's probably about 90 to 100 pounds. She was I just remember so distinctly. Also, I was listed as a victim on this case while I was an officer, but she was a Marine, and she was having similar demeanor and things going on. We actually had her in handcuffs, and she kept slipping them into the front of her body. She was so flexible and tiny. She kept getting the handcuffs to the front of her. And so she ends up, we have myself, 2 other officers about my size, and a sergeant. And we're trying to get her up to the patrol car, up the stairs. And she kind of falls into this similar position, but handcuffed. And she rears back and kicks me in the below the waist, we'll call it. So I can tell you about 10 different things that Mr. Moya could have done from that tabletop push-up position, including grabbing any one of the officer weapons that are on our belt and exposed. The gun is the only thing that's in like what we call a triple retention holster. And that's kind of complex to get out. We train to do it fast, but it's like 3 movements you have to do to get it. Everything else is just sitting in a pouch. So tasers in a pouch, our OC sprays in a pouch, the Aspeton's just in a pouch. And then obviously you can headbutt, kick, throw an elbow. And at this point, that is all my training experience is telling me he hasn't complied yet. He's shown violence. He's shown that he's intending to use it. And now we're still not in a place where we have control of him.
Did you think that there was more violence to come?
Absolutely. Yep. There's no doubt in my mind that if I did not tell Fruin to get out of the way, go up there with Aries, that more violence was imminent, and that he could literally just keep doing whatever. And you also have to take into account that as officers are going through this physical struggle, as much as none of us want to admit it, not all officers are in the best shape, and you start to get tired as a physical struggle keeps ensuing. So my goal is to use the most appropriate use of force you can to finalize the situation, get it done, get them in handcuffs, and get everyone safe.
Would you characterize when he was in that, as you call it, a push-up position, would you consider that force? Was he exhibiting force at that point?
So I think he was exhibiting resistance. So what do you mean by?
Well, when you see somebody who's in a push-up position and the 3 officers are on top of him, is that still, were you still considering him as exhibiting force, or would you think, oh, well?
Oh yeah, he was definitely not compliant. He was, I would say I do not consider him being under control. I do not consider him being secure. I still consider him a threat. I still consider him able to cause harm and damage to all the officers there. And if he's able to do that and break away from them, you also have the family and the children that are 5 feet away in the house with an open front door.
And was there any legal reason that you could think of, or even that you can think of now, that he had to lawfully resist that attempted handcuffing?
None.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about what happened, and I'll just allow you to speak extemporaneously. Tell me about what happened when you direct Aries to bite, and then the bite.
Okay. So at the moment I decided, I knew I had to get Fruin out of the way because I was already planning to do a directed bite on the upper left shoulder. That gives the officers a chance to grab the lower extremity. So the handcuff obviously goes on the wrist, but you like to have, and this is something you learn through training, but you like to have that lower part of the arm available so the officer, even with the dog bite, can grab the arm, place the hand behind the back, and get a handcuff on it. So I already knew the directed bite was going to go there. As I walk up to do it, I tell Aries to bite, and the jacket I can't remember if it was like completely hanging off of him, but the sleeve was flapping around, is right in line with the target where I was going to, and Aries gets the jacket. You'll hear me say los 2 times. That's his release command. So when you say los, he's supposed to release what's in his mouth. Obviously tensions get high, and I say los twice very quickly, and Aries release, and I'm able to complete the directed bite onto his shoulder.
I want to talk about the shoulder real briefly. Are you trained about certain areas of the body that you should target with a suspect when you're doing a directed bite?
Yes, I am. So,
what are those?
With a directed bite, it's going to be the larger mass areas of the extremities. So legs, and so you can do legs and arms. I know dogs have been trained to do chest bites. I don't know about if those are directed or not, but Aries and I never did a chest bite in training. So this was just a directed shoulder bite.
Okay. And as you're watching,
bite like chest from this, I'm trying to understand how like a dog would bite a flat surface.
Yeah. So it's like the upper pec.
And I guess it's just the teeth go on in.
Front. Yep. Yeah. It'll be the front.
But you've never done one of those?
No, I've never done one of those. Yeah. Aries. Well, yeah, I don't ever think I will do one of those. Aries never did one of those. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So describe for me what you're witnessing as Aries is engaged in the bite, and the officers are trying to handcuff the suspect. What's going on?
So from my recollection, the bite happens. Mr. Moya's hands release from that tabletop position. And I just remember a big struggle to get him in 2 handcuffs. So at that point, I had made the decision soon thereafter the bite, watching the struggle because they get one on, and none of us are talking. I'm trying to focus on Aries and what he's doing. I think they're focused on getting the cuffs on to get this over with. But my perception was, for whatever reason, they're still struggling to get those cuffs on. And so I knew, and it's standard practice, I've been trained to do it. And there are cases where you might not do it, but I was going to leave Aries on that bite until those handcuffs were secured and on, and I got the okay from the officer that was doing it, because the handcuffs don't go on. We already know when he was standing up and the handcuffs went to go on that he broke away and continued to resist and fight. And so I'm not going to take a chance of removing the dog, giving him the opportunity to continue to fight. I wanted him completely secured. The last cuff clicks on, I take Aries off the bite, and it was done.
What concerns, if any, do you have with a suspect who has handcuffs only on one arm, but the other arm is not in cuffs?
Yeah, that's a concern. You learn that in the academy, and you talk about in every defense tactics class that I can ever remember taking. It becomes an extremely dangerous weapon. You have a swinging steel hinge on one edge that's very pointy. It become a slicing instrument. You can put it over your fist and become basically brass knuckles. It is not a good situation to have a combative subject with a handcuff hanging off one hand.
Were you intending to cause serious bodily injury to the suspect at this point?
That was not my intent, no.
Okay.
My intent is always, as an officer, when you use force, your intent is to effectuate the arrest that you're using the force for. It's to gain compliance, get them under control. And, just like tasers leave prong marks in your chest, Aspeton, if you hit people in the legs, are going to leave bruises. Your intent is not to do that damage. Your intent is to use the force to effectuate the arrest.
You just described getting somebody under control. At what moment, from your perception, is the suspect actually and finally under control?
When he's finally handcuffed. But the start of that control, I would say there was no control of the suspect until the dog bite, and then final formal control where I had no worries about him anymore was when he was handcuffed.
Tell me whether you thought that using Aries in that moment was necessary.
Yes,
Why?
I replay it over and over in my head. Obviously, this has been a very long process. Things have been going on forever, and I've not wavered or changed my mind that actually I end up talking to Travis Moya's wife at the end of the video and telling her, this is never our intent when we come out here, but I also have a responsibility to the other officers that are here and their safety and keeping them safe. And then as well as the family. But I wholeheartedly believe that if I stood there with Aries and just kept watching, and waiting, that something else would have happened that could potentially have led to serious injury of one of the officers that were trying to.
And I think since you mentioned it, I am going to pull up so we can play what you just described. So did you describe a little bit your intent with the canine to Mrs. Moya?
I did, yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up what has been previously admitted, and I'm going to figure out exactly where this is. Okay. Let's start here and see this.
Take care of him.
My son, I think he got
Over here, okay? I know it's upsetting. It's your husband?
Yes.
Okay, how long have y'all been married?
2 years.
Okay, so listen, when y'all call us here and he's acting the way he's acting, we are peace officers first before police officers. So we have to,
Travis.
he's in cuffs now, so he's gonna be okay. We have medical staff en route to take care of him.
My son, I think he got scared and called.
That's okay.
And I told him, and when I didn't know that I was out here trying to talk him down. And so he was on the phone with 911. I told her he actually needs probably an ambulance. I don't know if he took anything or what. It's not his normal self. And I wanted him to go to a hospital, or so I was going to try and get him in the car. That's why we're outside.
And that was really our goal to get out here, was to get him to the
I know,
hospital.
but he's so, he's such a Leo,
Unfortunately, when he starts balling his fist up and trying to fight my officers that are out here with me, it's my obligation to utilize my tool, which is the dog, to get him to comply with our commands. It's a pain compliance thing. The hospital will treat him and all that stuff, but we have to get him in handcuffs, and he wasn't allowing us to do that.
I understand.
Okay?
I totally understand.
Okay, so during that conversation, what's the suspect doing?
He's still being belligerent. I believe there's some EMTs over there at that point. I don't know what he's yelling, but you can hear him in the background screaming and yelling.
And what does his wife indicate to you as you explain the situation to her?
She's obviously upset, as any wife would be. But she does repeatedly say that she understands. And my goal is to humanize policing as much as we can. We have a very hard job to do. God bless the guys, the men and women out there who still do it, because it's just becoming a crazy world for it. And, but if I just get in my car and drive away, Yeah, obviously we're still here today, and it happens. But my goal was to go over there and talk to her and just explain this is the policing side of it. It's not always pretty. Use of force never looks good on camera, but I'm a human, and I'm going to come talk to you about what just happened as the wife of the guy who just got bit by my canine.
You say something like we're peace officers first. What do you mean by that?
So policing, this is also kind of a more personal ideology, I guess, with policing. We are considered peace officers. That's what they called, Georgia peace officer certification and things like that. But people hear police and they're like, you're the people that arrest people. You write tickets. You take people to jail. That's not the reason I signed up to be a police officer. My goal was to always protect people that couldn't protect themselves, to keep the peace. And there's domestic violence situations all over the country every day. And these are the situations that we get called in to come make split second decisions in rapidly evolving situations where very little is predictable. And I just wanted her to know that this wasn't just some cop that came here and had his canine bite her husband and on to my next call. So that's what I mean by peace officers. I was here to keep the peace, to keep you safe, your family safe, keep Travis from doing any more harm, anything that he could potentially do to his own family in the state of mind that he was in. And we see that a lot in domestic violence. It's hard to see from the outside looking in when you're in, you see the domestic violence cycle of these victims that just keep going back because it's just so hard to not see them as your spouse or your brother or your sister. So I wanted her to know that I was there for the right reasons.
Tell me about kind of some of the protocol you followed after that use of force. Tell me about reports or conversations with supervisors.
Yep. So we have to call supervisor to the scene. Pictures have to be taken on scene of the incident. EMS has to be called. That tourniquet is actually my tourniquet when I came back over. And I see the dog bite. I see his arm bleeding, and better safe than sorry. If there's blood there, it's always, you see blood, just put a tourniquet on. We have hundreds of them, and let's take care of it. Worst case is it wasn't needed, but it doesn't do any harm. So I put the tourniquet on. EMS gets there, they treat him. He ends up getting transported to the hospital. And I leave and I do an incident report and my use of force report.
Did you ever, in either of those reports, try to conceal any aspect of the force you used that day?
No.
What happened in terms of the review of your use of force in the department?
Yes, it went all the way up through the chain of command. It goes through, we have an internal affairs investigator. He's been with the department, I think 40 years or something like that. And went through the use of force investigation and signed off by all supervisors up through the chief of police to be found within policy, within state law, to be reasonable.
And at what point did you find out that, well, no, we won't get into that. I guess my last question is, well, at least in terms of this direct, just articulate again why in that moment you had Aries bite the suspect.
In that moment, and it's also in my report, but in that moment, it went from, I think maybe these guys can get it under control. The closed fist happens, the swing happens, they go to the ground, and I start thinking these guys cannot get it under control. These guys cannot get Mr. Moya in handcuffs. And he has just offered violence to the police officers. There was, and I mean, force was imminent. There was going to be more unlawful force if I did not use my canine, the tool I'm trained to use, to walk up there, do the directed bite, and put an end to it. And that's exactly what happened. Is it ended?
Your witness.
So, Mr. Watkins, before you start, and I'm going to let you get through, we're going to finish with Mr. Esposito today, but if you have any witnesses still here, you should release them, because we're obviously not going to get to your witnesses. So you can send someone to do that. You shouldn't go anywhere. And then I don't know if you have other witnesses, but they don't need to stick around because I can't imagine that cross is going to be 15 minutes. So, all right.
Sorry, I'm trying to look. Yes, my expert has a flight out today. Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
I want to go through with, certainly get the cross-examination done. I know we're going to end today. Dr. Adams has to catch a flight, and he has to render his opinion based on the testimony that's offered today. So,
What time does he need to leave here to catch his flight?
Your Honor, the flight's at 7:25 and boarding's at 6:45.
Okay. I don't want you to miss the flight, but we'll go as long as you can stay. But if part of the process was that you wanted Dr. Adams to hear all of Mr. Esposito's testimony, he can't hear it if he has to go. My point of saying we're going to get through Mr. Esposito was twofold. One, it's a natural break point, but two, I'm happy to go past 5. Normally court stops at 5. But I bet you won't be done with your cross by 5. And that is okay. That wasn't my point so much as it was I wanted to accommodate your cross, whatever it was going to be, not knowing that you had the constraint with Dr. Adams. So why don't we do this? Start your cross and then let me know when Dr. Adams needs to go. I don't think he needs to leave at 5 to catch the flight, but I don't want to be the reason he misses the flight or has to fly through the airport. So I'm going to defer to him when he thinks he needs to get out of here. But we've still got some time for you to make some headway in your cross of Mr. Esposito. It's just because I don't know when we're going to reconvene, it would be a lot cleaner to finish at the close of a witness rather than be mid-witness. We'll still be mid-hearing, which is suboptimal, but it's doubly suboptimal for mid-witness. But sometimes that happens.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Esposito, I believe we've somewhat acquainted with one another. Again, my name is Brian Watkins with the District Attorney's Office. Let me begin with, can you inform the court of what items you reviewed in preparation for your testimony today? Well, better yet, when was the last time you reviewed the body worn cameras in this incident?
So I never watched any of besides today, watching the officer's body worn cameras. I only watched my own body worn camera, maybe besides a fragment of one with Molly, Officer Fruin's, but start to finish, my body worn camera, and that was maybe it was after the indictment, which was June. I don't know. It was this year. It was a few months ago.
Within the last year.
Yes.
And within the last year, you've reviewed your body worn camera video and that alone video.
Yeah.
How many times since the incident?
I probably reviewed it since the day of the incident. I reviewed it later that night to write my report. I would say less than 5 times since then have I reviewed my body camera.
And you reviewed it, you prepared the incident report, and then you had to prepare a canine deployment report. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you also reviewed it prior to the canine deployment report?
No. So actually what happens with the canine deployment report, as long as all the circumstances that is required of the canine unit are in there, it actually ends up being one report. So I go in and the let's say the text that I write is the same.
When you say one report, you're saying the canine deployment report ends up being a part of the incident report, or some other report?
Vice versa. The incident report will end up being part of the canine report.
Okay. All right. What else did you review in preparation for your testimony today?
The CAD notes.
Okay.
And I don't even think we went over my report before my testimony today. So it's the CAD notes and my body camera.
Did you review, and that's it? You didn't review policies, did you?
No.
Okay. All right. So in the CAD report, I don't know if you have a copy of it before you.
Yes. Defense Exhibit 16.
Defense Exhibit 16. If you look at the page ending 5 of 6 and it's bait stamp ending in 1-3, that is the second to the last page. Sorry.
Yes.
All right. So in that CAD report, it says at the very bottom that the mother is on the phone, says he might need an AMR because she doesn't know if he took something or not.
Right.
AMR is a reference to ambulance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's our contracted ambulance.
Okay. And a line above that says he might get alarm when PD, that is police department, gets there. You see that?
I do.
And all of this is what is being reported that mother, Ms. Moya, is stating to 911, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear this?
Not that I remember hearing it. So you can see next to it, it actually says call created for EMS. And so that might have came over EMS's radio. The one where it says mother is on the phone, says need AMR because she doesn't know if he took something.
You don't.
So EMS has a separate dispatch, and then where it says fire next to he might get alarm when PD gets there, that means that call was dispatched to the fire department.
Are you saying parts of these notes may not be reflected on your screen?
No, the notes will be there. By this point, I would say that I'm either pulling into the neighborhood and no longer reading, but they will not come over my radio.
Okay. And prior to getting out of the vehicle, did you look at the dispatch notes to see what the update may be?
So I'll say all these notes were not there, but I remember reading the ones that I spoke about earlier. But I didn't read all of these notes.
All right, let's narrow down what all of these notes mean.
Right.
I'm talking about 2.
Right. No, I did not read either of those notes.
You did not read where the mother says she needs an ambulance.
I did not read any of those notes, the ones you just referred to.
Okay. Can you tell us why you didn't read those notes?
Well, I don't remember reading them, and I can imagine because as you go there and say step it up, he says he's disorderly is at 1939 hours. This was at 1937 hours. I'd already been on the scene for a couple minutes at that point, and I imagine I was out of my car or pulling up on scene and watching what was going on in front of me, not focused on reading anymore.
Where is it reflected where it says step it up?
At the very end of the note, it has a timestamp on it. So call created for EMS 7/25/21, 1937 hours. Mother is on the phone, says he might need AMR because she doesn't know if he took something or not. And then fire, that was populated at 1937. And when I say step it up, he's disorderly, that's at 1939. So I can tell you while I was on Highway 9 traveling there, I read the notes that CAD put about the disorderly subject, the gun in the home, everything that came over the initial call. But by the time I got in the neighborhood, I was eyes up watching for what was going to be coming up in front of me.
And it took you at least 2 minutes to get over to the residence once you arrived into the neighborhood?
I can't remember if it was 2-3 minutes, what it was.
And you did not think prior to getting out of the vehicle to go back and check what the update is?
I had enough information to get out of the car and investigate what I needed to.
Would you agree that a request for an ambulance is important?
For what? Important for what?
To add further context as to what is happening, that you may have a child in the house saying, this is what's going on, but an adult says, no, that's not what's happening. Something else is going on.
It's not my role in that situation to determine what's important. It's dispatch to give me the information that's important.
Okay, that's not.
And so I wasn't going to wait in my car and read the notes that might or might not come up and populate.
The question is, don't you think that was important?
No, not at the time.
Okay.
As sitting here today, I can tell you I don't think that that's important for what I was going there to investigate.
I may have misunderstood, Mr. Watkins. I thought the evidence we've received is that the original caller was in fact an 18-year-old. And so while obviously it's not a biological child, it's a stepson, but it's not a 4-year-old calling saying my daddy's making growling noises. Am I mistaken, or was the caller in fact the 18-year-old stepson of Mr. Moya?
That's correct.
Okay.
But that's not saying anything about the maturity of an 18-year-old versus a woman in her late 30s.
Right. The call.
We've all seen maturity levels can vary greatly by age.
Absolutely. Okay, so you described this at one point as a domestic violence cycle.
I just was talking about the domestic violence cycle.
In this instance, though, this is a domestic disturbance. Is that right?
So the dispatch call is domestic. We went over this when Molly was talking to me. Domestic disturbance / violence. It's right here. It says chief complaint, domestic disturbance / violence. It's the first thing on the dispatch notes on the last page.
You understood it to be domestic violence or domestic disturbance, or both?
A domestic disturbance is classifying that it's domestic relationships between the parties, but with violence, including violence.
And on the radio, did you hear something to indicate that it was, in fact, violence versus simply domestic disturbance?
Him punching things and growling and acting wild.
Okay.
Is pretty violent to me.
Punching objects is violent to you?
Yes, I wouldn't want someone in my house punching objects.
Speaking of which, once you arrived on scene, you asked the wife about there being punching inside of the house, and she disavowed you of that. She said, no, that was outside the house, correct?
She said he threw a chair down inside the house and punches outside the house.
You say inside the house?
Threw a chair down inside and then punches outside the house. Okay. Throwing property is also a sign of violence.
Now, when you arrived on scene, you saw two females engaged in some type of conversation with Mr. Moya. Is that right?
I believe I saw just one at first, and then shortly after I arrived, one walks outside. So it ended up being two females, yes.
All right. And neither one of them gave you any indication they were trying to avoid Mr. Moya. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, they were standing in front of him.
And you stated that everything in the 911 call was corroborated. Do you recall stating that?
Yes.
And what exactly was corroborated? Was the growling corroborated?
I would say his demeanor that was explained on the 911 dispatch notes was corroborated.
And I'm asking specifically if you can help me understand.
So when a dispatch note comes over and says he's growling, acting wild, and punching things, my understanding is that he has a demeanor that is being unpredictable and violent. And when I arrive on scene, I confirm that the demeanor that was explained in the CAD notes, you look confused. I don't know if I'm explaining it right.
Well, I think when you say everything is corroborated, I'm trying to get an understanding in your mind.
Yeah.
What does everything mean so we can be precise with our term?
Right. So as I'll state again, the dispatch initially says he is punching things, growling, acting wild, which to me is saying his demeanor is violent and unpredictable, because growling is not a normal human thing that we do. And so when I get there, I have seen his demeanor. Hear him shout at me. I see him tense. I can see him breathing heavily and see that I have now corroborated the demeanor that was portrayed to me over dispatch.
Okay. And you never asked the wife or the other young lady standing there whether they felt as though they were in danger. Is that correct?
I don't ask that specific question. She actually tells me most of that he may have taken some bad drugs, some bad weed. Hang on. I don't ask that he's in danger, but I am able to obtain the information through her statements to me.
All right, so the answer is no. You did not ask if she felt in any danger.
I did not ask that specific question.
You did not ask her, Ms. Moya, if anyone else was expressing fear in addition to her son.
I did not ask that specific question.
So let me ask you in this regard, can you explain to the court where the threat was at this time, if any?
He was in the driveway standing about 30 feet in front of me.
Okay, and tell me what the threat is. That is where he is actionable, capable to carry out some type of harmful act.
Yes, so there's two females standing very close to in front of him within 6 to 12 inches. His demeanor, again, is how I've already described and explained. And due to the unpredictability of that, I've seen in domestic violence situations with domestic relationship persons, so husband and wife, husband.
Excuse me, I lost the volume. I believe the Zoom is about to end at 5.
All right, Ms. Rivers, can you hear us now?
I can.
Okay, we had this stop at 5. We need to have our Zooms always go to 6, especially on immunity hearings. They never end on time. So the podium is back in. I haven't added, got to add the witness as well. And then we'll see, hold on, witness.
So she let us know as soon as she's on it. You know, I didn't do it a few times. She had something.
All right. Ms. Rivers, do you see Mr. Esposito on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Say something nice to the court reporter.
Hello, Miss Court Reporter. You look great today.
All right. Close enough.
I can hear you.
Excellent. See and hear. All right. So we're good. Let's press on. Sorry about that. We hit the 5 o'clock witching hour.
So I think the question was specifically asked that balling up the fist and removing the jacket could be an indicator of a mental episode. And you went on to explain, and I believe you stated, it could be, but it also could be an indicator to offer violence.
I said I don't believe they're mutually exclusive. I believe you can have both. You can have a mental episode and also have pre-attack indicators to offer violence.
All right. Now, you stated that you put on your, is it true that you put on your gloves in anticipation of some type of physical use of force?
Anticipation, yes.
And this is within a minute or so after you get out of the vehicle?
I don't recall the exact time, but it was soon after I got out of the vehicle.
I want to direct your attention to and see if you have any recollection in regards to what the policies were, and if we need to, we can take a look at them. But do you have a specific recollection as to the policies?
For anything verbatim or specific, I'd need them in front of me, but I remember the policies in place and the general, what generally is encompassed within them.
Okay. You recall that the policies required that all uses of force that if there is a use of force, full disclosure of the circumstances requiring the use of force are to be disclosed.
Yes.
As well as the type and extent of the force.
Correct.
And it shall be thoroughly documented in the use of force module.
Yes.
Okay. And you also are aware that facts unknown to the officer, no matter how compelling, cannot be considered in a later determination of whether the use of force action was justified.
Yes.
And so I'm following Mr. Watkins. You're sharing with Mr. Esposito and thus with me. This is City of Alpharetta use of force. This isn't GP. It's not what. Yeah, it's not what Mr. Corbett would teach and whatnot. I mean, they may be very similar, but you are specifically quoting to Mr. Esposito his former forces, long-term use, department's policy.
Correct.
Okay.
I believe I was introducing the evidence.
It was. I just wasn't sure. There were several things introduced. There were three. Ms. Palmer introduced the use of force policy, the Canine policy, and the code of conduct. I think you're relying on Defense Exhibit 10, the use of force policy.
Correct.
Great.
All right. So it's true that you completed, as we stated, your case supplemental report, and you also completed your Canine deployment report.
Yes.
All right. And those items being exhibit number 3, and let me get numbers 3 and also number 4, and I'll get copies of that for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Your Honor, if I may approach you.
Sure. All the lawyers have authority to approach witnesses during the hearing.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3. This will be the case report, investigative report.
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit number 4, that being the canine deployment.
So 3 is already in evidence. Do you have any objection to states 4, the deployment report?
No, you're
All right. You want 4 in as well?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted as well.
Okay. So Officer Esposito, or Mr. Esposito now. I want you to review your reports. The first one, let's look at the end of the second paragraph.
Sorry, with J3 or 4 or S3 or 4?
That's going to be S3, the case supplemental report.
Okay. The second paragraph?
Report. Correct. Where you state that, and I'll point to it, kind of make it small. Beginning here where it begins with Mr. Moya. It says, that is the second paragraph, almost halfway down, farthest to the right. Mr. Moya did not obey Officer Benfield's commands. Officer Fruin, Officer Benfield, and a Milton police officer attempted to place the subject in the handcuffs. At that time, Mr. Moya began to passively resist the officer's attempt to place him in handcuffs by pulling away from them and tensing his muscles. I did not feel at that time that Mr. Moya had escalated to a level to justify utilizing Aries, that is the canine, for compliance. I advised Mr. Moya multiple times that if he fights with the officers, the dog would bite him. Okay, so the issue regarding Mr. Moya offering violence only arises after that point, correct?
Offering violence?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Next paragraph. You say, however, Mr. Moya disregarded my warnings, balled up his fist, and swung around toward the officers, actively offering violence. At that time, I instructed Officer Fruin to reposition so that I could utilize my canine partner to gain compliance of the combative suspect. Missing there is the fact that Mr. Moya had been taken to the ground, correct?
Yes, it's not there.
If you could look at S4, please.
All right.
You can look at the second paragraph, 2/3 of the way down or so, beginning at that time.
Yes.
Again, you state, at that time, Mr. Moya began to passively resist the officers' attempt to place him into handcuffs by pulling away from them and tensing his muscles. I do not feel at that time that Mr. Moya had escalated to a level to justify utilizing Aries for compliance. However, Mr. Moya then balled up his fist and swung around toward the officers, actively fighting them. At that time, I instructed Officer Fruin to reposition so I could attempt to utilize my canine partner to gain compliance of the combative suspect. Canine Aries initially bit the jacket. So 2 things. One, again, you do not include that Mr. Moya was taken to the ground, correct?
Correct.
This time, instead of saying offering violence, you're saying he was actively fighting them. And then you don't say anything in regards to Mr. Moya being in a push-up or a tabletop position anywhere in this canine deployment report being Exhibit S4, do you?
No.
Don't you think that's important?
So at the bottom of both of my reports, I always notate after I've reviewed and see that it did function properly, that my body camera's active. Inside my use of force report, when you fill out the module, you can mark that you have body camera footage, which is a virtual documentation of everything that happened. So the text is just a supplement documentation to what you can see on body camera. So I understand there might be, well, the department reviewed everything and didn't write me up for a policy violation for not including all the pertinent information, but I do write that my body camera is active and everything was documented in that use of force module.
Okay.
So like when that use of force goes up through my chain of command, they see my body camera was active and then I checked that box. They don't just review my use of force text report, they also review the body camera because it was also part of the documentation.
But you're not putting an important fact in this report.
Via text, no, I'm not.
And if we look back at Exhibit S3,
same thing.
You are not documenting an important fact that Mr. Moya was on the ground, correct?
Via text, no.
And further, you state, if you look in the paragraph beginning with however Mr. Moya in your S3, Esposito incident report, to prevent injury to the officers and myself.
Yep, right here.
Okay. To prevent injury to the officers and myself, I kept Aries engaged with his mic until the other officers placed handcuffs on Mr. Moya. Mr. Moya immediately complied with officers to put his hands behind his back once Canine Aries was engaged on the bite. You don't explain in these reports either what the threat to the officers were. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say I don't go into explaining everything he could have possibly done to the officers. But he was a threat.
Let's talk about possibly. When does it come to when do you distinguish as an officer a possibility justifying the use of force versus it being an actual threat? For example, isn't it true there needs to be some affirmative step by the individual target to call it a threat versus possible risk?
No. Yeah, I don't agree with your differentiation between risk and threat. I actually think they're synonymous and can be used in exchange with one another. He posed a serious threat to the officers there and the family, and it was a great risk because of how he was acting. I mean, I think it's semantics at the end of the day.
You think risk and threat are synonymous?
I think risk and threat when it comes to analyzing and determining when I'm going to use force are synonymous. He was a threat and he was a risk. He was both.
Okay. In this particular position, the tabletop push-up position,
yes,
you consider Mr. Moya a risk to the officers. Is that right?
And a threat.
And a threat.
Yeah.
But before deploying the dog, you told one of the officers to move out of the way, correct? So you told an officer to release a hold on Mr. Moya, although you believe he posed a threat
to the officers that were there, and they were not able to get him under control. I'll explain again, but the three officers at no point had any type of affirmative control over Mr. Moya. And I'm not going to walk my dog up for a bite while an officer is holding that arm where I'm going to put my canine to bite. So yes, I told him to move out of the way so I could use a different intermediate use of force to get him to comply.
Not one officer asked you for assistance, did they?
No.
And it was Officer Fruin who initiated the custodial arrest.
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
you stated that the officer struggled to get Mr. Moya into handcuffs. But you agree that could be due to the physiology of Mr. Moya.
Yes.
Right. He could have tight shoulders. It could have been, he just had trouble getting his arms behind his back, correct?
If we didn't have all the other factors that we talked about at length today, I would say that could be it. But ultimately, the totality of the factors and circumstances, that could have been part of it. But he wasn't just standing there while we said, "Hey, your shoulders are a little tight. We can't get your arms behind your back." It was his whole demeanor, his swinging towards the officers with a closed fist, his violent yelling, the growling and everything we talked about at the beginning of the dispatch call. So it's not. I just feel like your question is saying that he was just laying there passively and we couldn't get his arms behind his back because he had tight shoulders. That wasn't the
case. You had already concluded that prior to that point, that the growling and everything else, that Mr. Moya had up until you all first tried to put him in custody, that he was passively resistant.
Right, tensing his muscles, pulling away.
And it's your statement today that are you saying that it may not have been his physiology?
What might not have been his physiology?
The fact it had some difficulty pulling his hands together behind his back to get a single pair of hands.
No, I'm saying that could absolutely be a part of it, but that's not the only reason.
I understand.
Okay.
All right. You do agree that it's likely that a dog could cause serious injury?
When used improperly, yes.
Okay. And in this instance, you would agree that Mr. Moya suffered serious injuries?
So I'm not a medical doctor, but I have seen pretty bad injuries on the job, and I would classify this as not serious.
Okay. And when a wound is open so much from a dog bite that one can stick a finger down in it, you don't consider that serious?
So I was actually, this is pretty common in training. So when I first got Aries, I was up at Canine school. I did what all new handlers do, and I shouldn't have done, but we're working on apprehension training, and I use my hands in a physical manner to direct Aries to go bite. Aries then jumps up and bites. Sorry, I just want to make sure
I'm listening.
Okay. He jumps up and bites my arm. So I've actually got bit by Aries in training. And I could stick my pinky and probably my ring finger in the wound that was there. And I actually put some iodine in it, wrapped it up, and went back to training. So I didn't consider that a serious injury.
Was this wound as large as the wound that you suffered at that time? Was it as large as the wound suffered by Mr. Moya?
By the pictures that I've seen of Mr. Moya, it was probably a bit smaller, but still big enough. You said to put a finger in, it was big enough to put a finger in.
Okay, so I'm moving on. You would say that the injuries suffered by Mr. Moya were more serious than what you suffered at the time Aries bit you, right?
The puncture wound was bigger. I didn't say more serious. I said it was bigger than
okay,
the one I
all right. And he suffered multiple puncture wounds, correct?
Yes, I think 4, 3. Something.
If we can pull up, did you see any other, you've seen the other videos, is that correct? Other body worn camera videos?
What we've watched today, I've obviously seen, there's a clip from, I think it was Fruin's body camera at the very beginning that I watched with Miss Palmer, and those I've seen.
Okay, all right, can you pull Fruin? Find it. All right.
Oh yeah, the news. Yeah. It's hard. I like old school. I like trial. Yeah. Yeah. She has another. Because it's not good.
So we're trying to get it to play, and one network is not working, so we're going to the flash drive.
Do I need to add a device? Did something?
Here it is.
Okay. So why don't you pause it for a sec so we know what's being played for the record? What exhibit is this?
This is the video of Officer Fruin, that being defense exhibit number
3. All right, so defense 3 is in, and are you playing from a certain point, or are we just running the whole thing?
No, we're gonna clear that part where I'm trying to move, advance it now.
Okay. Hey, we're just here to talk. What's going on, man? What's going on? What's going on, man?
Can you come here? So we're here now. We have to deal with it. We want to try to de-escalate. It's not happening, but we have allegedly we have crimes that have.
Well, it's his house. So
What's going on, man? What's going on? Why you keep on saying that?
I don't know if it's a mix of alcohol or something else, but
Just turn it off.
Dude, you better relax.
Phone call.
Relax.
Reference to the
Relax.
that occurred
Relax.
on June 10th. I
Relax.
actually just got from Mr. Red, so I kind of ran through everything with him. So I just want to make sure I get the contact number for you. Is this number 70?
Dude, what's going on? Talk to us, man.
7.
It doesn't matter who called us, all right?
All right, and like I said to Mr. Red, basically, I'm only looking at the case involving Ms. Bruno, and my understanding is that, a car pulled up.
I don't know. You started playing and this happened, so it's coming through you?
The second car pulled up, and out of that car.
Oh, no, it's this Peter Herzog guy. Who is that?
He's the ADA, probably.
All right, you guys keep him muted. Thanks. So yeah, that was your guy, not,
Sorry, Judge.
It's all right.
I was just like, somebody's on Zoom, it's not muted.
yeah,
If I may resume.
you may. I figured that was like inside Fruin's car or something.
Hey, sir, come here.
Don't go back in the house. Let me talk to you for a second.
Sir, come on, sir. Sir. Come here, talk to us.
Get on the ground. I'm sorry.
You're under arrest. You're under arrest.
Hold on.
Put your hands back. Put your way back.
You understand?
Relax.
No. Don't.
Relax.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me, brother. Who called you?
Relax.
Who called you, brother?
Relax.
Who called you? Brother, who called you?
Relax, dude.
Dude. What are you doing? Get him! Pocket! Loose! Ow! It's looking
right back! Put your hands right back!
Put your hands right back! Behind your back! Ow! Put your hand behind your back! Ow! Get this dog off of me!
Ow! Ow!
Get
I
another
didn't do
pair.
nothing to you. Ow!
Get another
Get
pair.
this dog off of me, sir! Ow, brother! Get this dog off of me! Ow! Get this dog off of me! Ow! Ow! Get this dog off of me, please! Get this dog off of me!
sir. I warned you. Several warnings.
Ow! Please get this dog off of me! Please! Please get this dog off of me! Please get this dog off of me! Ow! Please get this dog off of me! Brother, please get this dog off of me! Please get this dog off of me! Please! Please get this dog off of me! Please! There's no reason for this!
So a few questions here, Officer Esposito. In looking at this, is it your impression that once the dog bit Mr. Moya, he was not trying to comply with the commands to get his arms behind his back?
So originally, I actually wrote my report that he immediately complied. Watching it today, jogging my memory, it looks like Aries is on the bite and his arm is still outstretched and he's still fighting until, I mean, with the dog on your arm, you can only do that for so long. So he doesn't immediately comply, but soon thereafter, he drops down to his stomach and we can start getting his hands behind his back.
And even my question is, once he starts to try to put his hands behind his back, the dog continues to bite.
Correct.
You allow the dog to continue to bite.
Correct.
Is it your impression that Mr. Moya was resisting compliance at that time?
It is my, I'll just answer your question. Wait, ask it one more time.
Yeah. Once the dog issues the bite, Mr. Moya puts his hands behind him. He's no longer in tabletop. Is it your belief that he was failing to comply with commands?
He was complying because of the dog bite. He was complying with our commands because of the dog on his shoulder.
And yet, you did not release the dog, although Mr. Moya is trying to comply.
No, because I believe the only reason he was complying was because the dog was biting his shoulder.
Okay. And despite the fact he's lying prone on the ground, chest to the ground, arms to his side, elbows bent.
Because the dog is on the bite.
Okay. And if you
don't talk over each other, let him finish his answer, then you can ask your next question.
He did not do any of those indicators of compliance until the dog was biting him, which is why I explained earlier, I made the decision to leave the dog on the bite, because I believe if I remove the dog from the bite before he's in handcuffs, he's back to a combative suspect.
Okay. If you remove the dog from the bite before the handcuffs were secured for whatever reason, you could have put the dog back on Mr. Moya, correct?
If he started fighting, yes. But I mean,
if he started
fighting or offering violence again, I could have, but why risk it? If I've already got one bite and I can get him secured in handcuffs, I'm not going to take the dog off the bite and then have to bite him again, or the dog bite him again.
And you saying why risk it? Is that what you said? Why risk that?
Why would I risk the officer's safety and any more possible threat to violence from him when I've already controlled the situation? I wouldn't do that.
What about Mr. Moya's safety?
I mean, he wasn't safe while he was fighting and punching and growling and everything. He's safer now in handcuffs, unfortunately, with the dog bite, but he's safer now in handcuffs. We were able to finally get him medical attention, get him to the hospital. They not only treated his bite, but whatever else was going on with him. So yes, his safety was also an account.
Right. But that's not quite my question. My question is, once Mr. Moya, chest is to the ground, arms to the side, elbows bent. Did you think about his safety as you allowed the dog to continue to bite him?
I thought about everybody's safety that was involved in that scenario right there. The officer's safety, Mr. Moya's safety, my safety, and the family's safety, the children's safety, everyone that's within that household and standing right there.
Right. You said, and you can see the tissue from Mr. Moya's body on the ground and being flowing across his body. Did you see that at the time you had the dog on him?
I don't remember seeing it. I saw it after. Like once the bite had been done, I put Aries in the car. I come back and apply the tourniquet, and I remember seeing it like in the little. I think you showed the picture. It's like a little puddle of his blood, and then some of the tissue in the puddle.
And the dog thrashing. Isn't it true that the dog thrashing may have affected the other officer's ability to handcuff him?
That is possible, but they got him handcuffed while the dog was on there, so they had a better chance with that than before the dog was biting because they didn't get him in handcuffs then.
But when Mr. Moya bent his arms behind his back, and you had two officers, it was two officers holding his hands at that point, right? Trying to cuff him.
Yeah, one on one side, one on the other.
That wasn't sufficient compliance at that time to release the dog?
No. Sufficient compliance was when he was fully restrained in handcuffs and no longer could utilize his hands for any more violence.
How do you account for the fact that the officers holding him down may be delaying actually getting him handcuffed to allow the dog to continue to bite him?
Where does that come from?
Facts, not in evidence.
Where does that statement come from? Do you have a good faith basis for asking that question?
Yeah, and I think it's part of
do you have my question first? Do you have a good faith basis for asking that question? That any of these, this is being live streamed. People are watching this and paying attention. Do you have a good faith basis for suggesting that one of those officers intentionally delayed the handcuffing to make Mr. Moya suffer longer?
I don't see where.
Do you have a good faith basis for asking, or is it purely speculative and for show? Answer my question.
It is, I'm asking to try to find out if this is part of the calculation as to why we would leave a dog on Mr. Moya as long as we are.
Then you can ask the officers who had his hands if you think you've got a good faith basis to ask them that. Next question.
You stated that Mr. Moya continued to pose a threat to his wife and children. Is that right?
Until he was fully handcuffed.
Okay, all right. At the time Mr. Moya turns to go back into the house, the officer, do you recall seeing him stop walking toward the house before the officers put their hands on him?
Yeah, I spoke about that earlier, but yes, I do recall that.
Okay, all right.
That was when I was talking about that Officer Ben Field's commands weren't exactly working until I positioned myself and Aries in between the doorway on the sidewalk and him. That's when he stopped.
You say you position yourself in the doorway?
No. Like it was like by the sidewalk, but like where Aries and I were, it was Mr. Moya on the sidewalk, Aries and I, then the doorway.
Okay. Mr. Moya still could have continued walking toward his doorway unabated, correct?
Right.
So at some point when he was told to stop, he did stop, correct?
Not when he was initially told to stop.
At some point when he was told to stop, he did stop, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I don't think the video of Officer Melly has been, the material parts of it have been played.
Okay.
Can you pull up? No.
So that's Defense Exhibit 6?
Looks like 5. Yeah.
I'm sorry, 5, correct. Screenshots are 6, so Defense 5.
No, don't touch me. Brother, who called you? Who called you, brother? Who called you? Brother, who called you? Hold on. Look out. Get him. Pocket. No. Ow. Put your hand right there. Put your hand behind your back. I can turn it on. Ow. Get this dog off of me, sir! Ow, brother! Get this dog off of me! Ow! Get this dog off of me! Ow! Get this dog off of me, please! Get this dog off of me!
I warned you, sir. I warned you. Several warnings. Several warnings.
Get this dog off of me!
We're trying.
Please! Please get this dog off of me! Please get this dog off of me! Ow! Please get this dog off of me!
He's in.
Please get this dog off of me!
I'm going to stop the video right now. Can you take it about 10
Please!
seconds?
What?
About 10 seconds. Where all officers are showing with their hands.
There's your hands.
Right there. So, Mr. Esposito, doesn't this photograph show that the officers assisting at this time have Mr. Moya fully in custody?
So you'll hear there's like a tightening of the handcuffs, I think a little bit after this one is fully, and then Officer Benfield gives me some sort of verbal indicator, which is what I always wait for, because I can't see them while they're handcuffing over here. So he looks up at me and says, "It's good, or we're done, we got him," or whatever he says.
Okay, so I see you bending over and I see your hands on the dog.
Yes.
Are you saying you can't see the officer's hands?
Who's Ian Adams? Is that also someone from your office?
It is expert.
Oh, okay. All right. I can't mute him. I'm trying to mute him.
He's on his way to the airport.
Okay, but he needs to figure out how to mute. This is also recorded, so he'll be able to watch it later if he needs to, but he just muted. Okay. All right.
Okay, so my question to you is it your testimony is that you cannot see the hands of the officers at the time on Mr. Moya?
I'm saying from my recollection of that day, when I was standing there holding Aries, watching him on the bite, that I did not see what they were doing with his right hand on that side. I wait for the verbal. You'll see Benfield look up at me, gives me a verbal indication that he is secured in handcuffs, and I begin the release process for the dog, which happens seconds afterwards.
So during this entire episode, is it your testimony that you are not looking at the dog, not looking at the officers and their placement on Mr. Moya? Your eyes are on the dog the entirety of the time?
Maybe not the entirety, but I remember looking mostly at controlling Aries.
Okay.
Because like I said, I always wait for that verbal, which they know, which is why they gave it to me. They know that I wait to hear them say he's good or he's in handcuffs, which Benfield does say to me, and I release the dog.
All right. You rewind about 10 seconds and play it again. This notion that anyone could see anything that was going on eludes me a bit. I mean, there's a million hands flying around. It does not look like anyone's complying here.
All right, tell me how far back.
This good.
Ow, brother! Get this dog off of me! Ow! Get this dog off of me! Ow! Ow! Get this dog off of me, please! Get this dog off of me!
I warned you, sir. I warned you. Several warnings. Several warnings.
Get this dog off of me!
We're trying.
Please! Please get this dog off of me!
We're trying.
Please get this dog off of me! Ow! Please get this dog off of me!
He's in.
Please get this dog off of me! Please get this dog off of me! Please! Please get this dog off of me! Please!
Okay, thank you.
Ow! Ow!
So, Mr. Esposito, we have an individual who's lying on his stomach. We have two officers on his left putting their body weight on him and pushing his arm up. You would agree with that?
Yes.
We have another officer on the other side doing the same thing, putting the officer's body weight on Mr. Moya and pushing his arm up. You would agree with that, correct?
I don't think Officer Melly is on him at all. He's just holding his arm, but he's on the sidewalk.
Okay.
I believe.
Well, there is another officer on the right side of Mr. Moya. Is that right?
Yeah, you can see Officer Melly is like keeps pushing because.
I'm sorry. Let's go back and let's identify the officers here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Melly is this body camera, right? That's
Okay,
what we're looking
yep.
at. So, yep, I'll tell you.
Right. He's like, it's almost like the ends. I mean, he's trying to push someone forward who keeps getting thrust off of.
Yeah.
Is it Benfield that he's pushing, or would he be pushing on Fruin?
Melly is pushing Benfield.
Okay.
Yep. And
Because Fruin is over on the left.
Right.
Okay.
So,
But we can play it again if you want.
so as Mr. Moya is on his stomach and his head is in your direction. Okay, we can stop right here, please. Okay. So let's identify the parties here. At the very top with the hat on, that would be
me.
Next to him with the black hair and glasses, that would be
Officer Fruin.
right there, closest to the camera with the patch showing, a police officer's patch.
Officer Benfield.
Okay. And you all are on Mr. Moya's left side, correct?
Benfield might be like back by his legs.
On the left side.
The left side, it looks like,
Okay.
yeah.
And who is on the right side?
Officer Melly.
Okay. All right. And Officer Melly has hold of Mr. Moya's arms on the right side, correct?
I believe he's got his right arm. Yes.
Okay. And is your testimony it was necessary to keep Mr. Moya, the dog bite on Mr. Moya, even after the officers, he was on his stomach and his arms were down on his side, his arms were behind him and officers were holding both arms? It's your testimony that it was necessary at that time to protect the officers?
Yes.
From what imminent threat of force that Mr. Moya was offering? Can you describe at that time, please?
So the bite happened to protect them from the imminent use of force, and I left the dog on the bite to effectuate the arrest, get him secured to prevent any further possibility of more imminent force.
Okay. And by the time this imminent force arose, you saying that occurred at the time Mr. Moya tried to spin around or turn around. Is that correct? That was the imminent show of force by Mr. Moya?
And his hand went from open to closed to looking back over his shoulder where the other officers were, turning his body and offering violence to those officers.
And then he was taken to the ground by one of the officers, correct?
That was Officer Fruin's testimony, my vantage point, because we're not standing there talking about what did you do? I watched him make that movement that we talked about and those officers go to the ground.
Okay.
Yes.
And officers, and so at that time when he's on the ground and the officers are also surrounding him, okay, is it your testimony that he continued to offer some type of violence while he's in that tabletop push-up position?
That he continued to offer it?
Yes.
No, but it was imminent. That's the meaning of imminent, is that it's yet to come based on the indicators shown to me right then.
Okay. And what are all the imminent things he could have, that you saw him about to do? Imminent, being it's about to happen, correct?
So he's already shown us, so this is our training. This is standard law enforcement use of force training. We have seen that he has already tried to use force, unlawful force against us. We don't have him secured in any type of restraint, handcuffs, zip ties, anything we could possibly use. So we don't have to wait for him to start using more force against us before we use force. Based on those pre-assault indicators that we've discussed here today, we use the force to prevent the imminent force that could happen. So he can headbutt. I said he could headbutt us, he could kick us, he could throw an elbow, he could grab my taser, he could grab one of the officers' tasers. He's already shown us that he is intending and has already offered violence to us. So I'm keeping the dog on the bite. I'm keeping the dog on the bite to prevent him from having that opportunity.
So you said headbutt, he could grab tasers, he could do what else?
Grab
So we've covered this a lot. He could kick with his legs. He got kicked by the Marine female. He could do an elbow. I mean, we've heard a lot about this. I don't need to hear it again.
My question to you is, what, when he's on the ground in that tabletop position, did you see him about to throw a headbutt?
No, but I did see him. Officer Melly pulls his hand out from underneath him and Travis Moya yanks his arm back and puts it back in the tabletop position.
Did you see him about to grab a taser?
No.
Did you see him about to kick?
No.
Did you see him about to do any other striking type motion toward the officers at the time he was in that tabletop push-up position?
No. I perceived it based on the pre-assault indicators that I'm trained to watch and view and make a quick split-second decision in my rapidly evolving situation that happened in seconds in front of me.
And what you are describing is the factors that should be considered to effectuate compliance to arrest, correct?
What I'm describing is what I was experiencing that day.
Okay. That you were having difficulty arresting Mr. Moya at the time he was in that tabletop position.
Yes.
But when it comes to describing Mr. Moya offer physical violence or harm toward the officers, you can't explain to this court an affirmative offensive step that Mr. Moya took to harm officers, can you?
Open hand to closed fist, looking over his shoulder, turning in towards those officers with all the other pre-assault indicators we witnessed from the time I got to the house to the time I used the dog. Those are the imminent, he did offer violence, and then we use that to make the decision on whether or not more force is imminent.
Okay. All right. And all that played a role in when he was in the tabletop push-up position as to your decision to issue the bite.
Can you ask that again?
Sure. All the things you just listed.
Mm-hmm.
All fists, turning, taken to the ground, in the push-up position.
Mm-hmm.
All those things you describe as the imminent threat that he posed at the time.
Yes.
Authorizing the deployment of the dog.
Yes.
To defend yourself against the harm from, or the officers from the harm of Mr. Moya.
Yeah, I would say more the other officers in this incident, but because he has the ability to grab those weapons, it's also myself. But mostly because those other officers are hands-on, it was to protect them.
All right, one moment. I'm sorry, the tourniquet that was issued that you took out from Mr. Moya.
Yes.
The tourniquet was taken and put on Mr. Moya because he was bleeding, correct?
Correct.
And he was bleeding pretty badly, correct?
I would say, yeah, he was bleeding more than I was comfortable with to just leave it.
Okay.
I know we're usually trained to use tourniquets for like a ruptured artery or something crazy where blood is literally like a bad car accident or shooting, but I just figured it couldn't hurt to put it on.
How many tourniquets our officers issued when you were working there?
Usually one. I always carry 2 children's tourniquets because we're not issued those and they do function differently. And then I had my 1 adult tourniquet.
Okay. If Mr. Moya suffered any type of nerve damage, would you consider that as a result of this dog bite? Would you consider that a serious injury?
I'm not a doctor, but nerve damage doesn't sound great. But I also know you can get nerve damage in your hands and it comes back. But yes, I would say that nerve damage does not sound, it does sound like it would be a serious injury.
You're saying it does?
It does sound like it would be a serious injury.
Okay. What about loss of muscle tissue?
Why does it matter? And I'm asking this academically, not there's an objection from what we're analyzing here, which is immunity. It would be a lay perspective on whether it was a serious injury. I'll tell you, that was a terrible injury. Those holes are gigantic. And so if you're asking because I want to create some record for a trial and was it aggravated battery, really not what we're here for. If there is a dimension to the justification argument that it caused a serious injury, I want to encourage you to continue to explore that. But you've asked a lot of non-doctors whether it was serious. And you've got some tough bravado officer types who will say, his arm was still attached, so it couldn't have been serious. I saw it and thought, that's a terrible injury. And so if you're trying to convince me that it was a serious injury, it was serious. Anything you could stick your finger into is a serious injury. But if that's on the aggravated battery side, let's keep our powder dry on that. If it factors into the argument about the reasonableness of the use of force, et cetera, then keep exploring it. I don't think it does, but I know you've done more legal research up front. I'll do mine on the back end. And so I don't want to preclude you from that if it's relevant to the arguments you need to make in terms of opposing immunity, if that makes sense, what I just said.
Officer, yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Officer, Mr. Esposito, you were aware at the time that this dog could cause a serious bodily injury if he bit someone. Is that a true statement?
No, we are trained in canine school and through my in-service training with the department that the dog is not considered a tool to cause serious bodily harm or death, but only if used improperly.
Okay.
That is what I am trained.
I'm not sure. Let me clarify here. I'm not asking whether or not if used properly. Question is, you are aware that this dog or a dog of similar type could, if he issues a bite to someone, it could cause serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Okay. And knowing that the dog could cause serious bodily injury, is your opinion that the degree of force that you used on this day for this amount of time causing this type of injury was reasonable?
Yes, because I used him properly.
No further questions.
Ms. Palmer, any redirect?
Yes. Okay, just to clear up a few things during cross-examination. Do you have any control over whether an ambulance is called to the scene or not?
Sometimes yes, but in this case I did not. So sometimes we'll get there, we'll see.
Stop the share. I'm sorry, can you stop the screen share, please?
Sometimes we do have control if we call an ambulance to the scene, yes.
Okay. In this situation, you testified that you didn't see the specific CAD note about the ambulance. Ultimately, did you have to call an ambulance in this case?
Yes. Actually, afterwards, I believe you'll hear me say just confirming with just dispatch that there was an ambulance called, or I'll say, hey, just make sure there's one en route for some bleeding or something along those lines. I did call for, I would say I made sure that one was coming because in all the chaos, I didn't know if another supervisor had called for one. So you do hear me ask that.
Okay. And there was some testimony on cross-examination about some things you observed with the suspect that lended itself to corroboration of the CAD and everything else you knew coming in from the radio. What about what Miss Moya said to you? Did you find anything that she said to be helpful in terms of that corroboration as well?
Yes, when she comes down the driveway to talk to me, she, again, I don't want to misquote what she said, but something along the lines of, never seen him like this before. He can't be reasoned with. He has maybe got some bad weed, and that he threw a chair down inside the house and punched something outside the house. And that her son, she also mentions she thinks her son called because he got scared.
Okay, so just to clarify, it's not just what you saw in terms of the suspect, it's also what she shared with you, right?
Correct.
Okay. The next thing, I just want to clarify something, and I apologize if I misheard the assistant district attorney, but I thought that I heard the assistant district attorney say in your report, which I think is still before you, that there was some point in the report where you said the suspect was actively fighting.
Right.
And I want to clarify that what you actually say is, again, I'm going down to this, it's the last full paragraph, technically second paragraph from the bottom. And it says, it doesn't say actively fighting, right? That first sentence, what does it say?
So I think so. It says actively offering violence in my supplemental report. My canine deployment report does say actively fighting them.
Okay.
Yep. But in my supplemental report, it says actively offering violence.
Okay. And just elaborate again what you said in terms of whenever you put that notation that there's body worn camera footage, what does that mean to you when you're writing these reports?
Yeah, that body camera. I love body cameras. I think you'll hear some old school guys are like, we never had them. I love them because they tell a fuller picture of the story, as we've heard today. They don't tell the whole picture, the whole story. And I think it's just another supplemental documentation. I put it in there to remind myself that for this incident, you did review your camera. You did see that it worked. You did see that it captured what it needed to. So I put body cam active in this report, so that I can read my text, go back, watch the video, and have a more full, holistic view of the incident.
Were you ever at any time trying to minimize or hide your use of Aries or the bite?
Never.
Okay.
Never. I had my body camera on start to finish. I called supervisors immediately to the scene. I documented everything I needed to. I was no intention at all.
Another thing that came up on cross-examination was whether the officers asked for your assistance before the directed bite. Is it a requirement that officers ask for your assistance?
Absolutely not.
Explain why not.
There's so many reasons. One, sometimes they are very concerned with the threat that's in front of them. So on the officer side, like I can't remember a time I ever saw another officer standing there and then ask them to help me with a resisting or combative suspect. As officers, you help each other out. If you're there to help secure the person, get them under control, and make sure the other officers there don't get hurt. So we don't stand there and make a formal requisition for help. We just help.
And you also mentioned during cross this concept of split-second decision-making. Mm-hmm. Can you explain how that felt in this moment when you made that decision to use Aries to do the directed bite?
Yeah, I remember standing there with him and I remember thinking to myself when I'm giving him the commands and he's standing up, Mr. Moya, I remember giving the commands to Mr. Moya, if you fight us, the dog will bite you. And just thinking like, I'm going to hold on to Aries right now because right now I'm just trying to show the force of the dog. And I remember when I saw that fist and I saw him turn and just that split-second frame in front of me, that's when I knew it's like, okay, now it is time to use Aries. Now it's time because now he's really shown his intent. He's shown that he's willing to offer violence because he's already done it. And I'm not waiting around to see if someone is going to get hurt. I'm not waiting around to see if an officer does get kicked in the kneecap and is out, on disability for the next year. That's not what I do.
The last thing I want to do, Mr. Esposito, is I'm going to play what has been marked Defense Exhibit 3 and previously admitted. And this is Fruin's body cam that we saw on cross-examination. And I'm going to show you the moment where Aries is bit, because there was some time spent on cross talking about how soon the suspect complied once the dog is actively biting him, his shoulder, okay? And I want us to watch this video, and I'm going to ask you, ultimately, with the bite, what happens with the suspect's arm that we can see in this video?
The one that the dog is biting?
Correct.
Loose! Ow! Ow!
Put your hands right back! Put your hands right back! Put your hands right back!
Ow! Put your hands
Right there. Did the suspect put his arms behind his back with the dog bite?
Not immediately, but yes, now it is.
Did he put his arms behind his back?
No, sorry. Yes, the officer is grabbing his hand, and putting it behind his back.
So even with the dog on him, it required another officer then grabbing his arm.
Yeah, because he had it down for a while, then he went out and he still wasn't doing it. And then the officer grabs him and puts it behind his back.
That's all I have.
Mr. Watkins, any final recross?
Mr. Esposito, you stated that just a moment ago that you determined it was time to use Aries as soon as Mr. Moya balled his fist and turned around. You recall that?
Yes, I remember saying several times today when I decided to use Aries.
But there was a time period that elapsed after he spun around because one of the officers used a kick sweep to take Mr. Moyer to the ground, correct?
What's your question?
That there was a time lapse. That is, you made the decision to use him at that time, but you did not deploy him at that time. You actually deployed him after he was in a push-up position and officers could not get his hands behind his back, correct?
Yeah, I made the decision that I was going to use Aries for the bite when I saw the fist and the turn and everything I've explained here today. Then I had to make sure the officer was out of the way on the ground, and I walk Aries up to do the bite. Yes.
So if in taking Mr. Moya to the ground, the officers had somehow been able to get hands behind back and cuffs on, it was too late, you'd already decided, so Aries was gonna bite anyway? Or if you weren't able to get into a clean space because Fruin didn't move and they got him cuffed, are you able to step back?
I am absolutely able. It's evolving as we go. So I make that decision. And yes, if Fruin stayed there and was like, I got him, then okay, I stop with the dog, anything like that.
No further questions, John.
All right, Mr. Esposito, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judge.
We have to talk a little bit, but it doesn't need to be on the record. Anything, because I want to let Ms. Rivers go. Ms. Palmer, anything else you need to get on the record for today?
No, nothing else.
Okay, Mr. Watkins, anything else from the state for the record?
Not for today.
No, I mean for today. We're going to talk about it later. I just want to be able to shut things down and let other folks leave.
No, not for the
We're
record.
good? All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Rivers. Hope you come back tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Judge. Good night.
Good night. All right. I'm going to end